Chapter 1915. Qianhan said discontentedly, Xiaohua, Li Fengzhu, Qinghao, Zhu Ming, and Li Mian all disappeared at the same time. I have Li Fengzhu's summoning talisman. When I first got separated from Master, I sent him as summoning talisman. At that time, Li Fengzhu had already died. Yes, Yan Yu smiled apologetically and handed the pill over. Since senior brother has passed the information about that fellow to me, how can I go back on my word? Senior brother, please take it. Alright. Qianhan nodded and kept the pill. It's a pity that I can't let junior brother Yan take revenge with his own hands. As long as that bastard dies, it's better than anything else. Yan Yu said hatefully, it's a pity that I haven't seen that bastard even after Xiaohua died. That day, the disciples of the Yan clan only paid attention to Kai Wuxia, and the people of the Kai clan had never seen Xiaohua. Even now, I don't know what that guy looks like. What's so good about an aura-refining disciple? Qianhan sneered and described Xiaohua's appearance. But just as Qianhan finished speaking, Yan Yu said in astonishment, What? Xiaohua looks like this? He's an aura-refining disciple, not a foundation-building disciple? Of course. Qianhan frowned. How could this Qian make a mistake? Yan Yu glanced at Liang Yu. Liang Yu similarly came to a realization and said anxiously, Then, the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Other disciples? Jie Ming was also stunned. He said curiously, Aside from Zhen Yi, there's a man and a woman who seem to be dual cultivation partners. They're both middle-stage foundation-building disciples. There's also a female aura-refining disciple like Xiaohua. Her attitude towards Xiaohua was also very intimate. Yan Yu said anxiously, Is there one? That baby is less than a month old. What? Qianhan was also greatly shocked. She practically moved in front of Yan Yu and said, You all have seen Xiaohua? When did he see her? What do those 3 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples look like? Naturally, it was when this Yan had just arrived at Shihuang town. Yan Yu told him about his encounter with Xiaohua. No, the 2 female cultivators look the same as Xiaohua. That Xiangyang is obviously different. Qianhan shook her head. Senior brother. Jiamingze exclaimed in surprise. Did you forget about the Thunder Beast's inner core? Although Xiaohua didn't say what he wanted the Thunder Beast's core for, Xiaohua isn't of the lightning attribute. His senior brothers all have the lightning attribute, so the Thunder Beast's core. More than that. Liang Yu smiled and said, Xiaohua has 4 storage bags. How could Qianhan and Jieming not know what had happened? They shouted in unison without hesitation. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect had disciples on duty at Shihuang Town's transmission array, there was no need to talk about Xuanyan School. Although Qianhan and the others were Foundation Establishment disciples and didn't have too much authority, wasn't Yan Yu an alchemist? After sending out a summoning talisman and giving them some medicinal pills, Yan Yu obtained some information. He found out that Xiangyang and the others were escorting 4 middle-stage Foundation Establishment disciples back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This time, Yan Yu was extra careful and inquired about the appearances of the 6 disciples returning to the Imperial Thunder Sect. When he found out that Xiaohua didn't return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. However, when he asked about Xiaohua's whereabouts, the disciple on duty at Xuanyan School couldn't say anything. After all, Xiaohua was an early-stage Foundation Establishment disciple and Xue was an aura-refining disciple, so it was unlikely that they would attract the attention of the disciple on duty. Later, after Yan Yu took out some rare medicinal pills, the disciple on duty returned half a day later and received some vague information. Xiaohua was probably heading in the direction of Haoming City. As for whether he was heading to Haoming City or not, there were so many transmission array towns in between and there were also direct flights, so who could know? After the disciple on duty at Xuanyan School left, Yan Yu looked at Qianhan and the others and said with a smile, Senior Marshal Brothers, I have a blood feud with Xiaohua, so I must make a trip to Haoming City. If you 3 want to return to Golden Goose Mountain Range, I'm afraid we can't go together. Qianhan glanced at Jie Ming, and the 2 of them quickly exchanged glances. Just now, Yen Yu had carefully observed the movements of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, so the two of them naturally knew that Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian didn't have the 4 storage pouches on their waists. All 4 storage pouches were on Xiaohua. Qian Han and Jieming probably knew more about the contents of the 4 storage pouches than Yen Yu and Liang Yu. Since the storage pouches were on the body of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, how could they not covet them? Ahem, Qian Han coughed twice and said with a smile, "My master died in the Flame Forest mountain range. Xiaohua, a lowly person, actually took my master's storage pouch. As his disciple, how could I not ask him for it? This trip to Haoming City, I can't not take it." "Ah, that's great." Yen Yu's divine sense swept the surroundings for a moment, and he said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, the 4 of us should still travel together and kill that bastard Xiaohua. The things on his body, how about the 4 of us divide them equally? We'll do as junior martial brother Yen says." The 3 of them all had the same idea. Since they were fellow disciples of the same sect, they didn't have to worry about anything and hit it off. Of course, there were many routes to Haoming City, and they couldn't be sure which route Xiaohua took, so they could only search for him along the way. As for Xiaohua, he simply didn't know that Yen Wei, whom he killed more than 10 years ago, actually only caused trouble today. He even took Xue to leisurely pass through a small town's teleportation array, and they flew hand in hand in midair. "Xue, do you think the great Tao of this world is heartless? Or is it sentimental?" Xiaohua looked at the changing scenery under his feet, which was either blooming flowers or overlapping mountain ranges, and couldn't help but ask. Xue was obviously stunned, but then she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "The heavenly Tao is heartless and regards all things as straw dogs. This is common knowledge in cultivation. Why do you ask?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Look at eldest senior martial brother. He was loyal and considerate all his life, but because of my master in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, his Tao foundation was damaged, and he couldn't build his foundation for 60 years, suffering the ridicule of others. After building his foundation, his lifespan was shortened, and he couldn't advance for a long time. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have long given up, or even cursed the heavens for being unfair, but eldest senior martial brother still cultivated diligently and faced people with a smile. Now, on this trip to the Flame Forest Mountains, not only was his Tao foundation repaired, even Xiang Zhili was born. What eldest senior martial brother said for many years. I'm afraid his self-deprecating words will come true. Tell me, isn't this a gift from the heavenly Tao? What husband said is somewhat partial. Xue shook her head slightly. There are many unjust things in this world, and eldest senior martial brother is just one of them. He could achieve perfection. To be honest, it's all thanks to husband. If it wasn't for husband's help, he could only end up dying of old age in the blood-colored seal. As for senior martial sister and Xiang Zhili, they're also ordinary. How could there be a distracted Xiang Zhili? What about the others besides eldest senior martial brother? From what husband knows, how many people have achieved perfection? That's right, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and not something we can predict. Husband still hopes that fairness under the heavenly Tao can become justice. Xiaohua sighed. At this moment, Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed again, and he used his hand to pull Xue. Chapter 1916. Xiaohua suddenly sensed some changes in the starry sky of heavenly Tao in the space. He hurriedly pulled Xue's hand and said anxiously, "Wife, your husband has gained some insights. Go into seclusion with me for a few days." How could Xue not be happy to see Xiaohua's cultivation progress again? Xiaohua landed in midair and found a clean cave. After setting up the rabbit array, the two of them cultivated in seclusion in the cave. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, his mind entering the space. He saw the young thunder beast curled up with its legs curled up, sparkling blue lightning hovering above it. It was sleeping soundly. Goldie also used its big tail to cover itself, its small eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was also sleeping soundly. Only little Silver was on top of the extremely exuberant spirit grass, sometimes nibbling and sometimes playing. It was very leisurely and carefree. Little Silver seemed to sense Xiaohua's mind. Its little tail curled around the stem of a spirit grass, and its two little front paws cupped together. Its two bright little eyes looked around as if it was looking for Xiaohua. Hee. Xiaohua's gaze swept over everything in the space, and his mind immediately soared high into the sky. The original engravings of the starry sky of heavenly Tao, which had been brought in by the origin of fire, became even clearer. At that moment, because of some of Xiaohua's insights, there were some changes. Xiaohua's mind welcomed the trajectory of the starry sky, and he let it go limitlessly as he carefully sensed the changes in it. Xiaohua sat there for 100 days. There were no fluctuations in the spirit qi of heaven and earth on his body, nor was there any flow of magic power like when he usually cultivated. Shui was very surprised and couldn't help frowning. What kind of cultivation is this? But just as Shui was feeling a little anxious, she saw that Xiaohua, who was sitting upright, had a change. Xiaohua actually started to fade away, as if he was about to fade into the surroundings. But just as Xiaohua was about to disappear, his entire silhouette became clear again, and when it was incomparably clear, it slowly expanded, as if it was about to fill the entire world. When it reached an extreme, it then started to shrink and fade away. This cycle repeated 360 times before it returned to normal. At that moment, Shui felt that the true qi in her meridians had also changed slightly following Xiaohua's changes. It seemed to be faintly condensing and faintly dispersing, as if the foundation establishment stage was right in front of her. But how could Shui care whether she reached the foundation establishment stage or not? All of her care and concern was on Xiaohua. However, when she looked at Xiaohua, Shui had an extremely strange feeling. She clearly knew that Xiaohua was sitting in front of her, yet Shui felt that Xiaohua did not exist. It was truly an empty space. Shui stared at Xiaohua and bit her lip. She came from a cultivation family and had dabbled in many things. However, she had never heard of Xiaohua's current situation. She wanted to confirm her guess, but she was also afraid of disturbing Xiaohua's cultivation, so she endured it. After a moment, she released her divine sense and carefully scanned the area. Shui almost jumped up. Xiaohua really wasn't there. Don't let anything happen. Shui was restless. Her previous calmness was nowhere to be seen. If he has gone berserk, can he be awakened now? What if my dear Xiao hasn't turned into a devil, and I've disturbed his cultivation by touching him? After thinking for the time it took to eat a meal, and her divine sense had scanned Xiaohua's empty image countless times, Shui finally stood up, lightly walked in front of Xiaohua, raised her hand, and very carefully pushed. Ouch! Shui was immediately dumbfounded. Her push actually hit nothing, and her hand stabbed into Xiaohua's back. Husband! Shui cried out in a sobbing voice. She was extremely regretful that she did not wake Xiaohua up earlier. Wife, what's wrong? Just as Shui cried out, Xiaohua's voice rang out. That voice was incomparably heavenly, and even had a slight rumbling of thunder. However, when it fell into Shui's ears, it was truly an indescribable pleasant surprise. My dear Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua's puzzled and smiling gaze, Shui had long forgotten everything. She immediately threw herself at him. Unexpectedly, what welcomed her was still the extremely familiar warm embrace. Shui hugged Xiaohua with all her strength, as if she wanted to use all the strength in her body. She tightly hugged the thing she had already lost in her arms. Shui, what's wrong with you? Xiaohua felt a little strange and asked softly. No, nothing. Shui's face had some tears. It was unknown whether they were tears of joy or emotions. I've been cold to you these days. Xiaohua somewhat understood and hugged Shui affectionately for half a day. When Shui's face and ears were red, Xiaohua smiled and said, It's really been hard on you, my wife. And it's also been hard on me. Shui shyly blinked her eyes and whispered, Husband, give me the jade slip that this lowly concubine gave you. Does my wife want me to see it? Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the pink jade slip. However, after Shui took it, she only wrote a few things inside and returned it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and was very confused. Wife, what are you doing? Although I didn't dual cultivate with you, what can I say? Why are you being so secretive? Shui said with a sly smile. Husband, with sister Hongxiao in front, how can this lowly concubine compare with her? If this lowly concubine doesn't have any secrets in front of you, how can you cherish this lowly concubine? It can't be. Xiaohua didn't think that Shui would have such thoughts. She actually wanted to compete for his favor. How could Shui not see it? She hurriedly explained, Husband, don't think too much. This lowly concubine just feels that there are some things that are not the right time to say. When the time is ripe, even if husband doesn't mention it, this lowly concubine will tell husband. So it's like this. Xiaohua was somewhat skeptical. Husband, have you finished cultivating? Shui changed the topic. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, Not yet. Wife, wait a few more days. It doesn't matter. Shui said with a smile, You can cultivate for as long as you want. This lowly concubine is not in a hurry. Looking at Shui's appearance of a virtuous wife and loving mother, Xiaohua's heart was warm. To be honest, helping Shui to build her foundation was just a matter of a hammer. However, Xiaohua faintly felt that helping others to build their foundation was always going against the heavens. It wasn't something that would happen naturally. It might not be harmless to other people's future cultivation. Therefore, last time he didn't help Sun Shu and Qian Diheng to build their foundation. This time, he also didn't have the intention to help Shui. Wife, stay away from this husband. Finally, use some magic tool to protect yourself. Xiaohua said with a smile. Shui was shocked. Oh, husband, when you cultivate, will there be a big movement? That's not necessarily true. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said, It's just the first time cultivating after building my foundation. I don't know what will happen. The first time cultivating after building your foundation? Shui didn't understand. However, she still walked to the farthest corner of the cave and threw out a protective yellow talisman. Seeing that Shui didn't have a protective magic tool, Xiaohua's heart was moved. In the 4 storage pouches that Xiangyang gave him, there were a lot of spirit stones and medicinal pills. There were also magic tools and cultivation methods. Although he didn't carefully count them and threw them into the space, he still roughly checked them with his divine sense. If he couldn't use the magic tools, wouldn't he be able to give them to Shui? Presumably, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He casually looked at it and clapped his hand. A palm-sized magic tool that looked like a fluttering butterfly appeared in midair. Wife, this seems to be a defensive magic tool. You should take it. Take advantage of this time when your husband is cultivating. Why don't you refine it? Don't tell your husband that you don't know how to refine it. You only took it out now. Shui pouted, seemingly rebuking him. This concubine thought that when eldest senior brother gave it to you, you would pick one for this concubine. You actually made this concubine wait for the stars and the moon until today. Xiaohua was really anxious. He really didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to argue, Shui looked at his storage pouch and said, Husband, at this time, you still don't want to give this concubine one of the 4 storage pouches? Of course, Xiaohua immediately realized. That's right, he was used to being stingy. He really didn't think about it. He hurriedly handed the storage pouch to Shui and took out another one. He smiled apologetically and said, Wife, what's yours is yours. I'm just taking care of it for you. And that's right. Shui nodded and said, This concubine really likes this attitude. However, since you said so, what's yours is mine. You can take care of it for now. Then, you can take care of it for now. When this concubine needs it, I'll ask you for it. As she spoke, she took the butterfly magic tool and playfully winked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. He put the 2 storage pouches into the space again. Seeing Xiaohua make the 2 storage pouches disappear very strangely, Shui turned a blind eye. She sat down cross-legged and immersed her divine sense into the magic tool, preparing to refine it. Seeing this, Xiaohua naturally sat beside her with a smile and released his divine sense to protect Shui. After waiting for 3 days, A group of fluttering butterflies flew out from the magic tool and fluttered around Shue's body, tightly protecting her. Xiaohua praised, "A beauty like jade, butterflies like orchids. This magic tool should be called Butterfly Orchid." "Ha, thank you husband for giving it a name." Shue opened her eyes and said, "From now on, this magic tool will be called Butterfly Orchid." "Great." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Wife, watch carefully. This husband is going to start cultivating." As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand and a drop of black earth crystal Yao milk was taken out by him. Naturally, this time Xiaohua didn't use any magic power to take out the earth crystal Yao milk like the first time. Instead, he wrapped it with a layer of magic power. Soon after, Xiaohua silently recited the refining method of the earth crystal Yao milk in his heart and clapped his hand, just like the fire essence flame crystal, on his shoulder. As soon as the earth crystal Yao milk entered Xiaohua's arm, a layer of black mist immediately spread out from his arm. In just a moment, Xiaohua's entire body was shrouded inside. Then, the black mist began to condense again, like a layer of solid mud, sealing Xiaohua's entire body inside. "Husband." Seeing Xiaohua actually become like this, although Shue was fully prepared, she still turned pale with fright. P.S. HTTP form. Chidian. Com threadetailn. SPX. Thread ID equals 171993010. It was a suggestion made by a book friend in the book review section. Here, the third flower wants to express some thoughts. Nowadays, there are too many cultivators who seek advantages and avoid disadvantages in web novels. Each and every one of them is selfish, or they act according to their abilities. Why is this so? The third flower feels that this is because writers are looking for the so-called human nature. They want to write to a high level and write to a profound level. But in reality, why do all the demonic beasts have to transform into human form? Why is it that among all the cultivation techniques, human cultivation is the smoothest and fastest? Since this is the care of the heavens, then human nature cannot be as cruel, selfish, heartless, and unjust as beasts. People must use human nature with love and affection to repay the heavens. Only this kind of person can have success in cultivation and obtain the true essence of cultivation, and not simply increase one's magic power or realm. What is human nature? It is truly profound and has already been written countless times by countless people. In the future, it will still be written for who knows how many years. It can be seen how complex human nature is. Let others write about the dark human nature. The third flower still likes positive and joyful human nature. In addition, although human nature has an ugly side, there is no need to infinitely magnify it and roar in every place, making people feel that there is no sunlight in this world. The third flower's living environment and growth experience may be different from Wang Yu's, so his perspective on problems was naturally different. Thus, the characters he wrote were also completely different. If Xiaohua did not help Xiangyang fight over the Thunder Beast's inner core, then he would not be Xiaohua, but Han Li. Hehe, I haven't nagged for a long time. Everyone, please forgive me, these words are all free of charge. Chapter 1917. Shue, don't worry. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice came. Your husband is practicing a secret technique, just wait. Then, with a clear cry, Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body came out of the black gas, spread its wings and flew in the air. Above the phoenix dharma body, there was also a layer of faint, solid black gas entwining. Okay. Hearing Xiaohua's voice and seeing the phoenix dharma body, Shue felt relieved. She stared at the black statue-like Xiaohua for several days before starting her own practice. As soon as the earth crystal Yao milk entered Xiaohua's body, it immediately turned into a flood of earth element spiritual energy, rushing into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua hurriedly used the secret technique of Sun Shu to refine the Zhongyao milk, trying his best to absorb this huge amount of earth element spiritual energy into his meridians. However, at this moment, just as Xiaohua had expected, the 130-200 small dots in his physical body, the 130-200 small dots in the phoenix celestial body, his bones, and meridians all began to appear one after another, absorbing this huge amount of Earth-type spiritual energy, leaving Xiaohua with only 30% of it. Another 100 days passed, and the black gas around Xiaohua's body began to gradually fade. Finally, it was absorbed back into his body and disappeared. By now, that drop of earth crystal Yao milk had been completely absorbed by Xiaohua's meridians, turning into tens of thousands of tiny black spots, which were visible to the naked eye, floating in Xiaohua's meridians. If Xiaohua could refine all of these tiny black spots into his energy, presumably, his power would be able to improve by another level. Boom, Xiaohua's body moved slightly, and the phoenix Dharma body that had been coiled above his head flapped its wings. The black gas around the Dharma body had faded a lot, but it seemed that there was still a lot that had not been refined. However, after 100 days of hard work, the phoenix Dharma body had become more solid. After Xiaohua absorbed the phoenix celestial body back into his body, he slightly released his divine sense. He couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Previously, Xiaohua's divine sense could only cover a distance of several tens of li. Although it was a lot more than the 10 li of Foundation establishment, it was still a lot less than the 100 li of Jindan. But now, after refining the earth crystal Yao milk into his meridians, his divine sense had increased by another 10 li. Needless to say, his cultivation had increased by a lot. Go! Xiaohua opened his mouth again and the execution dream flew out. It turned into 8 rays of sword light and sat cross-legged in the cave. Split, Xiaohua shouted again. The 8 rays of sword light flashed and split into 16 rays of green light. That's great. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that sword plays the world, which hadn't made any progress all this time, would also make progress as his realm and divine sense increased. Divide again. Xiaohua felt that he still had some strength left in his heart, so he unconsciously shouted again. Sure enough, the 16 sword lights swayed again, and with great difficulty, they turned into 32 green lights. After practicing sword plays the world for a while under the 32 sword lights, Xiaohua put away the execution dream and stood up. Seeing Xiaohua stand up, Xue smiled and also put away her cultivation. She scanned with her divine sense and said in surprise, "Husband, isn't your cultivation too fast? Just 200 days, plus the 1 year after Foundation establishment, you've only cultivated for 2 years. Why do I feel like you've already been in Foundation establishment for more than 10 years? Xiaohua laughed and said, how can it be as fast as you think? It's just that your husband's divine sense is slightly stronger. Maybe. Xue only cared about whether Xiaohua was safe or not. As for the level of cultivation, she didn't care too much at this time. Let's go. Xiaohua put away the rabbit formation and said with a smile, for your husband's cultivation, I've already delayed your time to look at the sea. It's your husband's fault. Hee, knowing your mistakes is the greatest virtue, Xue pursed her lips and said, then why aren't we hurrying? So Xiaohua took Xue's hand and rushed towards Meng Kingdom at a leisurely pace. At the border between the state of Xi and the state of Meng, not far from the Majiao Black Forest, Yan Yu and the others were standing in midair. Yan Yu frowned and said, Senior Marshal Brother Qian, didn't Xiaohua go to Haoming City? Why haven't we seen any traces of the two of them after chasing them here? Yes, we couldn't find them in Haoming City at all. We also couldn't find any traces of them at the various teleportation arrays. It's as if the two of them disappeared into thin air. Qian Han also said in distress. If we continue forward, we'll reach Mo Black Forest. After passing through this dangerous place, we should be in Meng Kingdom. The two of them went out to train, they wouldn't go to Meng Kingdom, right? Jiaming looked at the Mo Black Forest in the distance, which was like a monster lying on the ground, and said hesitantly. Liang Yu looked at the three of them and said slowly, unless the two of them didn't come to Haoming City, the four of us will search separately. We won't miss such a large area. We'll go back to Haoming City first. After resting for a few days, we'll go back to search. Yan Yu gritted his teeth and said, this bastard cut off my bloodline. We're absolutely irreconcilable. I must kill this bastard with my own hands. Ahem, Qian Han coughed twice and said, Xiaoyu continent is so big. Since this bastard didn't come to Haoming City, who knows where he went? Junior brother Yen may not be able to find this bastard even if we go back to search. In fact, we should have asked our fellow disciples in Shihuang town to kill Xiangyang, Yan Qinglian, and the others who returned to Yulei sect. Senior brother Qian, are you doubting my choice that day? Yen Yu sneered and said angrily. Qian Han was about to refute, but Jie Ming laughed and said, look at what junior brother Yen said. In fact, I had the same idea that day, but I saw that junior brother Yen had a blood feud with Xiaohua. That's why we rushed to Haoming City to look for Xiaohua. If junior brother Yen accuses us like this, we really have nothing to say. Yen Yu knew that this matter couldn't be exposed, let alone turned hostile, so he quickly said with a smile, I spoke rashly because I was impatient. Let's go. We'll go to Haoming City. I'll prepare a banquet to apologize. Let's take a rest first, and then we'll discuss what to do. Qian Han and the others naturally turned their anger into joy and returned to Haoming City together. More than half a year later, Xiaohua and Shui appeared in a small town not far from Haoming City. This small town was located on the side of the river, and there were majestic mountains on all sides. The river was turbulent all the way, but it suddenly slowed down here. Countless fish in the water reproduced here, and the aquatic products were abundant. Not only cultivators came and went here, but there were also many mortals living here. Therefore, the water and mountains were beautiful, and the water birds were soaring. It was really a beautiful scene out of this world. The riverside restaurant that Xiaohua and Shui stepped into was opened by Immortal. When they saw Xiaohua and Shui walking in hand, the waiter, who had been waiting at the door, immediately came forward and called out respectfully, Welcome to my cold river house, Senior Immortal and Fairy. Please follow me upstairs. Yes, please lead the way. Xiaohua nodded slightly and followed the waiter into the cold river house. Senior Immortals in the private rooms on the 4th floor. The waiter was very happy and shouted loudly as he led the way. Hearing that Senior Immortals were coming, the short and fat shopkeeper standing behind the counter couldn't stand still anymore. He quickly walked out from behind and waited respectfully. Xiaohua entered the cold river house and looked around. He saw that there were more than a dozen round tables in the restaurant that was about 40 to 50 feet in size. It was noon, and there were many people eating. The noisy hall immediately became silent when they heard that Senior Immortals were coming. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at Xiaohua and Shui with respect and envy. Shui frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. She only looked at the stairs in front of her and ignored the mortals. Xiaohua smiled at everyone and even nodded slightly. Chapter 1918. Welcome, Immortals. When the shopkeeper saw Shui's celestial demeanor, he knew that the waiter was right. He bowed respectfully and said, I am Han Jiang, the shopkeeper of this restaurant. Please come upstairs, Immortals. Shui didn't comment and stepped on the stairs. Xiaohua fell behind Shui and said with a smile, Thank you, shopkeeper Han. When Han Jiang heard this, he was flattered and said with an apologetic smile, Immortals coming is already my humble restaurant's honor. Immortals, please. And Xiaohua asked at the side of the stairs, Shopkeeper Han, is Cold River Restaurant's business good? Business? Han Jiang seemed to be very surprised by Xiaohua's question and almost forgot himself. He immediately said with an apologetic smile, Barely making a living, barely making a living. Xiaohua smiled. He pointed at the fishing boats on the river as well as the passers-by, and said with a smile, This is a paradise. All the passers-by are resting here. Even I, a cultivator, have to stop when I see such beautiful scenery. How can your Cold River House's business not be good? Immortals really understand the people's feelings. What you said makes sense. Han Jiang's fat face was filled with a charming smile. When Xiaohua saw this, he didn't ask any more questions and quickly went up to the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were obviously much less crowded. Moreover, they all seemed to have some status or were refined scholars. It was much quieter. When these people heard footsteps coming up the stairs, they all raised their eyes. However, when they saw the two immortal-like people and the respectful Han Jiang, they immediately understood. Therefore, their gazes became the same as the diners on the first floor, filled with fear. Immortals, my humble restaurant is divided into 4 floors. Only the top floor is prepared for immortals. The other 3 floors are for us mortals. Seeing Shui frown again, Han Jiang didn't dare to be negligent and quickly explained, there are already a few immortals on the 4th floor enjoying the scenery. Perhaps they are familiar with fellow Daoists. Ha, Xiaohua smiled. He clapped his hand and took out a spiritual stone. He gave it to Han Jiang and said, "We came from afar, so we won't have any friends that we know. Also, we came here to rest and enjoy the scenery. This is a spiritual stone. I wonder if shopkeeper Han will accept it?" Withdraw, withdraw. Han Jiang's eyes fell on the sparkling and translucent spirit stone, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He immediately took it and nodded vigorously. "And that's good. Find some fresh fruits and bring them up. If there are any delicious wines, bring some too," Xiaohua said as he went up to the 4th floor. Sure enough, just as Han Jiang had said, the 4th floor was even bigger than the 1st floor. All 4 sides were hollow, with 3 sides facing the river. There were only 3 huge tables in the spacious pavilion, and these 3 tables were placed on the side facing the river. At this moment, there were already several qi condensation cultivators sitting in the middle facing the river. They were holding wine cups and looking at the beautiful scenery while shaking their heads and talking about something. Hearing Xiaohua's voice and the footsteps of the shopkeeper, these cultivators very casually turned their heads to look. See, first, they saw Shui's beautiful appearance and peak qi condensation cultivation. They were all shocked. They looked at each other and were about to stand up. However, when Xiaohua walked up, they didn't dare to hesitate and immediately jumped up from their chairs. They bowed and saluted, "Greetings, senior." Xiaohua looked at these 5 cultivators. There were 3 men and 2 women. They were all around the 10th layer of qi condensation. Seeing that they had similar appearances, Xiaohua knew that they were probably disciples from a cultivation family that came out to experience the world. Thus, he smiled and waved his sleeve, "You can sit as you please." The oldest disciple respectfully replied. Xiaohua looked at them and was about to walk to the table at the side. The oldest disciple quickly pointed at his seat and said, "Senior, this place is the best. Senior, please come here and sit." No need," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Just wait and enjoy. I and my lover will be right next to you." Hearing Xiaohua call her lover in front of strangers, Shui's face slightly reddened. Even her head slightly drooped. She followed Xiaohua to the table at the side like a little girl. "Yes, we will listen to senior's instructions." The oldest disciple could only respectfully reply. Seeing the group of disciples respectfully addressing Xiaohua as senior, Han Jiang was happy and at the same time a bit afraid. He only thought that Xiaohua was young and would have the same status as these disciples. How could he have known that Xiaohua was a senior? How could he not know how powerful Xiaohua was? Moreover, powerful seniors mostly had strange tempers. If he wasn't careful, he could suffer a calamity. "Why aren't you taking out all the specialties of Cold River House?" The oldest disciple saw that Han Jiang was in a daze and immediately scolded, "If senior isn't satisfied, don't blame me, cough cough." Xiaohua coughed and said, "Fellow Daoist, don't scare shopkeeper Han. Sit down, I will only stay for a while." "Yes, senior, please do as you wish." That disciple shrunk his neck and raised his head to signal the other 4 to sit down. Soon after, Xiaohua said warmly, "Shopkeeper Han, go down and prepare." "Yes, I will come right away." Han Jiang seemed to have woken up from a dream and promptly rolled down from the 4th floor. After Han Jiang left, the entire 4th floor regained its tranquility. The 5 aura refining cultivators who were gesticulating and laughing non-stop were now all obedient. They obediently sat on their respective chairs with their heads lowered, looking at the fresh fruits and delicacies in front of them. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He looked at Shui beside him somewhat helplessly and transmitted his voice. "It was originally a good atmosphere, but it was ruined by me, a foundation-building senior. Aura-refining aristocratic family's disciples are too reserved. Shui disagreed and also transmitted her voice. You're a foundation-building senior, so they should naturally be respectful in front of you. If they don't respect you and cause trouble, then they wouldn't be disciples of aristocratic families. But wouldn't that make them lose a bit of their spirit? Lose the vigor of young people? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought back to that day in Flame Forest Swamp, when he argued with Zhenyi, Xiangmin, and the others, and his eldest martial brother kept his head down and didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't that exactly the case? Forget it, Xiaohua raised his head and said, which aristocratic family's disciples are you? Reporting to Senior, Junior is from Mo Cloud Village's Chong clan. The eldest disciple promptly stood up and said respectfully. Xiaohua saw that the disciple didn't say anything more or less and was abnormally obedient in his introduction. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His gaze swept over them and he asked again, what are your names? Reporting to Senior, Junior is called Chang Li Hao. Sure enough, after the eldest disciple finished speaking, he sat down obediently. Then the other 2 men and 2 women reported their names in order of age. They were Chang Li Min, Chang Li Qiang, Chang Yulian, and Chang Xuemen. And, seeing that they were so obedient, Xiaohua also felt a bit awkward in his heart. He didn't say anything else and turned his head to look at Shui with a smile. He pointed his finger and said, wife, look at that fishing boat in the river. Why are there so many birds standing on the side of the boat? Before Shui could say anything, the female cultivator named Chang Yulian not far away laughed out loud. Chang Limin was shocked and hurriedly scolded, quickly apologized to Senior. Senior. Chang Yulian immediately stood up. She was very frightened and wanted to apologize. But when Xiaohua heard her laugh, he immediately knew he was wrong. He had always been modest and didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and said, little girl, what's the matter with these birds? Come here and explain to me. Chang Yulian's small face was full of excitement. She trotted to Xiaohua's side. After bowing, she respectfully said, Senior is talking about cormorants, not birds. Senior, look, there is a thin rope around the cormorant's neck. It was made by a fisherman. Cormorants are good at swimming and live by eating fish. The fisherman tied the cormorant's neck like this. The cormorant couldn't eat the fish it caught, so it could only be stuck in its throat. The fisherman only needed to stretch out his hand and pinch the fish out. There is such a fishing method? Xiaohua was surprised. In his memory, it seemed to be something like fishing nets. After Chang Yulian finished speaking, he carefully looked again. Sure enough, it was like this. This fisherman, he really reaped without sowing. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. It's just a pity for the cormorant. It worked hard for nothing and became a wedding dress for others. Shui curled her lips and said, I'll let the 2 seniors know. Chang Yulian smiled apologetically and said, in the cold river, there are only thumb-sized fish. If it was a fishing net, I'm afraid the harvest would be very little. This junior has been used to seeing cormorants fishing since young, so I didn't think much of it. That's right. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone has their own opportunities. As long as you can see your own path, that is the path to heaven. Xiaohua said with a smile. Unfortunately, not only did Chang Yulian not understand these words, even Shui was confused. Just as Shui was about to say something, the shopkeeper of the Cold River House, Han Jiang, personally came up with a large plate of fresh fruits. Looking at the sweat on Han Jiang's forehead, it seemed that the fresh fruits were very heavy. Han Jiang put the plate of fruits on the table and said respectfully, Immortal Senior, please eat. Thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper Han. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Han Jiang was even more flattered. Chang Yulian looked at Xiaohua with interest. It seemed that she had never seen a senior so polite to a secular person. Although fresh fruits were delicious, they couldn't be compared to spirit fruits. Xiaohua ate a few and felt a little bored. Han Jiang saw that Xiaohua's face didn't have any joy, so he quickly smiled apologetically and said, Immortal Senior, just now, a fisherman sent over a special cabbage from the cold river. I wonder if Immortal Senior wants to use it? Cabbage. Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, this thing is often found in the mortal world. Even if it's a special feature of your cold river, what's so strange about it? When Chang Yulian heard the word cabbage, her face also froze. Then she heard Xiaohua's question and knew that Xiaohua had misunderstood. She quickly said to Han Jiang, Shopkeeper Han, since there is such a precious thing, why ask? Quickly make it and send it up. Sit. When Han Jiang heard, he quickly rolled down the stairs. Chapter 1919. Hearing Chang Yulian say that the cabbage was a rare thing, Xiaohua naturally knew that he was wrong again, so he didn't say anything and just looked at Chang Yulian with a smile. Sure enough, Chang Yulian whispered, Senior, this cabbage is not an ordinary dish, it is a rare fish in the Han River. Xue Xue was surprised and asked, since it is a fish, why is it called a dish? And it is just a fish, how is it rare? Hee, Senior, this fish didn't exist tens of thousands of years ago. Because of a love story of life and death, it appeared in the Han River. And it is said that this fish only appears on the 15th day of every month, so it is very rare. Chang Yulian smiled and said, this fish is really delicious. It doesn't need any seasoning at all, just steaming it. Even if I am a cultivator, I will savor it for a long time after eating it. Really? What kind of sad story is it? Can you tell me? Xue Xue was curious and asked anxiously. Miss Yulian must be thirsty. Eat a spiritual fruit first, then we can talk. Xiaohua smiled and took out a palm-sized spiritual fruit from the space and handed it to Chang Yulian. Chang Yulian took it and said with a smile, Thank you, Senior. After that, she put it in her mouth and ate it in small bites. Who knew that when this unknown spiritual fruit entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a gentle spiritual power and rushed into Chang Yulian's meridians. Chang Yulian's face was full of joy. She didn't dare to neglect it and immediately sat cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. Chang Lihao and the others were surprised when they saw Chang Yulian's strange movements. But when they saw her familiar method of cultivation, they immediately showed admiration on their faces. After a few minutes, Chang Yulian opened her eyes and got up from the ground. She bowed and said, Thank you, Senior. She knew in her heart that although it was only a few minutes of cultivation and the spiritual fruit didn't have much spiritual power, this spiritual fruit seemed to be a bit special. The power to nourish the meridians was far greater than the spiritual power in her body. She was afraid that she would benefit a lot in the future. It's okay. Tell me the story. Actually, Xiaohua himself didn't know what this spirit fruit was. He had a lot of it in his space, so he just casually took out one. Chang Yulian chose her words carefully and said, Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a Zionist family near Han River. This family was very famous in the country of Xi. They had a direct descendant who was a girl. She was talented and beautiful, and she reached the 12th layer of Qi refining before the age of 20. She was known as the most promising female cultivator in the country of Xi. However, such a rising star in the world of cultivators fell in love with a poor scholar surnamed Yu, who was studying in an ancient temple on the banks of the Han River. Because of love, she gave birth to an inner demon, which prevented her from making any progress. She couldn't even enter the building foundation stage from the age of 20 to the age of 30. She didn't even seize the opportunity to enter a cultivator's sect. In the beginning, the cultivation family thought that the female cultivator had encountered difficulties in her cultivation, so they tried every possible means to improve her cultivation. But in the end, they found out what the problem was. Senior, you should know that as cultivators, how can we marry a mortal? Even delaying his cultivation for the sake of mortals? If she didn't cut off this knot in her heart, she would never be able to enter the building foundation stage. As a result, the family head of the cultivation clan was enraged and wanted to capture Scholar Yu and kill him on the spot. However, he was afraid that the female cultivator would hate him and leave the clan. In the future, not only would her cultivation not improve, she would also not recognize the sect. The family head thought hard for several days and finally came up with a vicious plan. On the 15th day of the 7th month, he used the name of the female cultivator to bring the scholar surnamed Yu to the shoals of the Han River. Then, he used a spell to raise the water level of the Han River. Because the scholar kept his promise, he didn't leave even when a fishing boat passed by. He was drowned to death. Shue's expression changed and she said, Then what about the female cultivator? How did she find out about this? Since she knew, wouldn't she be exposed? Senior, you should know that the scholar surnamed Yu was easy to trick. The family head used the female cultivator's name to invite the scholar surnamed Yu and then had the scholar write a letter to invite the female cultivator. In the female cultivator's eyes, wouldn't she think that the scholar surnamed Yu was the one who invited her? Chang Yulian smiled and said, On the 15th day of the 7th month, the family head only needed to call the female cultivator over and give her a few instructions to stall for time. How long would it take for this vicious plan to disappear? Indeed. Shui glanced at Xiaohua with a silent expression. When the female cultivator came out from the family head's place, she saw the water level of the Han River rise and thought of the place the scholar surnamed Yu had arranged. She immediately felt that something was wrong. When she flew to the shoals of the Han River, there was no sign of the shoals. Thus, the female cultivator flew to the ancient temple to search. Then she followed the river downstream and finally found the scholar surnamed Yu's corpse 15 kilometers away. The scholar surnamed Yu's face was calm even in death. He actually said that there was a blood letter in his bosom. What was written? Shui anxiously asked. When the water comes, I will wait for you in the water. When the fire comes, I will wait for you in the ashes. Chang Yulian whispered. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. The scholar surnamed Yu was so infatuated with the world. That's right. When the female cultivator finished reading it, she was filled with great sorrow and shouted, You, I have wasted your life. Today, I will follow you into the water. Chang Yulian continued. Thus, the female cultivator sealed her magic power and jumped into the Han River. At that moment, thunder roared and the entire Han River overflowed with brilliance. From then on the 15th day of every month, a pure white, almost transparent fish would swim out of the Han River. Because the scholar surnamed Yu called the female cultivator Little Cabbage, the fisherman by the river also called the fish Little Cabbage. Phew, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He clearly felt that there were some flaws in this story, but he still felt sad. He looked at Shui again and saw tears flickering in his eyes. Shui sadly said, There are always joys and sorrows in this world. I don't know when all the lovers in this world will be together. You will, my wife. Xiaohua held her hand and said, It is precisely because of this love that this world becomes beautiful. And this beautiful love is also the manifestation of warmth in this world. But at this moment, Chang Yulian whispered, All lovers, no matter if they are mortals or cultivators, as long as they come to the side of the Han River, they will eat the little cabbage as an auspicious omen. Moreover, there are only 2 little cabbages every month. Senior actually managed to come across them today. This junior will go and take a look. Why is the shopkeeper so slow? Wait. Shui's expression changed greatly and anxiously said, Husband, quickly go and stop the shopkeeper. Why is he still eating such a pitiful little cabbage? Chapter 1920. Yes, at the same time, Xiaohua also thought of this. With a sweep of his divine sense, he suddenly flew up and quickly rushed down the cold river house. Ah? If it was flying, Xiaohua's speed was fast, but getting up from the chair, flying out and flying down again, this was a few turns. How could Chang Yulian not be surprised? But before she could recover from her shock, Xiaohua flew back with the big water basin in his hand. He smiled and said, Fortunately, the fisherman was bargaining with shopkeeper Han. Shopkeeper Han was just about to kill it. If he was a bit later, this little cabbage would have died. Thank you, husband. Shui finally smiled. Senior's cultivation is profound. This junior really admires it. Chang Yulian said respectfully. When Shui stood up and lowered her head to look at the fish in the basin, she couldn't help but be a little moved. She saw that in the basin, there was a pure white, almost transparent fish. It swayed its tail like a dress and swam around in the clear water. Its posture was so graceful, just like a young girl dancing in the water. And on the forehead of the fish, there was a red round, which was especially eye-catching. Immortal elder, immortal elder. At the stairs, shopkeeper Han's panting voice sounded. That little cabbage was. But when Han Jiang saw the big water basin on the table, he immediately understood and pointed at it, not knowing what to do. Shopkeeper Han, thank you for your bargaining. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and took out 10 spirit stones. He placed them on the table and said with a smile, however, the fisherman also worked hard. If I could give him more, I would give him more. This is I's reward for you. This little cabbage, I want it. Thank you, immortal elder. Seeing so many spirit stones on the table, how could Han Jiang have any complaints? His hands trembled as he put the spirit stones into his clothes and said excitedly, what was the original name of the little cabbage? What was the name of the scholar surnamed you? Shui looked at the fish and asked in a low voice. This. Chang Yulian hesitated. Shopkeeper Han said loudly, this little brother knows that the little cabbage in the story is surnamed Huang, but I don't know his name. The scholar surnamed you is called Yu Zhongquan. Is there a grave for these two at the bank of the cold river? Shui asked again. Grave? Shopkeeper Han was stunned. Then he smiled and said, female immortal, this is just a legend. How can there be a tomb? It's impossible for people to pay homage to them. Even if there is a tomb, I'm afraid it's still under the control of that cultivation family. Xiaohua reminded. Shui was disappointed. Actually, this little cabbage still needs to be eaten. Only by eating it can the two immortals look good together. Shopkeeper Han didn't forget to remind them. Shui glared at Han Jiang, scaring him into shrinking his neck. Unfortunately, he was too fat, and his neck was full of wrinkles. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shrink his neck. Ha, Xiaohua chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, a strand of divine sense swept across the air. It swept past everyone and landed on the basin. Great! A loud and clear voice sounded. I have come to this cold river more than 10 times, and I've never met a little cabbage. Today is my lucky day. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He looked up and saw a male and a female cultivator flying over from the air. The two looked very intimate. The female cultivator was at the peak of the aura refining realm. She was fair and plump, as if she was sticking to the cultivator's body. The male cultivator was at the middle stage of the foundation building realm. He had dark skin and a thick beard that covered more than half of his face. Moreover, the beard was thick and long, as if it was pricked on his face. Greetings, senior. Chang Lihao and the others were dumbfounded. They hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply. Shui didn't dare to be negligent. She stood up and bowed like Chang Yulian. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and raised his hand. Greetings, fellow Daoist. That cultivator didn't think it was strange. He smiled and said, I have been paying attention to this little cabbage for more than 10 years. Today, I finally see it. I wonder if fellow Daoist is willing to give it to me? Sorry, I want to keep it for myself. Xiaohua didn't seem to hesitate and immediately replied. That cultivator was slightly surprised, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Husband. At this time, the female cultivator held the male cultivator's arm and said, I've heard about the freshness of this little cabbage, but I've never tasted it. Moreover, if you and I eat this little cabbage together, won't we be together forever? As she spoke, the female cultivator's face flushed. Wife, don't be anxious. Let me discuss it with this fellow Daoist. I'm sure this fellow Daoist will tactfully give it to me. That male cultivator said with a smile. The generous actions of these two people not only made Chang Yulian and Chang Shuemei's ears turn red, but even Shui's face turned red. After all, she and Xiaohua were intimate in front of others. When did they show it in front of others? Fellow Daoist, please. That male cultivator cupped his hands and said, I'm Shang Cheng from the 10,000 Poisons sect. This My wife, Mei Xiaoyao from the Immortal Poison Sect. How should I address you? 10,000 Poison Sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face immediately turned cold. After thinking for a moment, he returned the greeting and said, I'm Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is my junior sister Xue Xue. Xiaohua originally wanted to call Xue Xue wife, but after seeing Mei Xiaoyao from the Immortal Poison Sect being so licentious, Shangcheng also called her wife. Since he and Xue Xue didn't dual cultivate, if he also called her wife, wouldn't it be the same as them? Therefore, he changed the way he addressed her and called her junior sister. Hearing Xiaohua call her junior sister, Xue Xue sweetly smiled at Xiaohua. She clearly understood what Xiaohua was thinking. Imperial Thunder Sect? Shangcheng was surprised. He didn't expect to meet a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in this remote place. The 10,000 Poison Sect was far from being comparable to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although his cultivation was much higher than Xiaohua's, he didn't dare to bully the weak with his spear. The fellow Daoist Xiao. Shangcheng thought for a moment and said tactfully, no matter what price fellow Daoist Xiao used to buy this thing, I'll compensate you with 10 times the price. Would fellow Daoist Xiao consider it? No need. Xiaohua didn't even need to look at Xue Xue's somewhat worried and apprehensive expression. He very decisively refused. Husband, Mei Xiaoyao's tone was unusually gentle. Her voice seemed to reach Shangcheng's bones, making him very happy. This lowly concubine hopes to be together with my husband forever. Yesterday, I just made a wish and today, I encountered this rare lucky thing in the cold river. Isn't this the favor the heavens gave us? As she spoke, her eyes flowed with 10,000 kinds of emotions. It was indescribably moving. However, the bashful expression on her face made her seem very young and inexperienced. Not to mention Chang Liqiang and the others, even Xiaohua swallowed a mouthful of saliva and secretly said, if Xue Xue is like this, but immediately, the Buddha's Sarira in Xiaohua's mind faintly flashed with golden light. A wave of coolness emerged and Xiaohua immediately became clear-headed. This Immortal Poison Sect really has some skills. Xiaohua immediately realized that this might be one of Mei Xiaoyao's techniques. Sure enough, Shangcheng used all his strength to hug Mei Xiaoyao. He turned his head towards Xiaohua and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, name a price. As long as I can take it out, I'll definitely satisfy you. Xiaohua smiled. He raised his right hand, extended his index finger and slightly waved it. He said, this is my junior sister's beloved item. Even if all the treasures in the world are precious, they can't compare. Xiaohua. Xue Xue's sweet smile was really pure as a cabbage in the water. Fellow Daoist Xiao, are you not giving me face? Shangcheng's expression was slightly cold. He faintly released the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, causing the wind in the cold river house to slightly move. What is face? I don't see any face in the cold river house. Xiaohua simply didn't care about him. He didn't even release his pressure and only calmly said, Shangcheng pushed his hand, pushing Mei Xiaoyao to the side. I'm giving face to the Thunder Controlling Sect, but I'm not giving face to a pretty boy like you. Since you don't know what face is, I'll teach you what face is on behalf of your master from the Thunder Controlling Sect. After he said that, he clapped his hands. A hook that looked like a full moon flew out. It streaked across the air in a pitch-black arc and hovered above Shangcheng's head. The hook was about a foot long, and both its inner and outer layers were sharp blades. These blades weren't as shiny as normal swords, but they were pitch-black. If one's divine sense slightly swept over it, they would be able to sense the gloomy coldness inside. Needless to say, it was definitely dipped in poison. Huh? Seeing Shangcheng take out his magic tool, the Chang family siblings were greatly alarmed. They both retreated simultaneously, appearing very terrified. This was a fight between foundation-building cultivators. It wasn't something aura-refining cultivators like them could approach. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He moved his divine sense and saw that the entire fourth floor of the Cold River House was emitting a faint brilliance. There was actually a restriction protecting it. Presumably, Han Jiang was afraid that cultivators would attack and destroy the Cold River house, so he asked someone to set it up. "Junior Marshal Sister, wait here for a moment," Xiaohua said to Xue Xue with a smile. "And be careful, Senior Marshal Brother." Xue Xue clapped her hands and took out the butterfly orchid. She activated her magic power and first protected her body. Only then did she say with a sweet smile. Although she said, "Be careful," there was only lingering concern in her tone. "Fellow Daoist Shang is indeed formidable, daring to teach me a lesson on behalf of my master from the thunder-controlling sect. This young master wants to see what kind of ability you have." Xiaohua took a step forward and flew out of the Cold River house, standing in midair. Quickly look, the immortals are fighting." Xiaohua's figure had just appeared in midair when a crowd of secular people shouted. "Hee, as expected, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers." Shang Cheng sneered, and his figure also flew out of the Cold River house. "A little brat who just recently entered the foundation building realm actually dares to challenge me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to write the word respect. Go." Shang Cheng pointed his finger and activated his magic power. The crescent-shaped hook flashed through the air and charged toward Xiaohua. Chapter 1921. Hee, Xiaohua sneered and clapped his hands. With a wang sound, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. At this moment, the cloud-suppressing seal was different from before. As soon as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, it immediately glowed with a bronze brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed in like a swarm of bees, creating a small breeze. As the spiritual energy poured in, the cloud-suppressing seal's brilliance flourished. That brilliance was like a sharp sword, about a foot long. The most important thing was that the beast head on the cloud-suppressing seal was originally incomplete and simply not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, under the stimulation of Xiaohua's transcendence energy, there was actually a faint shadow of it, appearing abnormally vivid. Magic weapon? Seeing the might of the cloud-suppressing seal, Shang Cheng's expression immediately changed. However, at this moment his magic weapon had already rushed in front of Xiaohua. How could he sheath his blade? "Attack!" Xiaohua clapped his hands. The cloud-suppressing seal, which had already become 3 feet long, faintly moved. A dazzling yellow cloud fell from the cloud-suppressing seal, covering the curved hook with incomparable speed. With a schwa sound, the curved hook streaked across the cloud. Listening to the sound, it sounded like it fell on silk. However, when Shang Cheng's divine sense swept over, he already sensed that his magic weapon seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The cloud-suppressing seal's poison and sharpness were both useless against it. Moreover, Shang Cheng was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could he not know how to use magic weapons? Previously, he was still somewhat lucky, hoping that Xiaohua's transcendence energy was not enough to activate this shabby magic weapon. However, seeing the magic weapon's appearance, he immediately knew that Xiaohua had already completed the sacrificial refining of the cloud-suppressing seal. Even if his magic weapon could defeat Xiaohua, it would not be as easy as he previously thought. What should I do? Shang Cheng's thoughts rapidly turned. As for Xiaohua, he looked at the cloud-suppressing seal in the air with interest. This magic weapon was his first magic weapon, and he used it the most. When he was in the aura refining stage, he had used it a lot. However, it wasn't until he reached the foundation establishment stage that he had a feeling that this cloud-suppressing seal could follow his thoughts and do anything. Roar! Xiaohua let out a long roar and grabbed the air with his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal buzzed as if it was responding to Xiaohua. Soon after, the cloud-suppressing seal started to emit a faint light. This was the condensation of the world's spiritual energy. It then gradually expanded until it was 2 meters in size. Only then did it stop. A kind of calmness and a kind of thickness came from the cloud-suppressing seal. Hiss! Shang Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xiaohua again. To be able to use a magic weapon to such a level, this transcendence energy definitely did not belong to a cultivator who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Even if there was a difference between him and Xiaohua, The difference was still visible. Imperial Thunder Sect, as expected of a great sect. Ha! Xianxia waved his hand and put away his magic weapon. He laughed. With fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation, you really are a disciple of a great sect. You really make me envious. Alas, that day, I also went to the Thunderclap Peak to become a disciple. Unfortunately, my physique did not meet the requirements. Otherwise, I might have already become fellow Daoist Zhao's senior martial brother. Seeing Xianxia put away his magic weapon and land on top of the cold river house, Xiaohua's face turned cold. He snorted and pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal turned into a ball of light and landed on his hand. It also landed on top of the house. What? Fellow Daoist Xiang, didn't you want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my master? Xiaohua did not have any good feelings towards the 10,000 Poison sect. He sneered, "What is the meaning of landing on top of the house? Could it be that you want to use my junior martial sister to threaten me?" Xianxia naturally had this intention, but how could he say it out loud? Seeing Xiaohua being so impolite, his smile froze and he unhappily said, "I didn't fight with you because I respect your Imperial Thunder sect. I'm not afraid of you. As for using your junior martial sister to threaten you, do you think I can't kill you?" Hee hee. Xiaohua knew the power of the butterfly orchid. He was not afraid of Xianxia doing something dirty. He only laughed and ignored him. "Husband." Mei Xiaoyao's eyes were still filled with reluctance. She looked at the water basin in front of Xue Xue. "Wife." Xianxia frowned, indicating for her not to speak. The Chang siblings seemed to have not recovered from their shock. They stared blankly at Xiaohua. They had never met a cultivator who could challenge a cultivator above their level and win without a fight. They were filled with longing. As for the fat shopkeeper Han Jiang, he was very knowledgeable. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "We are all immortals. Naturally, harmony is the most important thing. Senior Immortal, this humble restaurant has many delicious wines and delicacies. They are the best at cheap prices. If Senior Immortal doesn't mind, please sit here. This little one will go and get them for Senior Immortal." After saying that, shopkeeper Han quickly invited Xianxia to sit at another table. This was also shopkeeper Han's carelessness. Perhaps it was his fate. Xiaohua did not sit in the middle because he was magnanimous. He did not compete with an aura-refining junior. How could Xianxia have that kind of bearing? Not to mention, he had just been forced to stop by Xiaohua. He had nowhere to put his face. When he heard this, he sneered, "Do you think you can arrange where I sit? How can your ordinary wine and delicacies enter my mouth? You really deserve to die." After saying that, he unexpectedly waved his sleeve and cupped his hands toward Xiaohua. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I will take my leave now. We will meet again someday." When Xiaohua heard Xianxia's words, he felt that something was wrong. Seeing Xianxia wave his sleeve, he hurriedly stood in front of Xue Xue. But at this moment, Han Jiang's face suddenly turned black. The black strands were like small snakes that rapidly slithered down. Han Jiang only had time to raise his hand. Even his eyes were filled with resentment. Immediately, he bled from his 7 orifices and fell down the stairs. When he looked at Xianxia again, it was as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had swatted a fly. He grabbed Mei Xiaoyao's slender waist and flew up, about to throw her into the air. Hee hee, just as Xianxia and Mei Xiaoyao's figures flew out of Cold River House, Xiaohua's cold laughter sounded behind them. "Fellow Daoist Xiang, you don't have to leave." What does fellow Daoist Xiao mean? Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands and the magic treasure Scarlet Blood Hook flew out again. "You hurt someone in front of me and you still want to leave?" Xiaohua glanced at the Scarlet Blood Hook and said coldly, "If I don't kill you, how can I face shopkeeper Han?" "Ah?" Xianxia was stunned. He asked in astonishment, Just for that fatty who is worse than a pig or a dog? You want to fight with me?" "It's not a fight. It's a kill." Xiaohua coldly released the cloud-suppressing seal. "Shopkeeper Han is your descendant?" Xianxia suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. "No, Today is the first time I've seen shopkeeper Han. Since he's not related to you, fellow Daoist Xiao, are you joking? Xianxia laughed loudly. Although you have some divine abilities, you're only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could you know the secret technique of the middle stage of foundation establishment? Don't let your emotions affect your decisions just because of a damaged magic treasure. You're too righteous. Although shopkeeper Han is a worldly person, he's still a person. Since you can kill people, you should have the resolve to be killed by others. Xiaohua was still cold. I'm not talented, but I want to be the person who kills you. I want to be a person who's too righteous. Chapter 1922. Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't have innocent lives on his hands? Xianxia sneered. Xiaohua looked up at the sky. Of course I do, but I dare to face the heavenly Dao head-on. I dare to guarantee that every one of them is a person I must kill. Of course, this is my own admission. If the heavenly Dao abandons me, someone will naturally kill me. Maybe fellow Daoist Shang is one of them? Xianxia roared with laughter, and then he pointed with his finger and said, I've seen many hypocrites like you on the Dawn Rain continent. It's none other than you've taken a fancy to my storage pouch or my women. If you want them, then feel free to come and take them. Why speak so many hypocritical reasons? Fellow Daoist Shang might be right. I might want to kill you. However, since you killed shopkeeper Han, aren't you giving me a reason? Xiaohua didn't hide his intention to kill Xianxia. If you want to make a move, then make a move. I can't stand seeing you big sex kill people and set up a memorial arch. Xianxia clapped his hands and a dozen or so bird-like pitch-black yellow talismans flew out. Each yellow talisman revealed a strange trajectory and flew towards Xiaohua from all directions. Although Xiaohua heard that Xianxia was a cultivator of the 10,000 Poison sect, he felt hatred in his heart. He might not necessarily kill him, but since Xianxia killed Han Jiang in front of him, what else could Xiaohua say? He wanted him to kill Xianxia. Why should he be polite? Even if Xianxia's words were clear and logical, why would Xiaohua care about other people's opinions? Seeing the dozen or so yellow talismans flying out, Xiaohua was very surprised. He said with a smile, Sure enough, it's the 10,000 Poison sect. These yellow talismans are a bit strange. They're more than strange. I have a lot of techniques to pull out tendons and peel off skin. You can slowly enjoy them. Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to dodge, a sinister smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He made a hand seal again and his two hands seemed to gradually turn pitch black. More than 10 yellow talismans simultaneously exploded. More than 10 jet black balls wrapped around Xiaohua like drops of ink, then turned into raindrops and rained down on Xiaohua's face. Ouch! With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua knew that this item contained a deadly poison. He hurriedly waved his hands, and 2 strands of true samadhi fire appeared in his hands. Following the urging of Xiaohua's magic power, it suddenly transformed into a thin wall of fire, protecting him. Sizzle, sizzle, the poisonous water hit the wall of fire. It was like rain meeting fire, and it was easily burned away without a trace. True samadhi fire? Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but be alarmed. The yellow talismans of his secret technique were the best at corroding a cultivator's protective brilliance. No matter if it was the Vitra talisman, iron cloak talisman, or even the protective brilliance of a golden core cultivator, they would all have an effect. However, this poisonous water was most afraid of fire attribute magic tools and thunder attribute magic tools. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia wasn't willing to fight with Xiaohua. True samadhi fire was the essence of fire. Very few cultivators were proficient in it. Even the golden core cultivator of the Thunder Palace, Zhenyi, only had a rough understanding of it. Xianxia never thought that he would be able to see it in the hands of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, what he saw wasn't just a strand, but a wall of true samadhi fire. Go! Xianxia hesitated for a moment. However, the seal in his hands had already been formed. Thus, he shouted and spread open his 10 fingers. 2 faint balls of mist emitting a fishy smell formed in the hollow of his palms. He then waved his hand, and the balls of water spiraled out. Moreover, as they flew, the dense water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Han Jiangji was absorbed into the balls of mist, causing them to expand. Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. He also waved his hand. He didn't use any true samadhi fire. Instead, a dozen fireball talismans flew out and smashed towards the 2 balls of poisonous water. With a series of rumbling sounds, the fireball talismans exploded. A fist-sized fireball was born and rushed into the balls of poisonous water. However, something happened that surprised Xiaohua. His fireball talismans, which had always been invincible, actually lost their sound the moment they entered the balls of poisonous water. All of the fireballs were corroded by the poisonous water, rapidly annihilating and disappearing. Damn, as expected, you have some skill. Xiaohua was all smiles, not nervous in the slightest. He waved his 2 hands again and several sparks flew towards the balls of water again. And at this time, the balls of water had already flown several feet away from Xiaohua. With a crisp cracking sound, the balls of water actually expanded, about to burst. However, at the instant the water ball exploded, numerous sparks landed on it. It was as though a flame had landed in oil. With a ting sound, the poison water ball was ignited. Immediately, the entire poison water ball rapidly shrunk and finally disappeared. Forget it, when Shangqing saw this, he secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that his divine ability was restrained by Xiaohua. Those formless poisonous mist that could normally injure people would probably not be effective today. Go, Shangqing was resolute. He urged his transcendence energy and the scarlet blood hook suddenly shrunk, almost becoming 3 inches in size. It crashed towards Xiaohua's body. At this time, he didn't have any ideas. He only hoped that this magic artifact could touch Xiaohua, or at least make a cut on Xiaohua's body. Then victory would be in his grasp. Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. You've exhausted your abilities. Just watch this young master's methods. While speaking, Xiaohua clapped his hands. What he took out was actually not the cloud-suppressing seal, but the yang leaf fan. Under the urging of Xiaohua's transcendence energy, a fire dragon was born on the yang leaf fan, whistling as it pounced towards the scarlet blood hook. Yang leaf fan? Shangqing's expression had never been so unsightly. To tell the truth, if it was the cloud-suppressing seal, he really had the strength to fight. In his heart, he wasn't too afraid. He was even thinking just now, Xiaohua's exquisite true samadhi fire, how could he not have a fire-type magic artifact? And he just happened to have a Buddhist seal? Only now did he understand that it wasn't that Xiaohua didn't have one, but that he had 2 magic artifacts. That fire-type yang leaf fan just didn't reveal itself. Swift, Shangqing's ferocious energy was suddenly born. He suddenly released his pressure, directly pressing it towards Xiaohua. He vainly attempted to rely on the pressure of a middle foundation establishment stage to suppress Xiaohua. Moreover, at the same time, a layer of bloody red silk appeared on the scarlet blood hook, like a branching branch bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, extending towards the air. Xiaohua's expression didn't change in the slightest. He clapped his hand on his forehead, releasing the same pressure. Even though it was a bit weaker than Shangqing's pressure, Xiaohua's figure wasn't immobile like a qi condensation stage cultivator. As expected, it's still the early foundation establishment stage. Sensing Xiaohua's pressure, Shangqing's heart couldn't help but feel a burst of calmness. However, just as he was about to urge his pressure again, there was an explosive bang. The flames of the yang leaf fan completely wrapped around his scarlet blood hook. The tongue of flame licked the scarlet blood hook, and in the blink of an eye, the blood that had just been produced was completely burned away. Damn it, a magic artifact. It really is a magic artifact. Shangqing almost groaned inwardly. Fight! Shangqing roared in his heart. He clapped his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Then, he clapped his hand again and took out a blood-red glittering talisman. He slapped it on his body, and with a buzzing sound, Xianxia's body gradually expanded. Moreover, the skin of his whole body became scarlet. Watch this father's method. Xianxia grinned maliciously and flew towards Xiaohua from the air. When he got closer, his unshaven black face became even more ferocious. He clapped his hand and took out a fist-sized pitch-black hammer. He waved it and smashed it towards Xiaohua. A demonic artifact? Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back, appearing very relaxed. Seeing the familiar appearance in Xianxia's hand, he couldn't help but sweep it with his divine sense. He almost laughed inwardly, but the pitch-black demonic artifact in his eyes seemed somewhat gloomy. He feared that Xianxia had done something to this demonic artifact. Hearing the demonic artifact in Xianxia's hand waving in the air, causing the wind to howl and make strange sounds, Chang Liqiang and the others were all aghast. They all secretly exclaimed, "A Foundation establishment cultivator really has incomparable magical abilities. Not only does he have a talisman, he also has a legendary demonic artifact." Could it be that Xiaohua has been scared silly? Seeing that Xiaohua was unhurried and didn't seem to have any means to deal with it, Xianxia was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Xiaohua had really been scared silly. For a moment, his waving hand actually became somewhat sluggish. Damn it, what's wrong with this father? Feeling the hesitation in his heart, Xianxia was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his strength to activate the strange talisman. The demonic artifact in his hand carried the sound of wind and smashed towards Xiaohua's head. Hee, it's only SOSO. Xiaohua calmly waved his hand and took out a demonic hammer that was several times larger than the one in Xianxia's hand. With a loud bang, the two hammers collided. The sound was so loud that the ears of the mortals near Cold River House were ringing. Most of them swayed and fell to the ground. Xianxia's mouth was wide open in astonishment. His entire body was sent flying by the demonic hammer. Don't leave. Xiaohua's figure moved, following Xianxia like a shadow. He waved his hand again. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive bangs rang out. The demonic hammer, which was still somewhat difficult to wave during qi refinement, was now like a piece of grass in Xiaohua's hand. Xianxia's arm was already sore and numb, and his entire body was temporarily unable to move. Under Xiaohua's rapid attacks, he actually didn't have any reaction. The 3 hammers all hit his body, but Xianxia's body emitted a faint blood-red color, forcibly blocking the demonic hammer's enormous power. A protective magic treasure? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. You think you're the only one with a magic treasure? Xianxia laughed evilly. His hands rubbed together, and a faint black brilliance formed between his palms again. Forget it, this young master is too lazy to play with you. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a drop of spirit fire flew out, directly flying towards Xianxia's body. It's only the true samadhi fire. This old man wants to see whether or not it can break this old man's magic treasure. Xianxia's heart was apprehensive, but also somewhat panicked. He really didn't know whether his magic treasure could withstand the true samadhi fire. The magic seal from before hesitated for a moment, then changed again. Several scarlet streaks landed on his body. Go, Xiaohua urged the divine fire art, and half of the magic power in his body immediately poured into the spirit fire. Following a wave of Xiaohua's finger, a long rocket-like streak rushed into Xianxia's chest. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1923. Without the slightest suspense, the flame went in. Xianxia screamed miserably, and his hands finally formed a seal. With a muffled peng sound, Xianxia's corpse suddenly exploded. Countless tiny pieces of flesh flashed with scarlet brilliance and rushed in all directions. Damn it! Xiaohua's divine sense swept and knew that these pieces of flesh were highly toxic. If they fell into the river or encountered ordinary people, it would be a great disaster. Moreover, what made Xiaohua the most angry was that Xianxia actually wrapped his storage bag in the flesh. If Xiaohua wanted to take the storage bag, he must be poisoned. Therefore, he did not hesitate to form another hand seal. The other half of the magic power in his body surged into it. The drop of spirit fire turned into a fire net and quickly wrapped all the flesh and blood. With a slight curl, it turned into nothingness. At the same time, the spiritual fire also burned the storage bag slightly. Xiaohua's mind wrapped around the gap of the storage bag, and regardless of the consequences, everything inside was sucked into his own space. Damn it, don't you know that this young master doesn't need to use his hands to take things? Xiaohua looked at the storage bag being burned to ashes and sneered. Immediately, Xiaohua swept his divine sense around for a moment, and then said, "Good." He breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, in the Buddha's heart of Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira, the burning Buddha's fire added a few more colors out of thin air. This Buddha fire had already reached a certain scale when Xiaohua was in the foundation establishment stage and used the 5 skanda spiritual awakening formation to transcend the undead. Now, it was burning more and more vigorously. After killing Shangcheng, Xiaohua did not rush to land. Instead, he quietly stood in midair. While recovering his magic power, he furrowed his brows and pondered. To be honest, Xiaohua did not expect Shangcheng to be so difficult to kill. Shangcheng actually made him use the spiritual fire twice and exhausted all the magic power in his body. For Shangcheng, who was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, this was making a big fuss over nothing. However, Xiaohua didn't want to reveal it too much in front of everyone. This spiritual fire was only because he had the true samadhi fire as a cover. If others saw it, they would treat it as an ordinary flame. Otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't reveal his trump card. In fact, the most important thing was that although Xiaohua now had the spiritual power of the peak foundation establishment stage and even the early gold core stage, he didn't have the corresponding techniques and magical powers to control this spiritual power. Another reason was that Shangcheng was from the 10,000 Poison sect. Although it was a small sect, its poison was very powerful and was feared by ordinary cultivators. If the shopkeeper of the Cold River House, Han Jiang, was able to lay down a restrictive spell on the Cold River House, how could he not have any defensive spells on his body? But even so, he was still harmed by Shangcheng's poison. From this, one could see how powerful the poison of the 10,000 Poison sect was. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohua didn't have the true samadhi fire or the spiritual fire, he wouldn't be afraid of Shangcheng's poison. However, if he wanted to kill Shangcheng, it wouldn't be easy for him to not be poisoned. Granny, I still have to look at the techniques of various sects. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Although Xiaohua didn't have the patience to carefully organize the 4 storage pouches that Xiangyang gave him, he still roughly looked through them. He originally thought that Xiangyang would take away the cultivation technique jade slips of the 3 gold core stage seniors from Xuanyan School, Huanhua sect, and Huangdao sect, and bring them back to the Imperial Thunder sect to claim credit for himself. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that Xiangyang didn't take a single one of these things. Even if there were a dozen or so jade slips, he didn't know which sect they belonged to. Presumably, they were the techniques of the cultivators from the side sects killed by the Thunder Beast. Xiaohua understood very well that when these things were put together, they were comparable to the foundation of a small cultivation sect. Xiaohua himself could even use these cultivation techniques to form a small family or sect. However, Xiangyang didn't have the slightest intention of keeping them for himself and left them all to Xiaohua. What he took away was only half of the Thunder Beast's inner core and some other things that Xiangyang knew were useless to Xiaohua. Eldest senior brother treated me like this, I will definitely repay eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshan, consider yourself lucky. Xiaohua thought of Xiangyang and naturally thought of Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua, Shue's somewhat anxious voice sounded. Xiaohua looked up and saw that Shui couldn't wait for him and flew into the air. Are you alright? Immortal Beauty School's Mei Xiaoyao already ran away. I'm fine, how could I be fine? Xiaohua waved his hand in an extremely relaxed manner and said, Your husband is thinking. As for Mei Xiaoyao, if she ran away, then she ran away. I originally didn't intend to kill her. Shui was surprised. You already killed her, what are you still thinking about? Sigh, killing her is too tiring. Your husband wants to think about how to easily kill her. Xiaohua winked exaggeratedly. Shui covered her mouth and laughed. She's a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator. It's already not bad that you were able to kill her, and you still want to easily kill her. I'll wait for you. Xiaohua smiled and flew down the cold river house hand in hand. At this moment, other than the Chang family siblings, there was also a gorgeous, beautiful woman and a 10-year-old child in the cold river house. The two of them were kneeling beside Han Zhang's body that had already turned into a pitch-black mass of blood with sorrowful expressions. Seeing Xiaohua land, the Chang family's siblings were both afraid and longing. They bowed and saluted him. Senior Xiao, you've worked hard. Thank you, Master Xiao. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, rushed forward a few steps, and kowtowed as she shouted. The 10-year-old child was even more sensible. He also followed his mother and kowtowed. Thank you, Benefactor Xiao. Sight, get up. Xiaohua looked at the pitiful mother and son and felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. If it wasn't for Shang Cheng's evil deeds, this would be such a harmonious family. With just a wave of Shang Cheng's hand, two more sorrowful people appeared in this world. The trajectory of these two people's lives had already changed. When the mother and son saw that they couldn't continue kowtowing, they also didn't dare to force themselves to kowtow. However, they still knelt and didn't move, sobbing miserably. That's right, the cold river house was precisely at the bank of this cold river. Who knows how many people coveted it? Han Jiang had died, and not even his bones remained. What would this orphan and widow do? This lowly concubine Han Jiang's first wife, Lady Lu. This is Han Jiang's only son Han. After sobbing for a while, Lady Lu raised her head and said to Xiaohua, Han Jiang has been killed. To be able to receive Master Zhao's righteousness and kill the murderer, this lowly concubine really has nothing to repay. Han Jiang only left this cold river house behind. This lowly concubine is willing to give this cold river house to Master Xiao as a gift of thanks. I only ask that. At this point, Lady Lu didn't dare to say anything else. She looked at Xiaohua with difficulty, then looked at her own son whose eyes were flashing with anger, unyielding and reverence. She clenched her teeth and said, I only ask that Master Xiao can extend one more little finger and save Han Yi from the fire and water. Madame Lu didn't talk about herself and only talked about Han Yi. This immediately hit Xiaohua's weak spot. He naturally knew what Madame Lu was thinking. He inwardly sighed and said, Han Yi, come over here. Chapter 1924. Yes, although Han Yi was in his teens, he was well versed in the matters of the marketplace. He very cleverly knelt and walked a few steps, arriving in front of Xiaohua. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart, but it couldn't be said to be disgust. He originally wanted to see Han Yi's aptitude or constitution to see if he could find a disciple for Xiangyang. But seeing Han Yi so cleverly, he was afraid it didn't conform to eldest senior brother's honest nature, right? You actually already started cultivating? Xiaohua probed Han Yi's meridians with a trace of magic power and immediately asked in astonishment. I'll let you know, Daoist Xiao. Han Yi's eyes were somewhat arrogant. He smiled apologetically and said, My father secretly nurtured me when I was young. It's just that there was no sect on the path of immortality, so no sect accepted me as a disciple. And then where did your first layer of qi refining cultivation come from? Xiaohua understood that it was impossible for Han Jiang to run such a large cold river house without a bit of reliance or planning. Han Yi said again, it was casually taught by an immortal who passed by the restaurant on a daily basis. Your cultivation method, where did it come from? Xiaohua asked again. I also don't know. My father gave it to me. As Han Yi spoke, he carefully took out an oilcloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua opened it to take a look. In an instant he felt a burst of sadness. Indeed, inside the oilcloth bag were a dozen yellowed pages of paper. On them were scribbled words of various sizes. It was a simple earth-type qi refining cultivation method. He didn't know how Han Jiang obtained it, but clearly, Han Jiang's painstaking care for the child was seen by Xiaohua. At the same time, he also thought of his own difficulties in finding a cultivation method. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. With a wave of his hand, a flame flashed, and the pages containing the cultivation method turned into ashes. Ah! Han Yi was startled and cried out in a low voice. But immediately, he understood and lowered his head. Lu Shi was greatly alarmed and cried out, Daoist Xiao, Lu Deseo, don't worry. Shui hurriedly reminded in a low voice, this cultivation method doesn't necessarily come from somewhere. If others know about it, it will bring misfortune to the child. Yes, this lowly concubine understands. Madame Lu immediately understood and hurriedly nodded. But then, she remembered that Shui had actually called her sister-in-law, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. It had to be said that Shui had changed a lot after following Xiaohua. If it were before, she would definitely not be able to call her sister-in-law. However, for her lover, she had changed. She had changed even her personality. This Xiao originally intended to recommend you to the Imperial Lightning sect to become a disciple. Unfortunately, your physique is of the Earth attribute, and you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Lightning sect. This has made things difficult for this Xiao. Xiaohua pondered for a moment before speaking. However, his gaze once again swept over the Chang siblings. Seeing Xiaohua burn Han Yi's cultivation method, Chang Lihao's heart trembled. He understood that Xiaohua was preparing to give Han Yi a new cultivation method. The cultivation method of the Earth attribute. Even Chang Lihao himself was envious of it. Now that Xiaohua's gaze swept over him, he immediately understood what was going on. He took a step forward and bowed. Senior Xiao, the Imperial Lightning sect is really too far away. It will be difficult for Han Yi and Madame Lu to go there. Since we encountered this matter together with Senior Xiao, and Senior Xiao helped Han Yi to settle the blood debt, then we will help Senior Xiao deal with the aftermath? Great! Xiaohua saw that Chang Lihao was so tactful and was also happy. He smiled and said, then how about letting Han Yi become a disciple of your Chang clan? Sister-in-law Lu can also go with Han Yi. As for the future, it will be up to you. This junior has the same intention. Chang Lihao smiled apologetically and said, although the Chang clan of Mo Cloud Village isn't big, it shouldn't be a problem to take care of a widow and an orphan. And remember, don't let them be bullied. Xiaohua reminded him. Then he smiled and said, of course, since they are disciples of the Chang clan, they should be disciplined. Yes, this junior understands. Chang Lihao smiled and turned to Chang Limin and said, little Min, go around and see if there is anyone who wants to take over this Cold River house. As a cultivator, I can't be tied down by these things. Yes, Chang Limin nodded and walked away quickly. Xiaohua looked at Han Zhang's bloodstains on the ground. With a wave of his hand, another flame appeared, burning everything into nothingness. He turned his head and said to Madame Lu, don't blame me for being ruthless. This bloodstain is highly toxic, leaving it here will only harm you. Yes, I will follow Spiritual Master Zhao's decision. Lu Shi saw that her husband's last mark disappeared and her heart was filled with sorrow. Sister-in-law Lu, you can leave now. Tell them to pack up the things that we are going to take away. Later, I will ask Xiaomin to send you to Mo Yun village. Chang Lihao was quite good at commanding. He made a prompt decision and gave his orders. Yes, this lowly concubine will go now. Lu Shi understood this kind of danger. Naturally, she wanted to take advantage of the time when the other immortals were here to deal with everything. She immediately agreed and went downstairs after looking at Han Yi. Han Yi, get up. If there is no need, don't kneel in the future. Xiaohua looked at Lu Shi's back and said, yes, this disciple understands. Han immediately got up and stood beside Xiaohua obediently. Xiaohua thought for a while, then clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips, one in each hand. He closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense in them. After a while, he put one of them away and gave the other one to Chang Lihao. This is a cultivation method of the earth element. It can help you reach the early stage of the foundation building realm. Take it as a reward for Han. Chang Lihao nodded. Chang Lihao's heart was beating wildly. He quickly waved his hand and said, Senior Xiao, to help the late shopkeeper Han is our goodwill. What you are doing, however, Chang Lihao's fervent eyes exposed his thoughts again. I will leave now. However, your Chang family will have to teach Han Yi in the future. If there is no reward, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the sect. Xiao Hua said with a faint smile. Well, since Senior Xiao said so, I won't be unreasonable. Chang Lihao was generous. He reached out and took the jade slips and kept them properly. Xiao Hua clapped his hands again and took out a small storage bag. He passed it over and said, There are some spiritual stones and elixirs for qi refinement. Take it as a gift for the Chang family's sect master. If there are any leftovers, give them to Han Yi. Yes. Chang Lihao was shocked. He wanted to decline, but when he looked at Xiao Hua, he couldn't bring himself to say those words. He had no choice but to accept it. Then, he took out the jade slip of the cultivation method and put it in the storage bag. He said seriously, Senior Xiao is so righteous, which is rare in the Dawn Rain continent. I will definitely tell Sect Master what you said. Please rest assured, Senior Xiao. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the Han River Pavilion. Everything was still the same except for Han Zhang's life. Xiao Hua sighed and walked to the side of the pavilion. At this time, the round sun was gradually setting in the west. The blood-red sunlight shone on the surface of the Han River. It was like a bloody snake wantonly dancing. It was very bleak. Seeing that Xiao Hua was in a bad mood, Shui didn't dare to go forward. When she was about to take a step forward, she heard Chang Xuemei whispered timidly, Sister Shui? You are Ling Feiyun's sister from the Mist Mountain? Shui heard and asked curiously, Do you know Feiyun? Yes, yes. Chang Xuemei's face actually blushed as she said in a low voice, 3 years ago, when this little sister went out to train, I passed by the Misty Mountain and saw Feiyun. Feiyun? Shui rolled her eyes and understood. She smiled and said, What did Feiyun say to you? He didn't say anything. Chang Xuemei was a bit embarrassed. I was in a hurry and met Feiyun. We traveled together for a few days. He told me about Sister Shui. I just heard Sister Shui's name and that you are a disciple of the Lightning School. That's why I asked. So, fellow Chang is not an outsider. Shui's gaze had scanned Chang Xuemei dozens of times, from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Although Chang Xuemei's skin was a little dark and her eyebrows were a little big, the more one looked at her, the more attractive she was. She was far more refreshing than Mei Xiaoyao from the Immortal Beauty sect. Sister, your cultivation is 1 level lower than Feiyun. You have to work harder. Shui said with a smile. He is already at the 10th level of qi refining? Chang Xuemei was pleasantly surprised. 3 years ago, he was still at the 9th level of qi refining. Yes. Shui said again. Feiyun's true bloodline has already awakened. His cultivation will be faster in the future. I'm afraid he is not far away from foundation building. Well, then I really have to congratulate him. Chang Xuemei gritted her teeth. She was both happy and panicked. While they were talking, Chang Limin brought a fat man who looked quite rich and respectfully said, Senior Xiao, this is… no need to tell me. Everything will be decided by your Chang family. Xiao Hua said without turning his head. Yes. Chang Limin turned his head and told the situation to Chang Lihao. Chang Lihao asked Han Yi while dealing with the matter very quickly. Then, he brought Han Yi and the fat man downstairs and handed over the Cold River house. You and Senior Xiao, where are you going? Chang Xuemei saw that there was no one upstairs and whispered. I came out to experience foundation building. I don't have a fixed place to go. Shui said with a smile. Oh, Chang Xuemei's face showed envy. I don't know if I can see the hope of foundation building like you. There will be. Since Feiyun has it, you might as well. Shui was quite fond of Chang Xuemei. After a moment of silence, Chang Xuemei looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at Chang Yulian and whispered, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Chapter 1925. What is it? Just say it. Shui said straightforwardly. When Chang Xueme heard this, her courage was boosted. She smiled apologetically and said, "The 5 of us originally wanted to go to Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, but Brother Hao should have to turn back. The 4 of us went to the Huang family, but we didn't get anything. If we all turn back, this trip will be a waste. I wonder if Sister is interested in going to the Huang family?" "Why go to the Huang family?" Shui asked curiously. "Sister, you don't know." Chang Yulian also came over and whispered, "Tianmen Mountain's Huang family is that little cabbage cultivation family. Now that their family has declined, they can only retreat to a corner of Tianmen Mountain. Now, their family has encountered a strange situation. A female member of the family, who is just like a little cabbage, contracted a strange disease and is bedridden. Although she doesn't look strange, she just can't wake up. Sometimes she will have a strange smile on her face. The head of the Huang family is very anxious. They found many famous doctors, but they couldn't treat her. They felt that it might be related to cultivation, but now that they have declined, they can't even compare to my Mo Cloud Village. They can't find a cultivator with profound cultivation, so they used their Huang family's ancestral magic tool as the price to ask a nearby cultivator to treat her." "Hee, did you take a fancy to that magic tool?" Shui chuckled. "Yes, sister, you know it's true." Chang Xueme smiled and said, "My Mo Cloud Village can't compare to Misty Mountain. Sister and the others can't compare to Feiyun. We don't have that many magic tools for us to use. Sister and brothers want to try our luck and see if we can get that magic tool back." Sister went with Senior Xiao. "Although I don't have the confidence to treat her, at least Sister and the others won't be in danger, right? If Sister doesn't have anything urgent, why not go and take a look?" Chang Xueme begged. "That's right, Sister. Maybe the Huang family has other stories about little cabbage." Chang Yulian also said, "This little sister also wants to see what that little cabbage is called and where she grew up. This little sister really admires such an infatuated girl that is hard to come by in this world." Shui may not have listened to Chang Xueme's words, but Chang Yulian's words aroused Shui's curiosity. Yes, a cultivator actually fell in love with a weak scholar and finally committed suicide for the scholar. This was simply impossible, but it had been passed down by the bank of the cold river for thousands of years. What was the secret behind it? Shui turned around and was just about to ask Xiao Hua for his opinion when she heard Xiao Hua say with a smile, "Wherever junior sister goes, senior brother will follow." This was exactly what Shui had told Xiao Hua that day. "And all right." Shui looked at Chang Xueme and smiled, "Then sister will accompany you." But Chang Yulian and Chang Xueme laughed and almost jumped up, completely looking like young girls. Chang Liqiang, who had been standing at the side without moving, also had a smile on his face. Mortal affairs were also complicated. Chang Lihao helped Han Yi hand over the Han River House and actually went for the time of a meal. Fortunately, Xiao Hua looked at the setting sun and didn't feel anxious in his heart. "Senior Xiao, this junior has settled the matter." Chang Lihao went up to the 4th floor and bowed. This junior originally planned to take Han Yi and Lu Shi back to Mo Yun village, but since it was Senior Zhao's request, this junior will go back with Xiao Min, and very good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a large stack of flying talismans and handed it to Chang Lihao, saying, "This Xiao will go with your sister to the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain. You all go quickly." "Ah." Chang Lihao was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed and said with a smile, "If Senior Xiao goes, it will be a piece of cake." Che, Xiao Hua chuckled. "The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is a cultivation family. This Xiao is only an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. This Xiao is simply not worthy of their attention. This Xiao is just accompanying junior sister to take a look. Hee, as long as Senior Xiao can go." Chang Lihao held the storage bag given by Xiao Hua in his hand. All of Han Yi and Lu Shi's things were thrown inside. "Thank you, spiritual master Xiao." Lu Shi and Han Yi thanked again. "We will never forget spiritual master Zhao's kindness." No. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said to Han, "Cultivate well." If you can succeed in your cultivation, you must also remember today's matter. Do more good deeds that conform to the Tao of heaven and do more righteous deeds that are beneficial to people. This junior understands. Han Yi bowed and said. Seeing Han Yi's excited appearance, Xiaohua shook his head in his heart. Understand my ass. If it was so easy to understand, how could there be so many people in the world who pursued benefits? Even if he understood now, when there is temptation tomorrow, he would have already thrown the word righteous to the back of his mind. Soon after, Chang Lihao and Chang Limin took Han Yi and Lu Shi back to Mo Yun village. Xiaohua took Xue Xue and Chang Xuemei and flew towards Tianmen Mountain. After traveling from Han Jiangnan for more than 10 days, they arrived at the area of Tianmen Mountain. The scenery around Tianmen Mountain was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. There were ravines everywhere, countless streams, and all the lands were connected by rivers. Most of the people in the secular world traveled on boats. Among the rippling water, there was a lot of rain. For more than 10 days, there was a lot of rain. It was like a misty rain. Fortunately, Xiaohua and the others were all cultivators and were not afraid of this rain. This was especially true for Xiaohua. For the past 10 days, other than flying slowly, he had been chatting with Xue Xue and the Chang sisters. The rest of the time, he had been squinting his eyes and carefully comprehending some golden core cultivator's spells and sword formations. At night, he had put all of his thoughts into comprehending them. Therefore, after 10 days, his body was surrounded by an extremely dim brilliance. Although this brilliance was very weak, it was enough to block out the rain. Senior Martial Brother Xiao, Tianmen Mountain is not far ahead. Chang Xuemei pointed at the distant mountains and said with a smile. In these 10 days, Chang Xuemei and the others had spent a lot of time with Xiaohua and gradually understood that this senior Xiao was extremely amiable. He was far from the eccentric temperament they had imagined. Most of the time, he was even easier to talk to than Xue Xue. Therefore, all their fear gradually disappeared. Looking at Xiaohua's face that was even younger than them, they changed the way they addressed him from Senior Xiao to Senior Martial Brother Xiao. Xiaohua did not think much of it. His temperament was simple, and he also liked to be with young people. It did not matter whether they called him senior or not. We actually flew so far. Xiaohua rubbed his chin and said, that little cabbage had no reason to meet a weak scholar at night and run for more than 10 days, right? Gidge, Chang Yulian said with a smile, I'm afraid that little cabbage from 10,000 years ago didn't live on Tianmen Mountain. At that time, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was very powerful. It should be on the banks of the cold river. And it should be. Xiaohua nodded and turned his head to look. Your brother Hao should be back soon, right? Chang Yulian also nodded and said, we flew very slowly and were waiting for them. If we had followed our usual pace, they should have arrived today. Chapter 1926. Then, she flew in front of Xue Xue and hugged Xue Xue's arm. She smiled. Actually, Sister Xue and Senior Brother Xiao should go to Mo Cloud Village. The scenery there is much better than here. At least there isn't so much rain and fog. Is there something wrong? Chang Xuemei asked anxiously. Xue Xue was about to comfort her when Xiaohua said, they are back. Senior Brother Xiao saw them with his spiritual sense? Chang Xuemei asked enviously. Yes, Xiaohua nodded. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, they heard Chang Lihao's surprised voice. Senior Xiao, we really caught up with you. But seeing the shock on Chang Xuemei's face, Chang Lihao was stunned. Sister Xuemei? What's wrong? No, nothing. Chang Xuemei reacted and shook her head. She knew Chang Lihao and Chang Limin's flying speed very well. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they had already flown more than 10 miles. In that case, Xiaohua's spiritual sense had already exceeded 10 miles. This was definitely not the spiritual sense range of an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment. Although Chang Xuemei admired Xiaohua for killing Shangcheng, she also heard Shangcheng's words and thought that Xiaohua only did it with the power of a magic treasure. Also, Xiaohua seemed to have used a lot of effort to kill Shang Cheng, so she didn't think highly of Xiaohua. But now, there was a clue that made Xiaohua look up to him. "Greetings, Senior Xiao." Chang Lihao and Chang Limin flew to Xiaohua and bowed. "And how did it go?" Seeing how excited Chang Lihao and Chang Limin were, Xiaohua naturally knew that their trip was successful. Senior, the master of Mo Cloud Village, heard about Senior Xiao's deeds and was moved. A cultivator like Senior Xiao who can help the weak and get rid of the strong is rare in the Dawn Rain continent now. The master admires Senior Xiao a lot and wants to see Senior Xiao face to face. Chang Lihao said as he clapped his hand and took out a red token. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Unfortunately, the family head can't easily leave Mo Cloud Village. This is the token of a guest elder of Mo Cloud Village. Senior Xiao, please accept it. When you have the chance in the future, come to Mo Cloud Village for a chat. Get rid of the strong and help the weak?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this phrase used too much in the pugilistic world? Moreover, Chang Lihao didn't mention Han Yi, but directly talked about the family head's words. Naturally, he was instructed by the family head of the Chang family. At this time, he even took out the guest token, which was quite unexpected for Xiaohua. Sigh, no wonder so many cultivators are unwilling to meddle in other people's business. It turns out that the consequences of meddling in other people's business are so complicated. Xiaohua almost wanted to scratch his head. However, when he looked at Chang Xueme, who was standing next to Xue Xue, he felt that this female cultivator seemed to have some sort of relationship with Ling Feiyun. Moreover, he and Xue Xue would definitely have to dual cultivate in the future. It could be said that there was some karma between them. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed inside. He extended his hand and said, "Since your patriarch thinks so highly of me, this Xiao will go to Mo Cloud Village to take a look when I have time." Great. Chang Lihao was absolutely overjoyed. This was the highest mission given to him by the head of the family, and it was completed so easily. After Xiaohua took the hope, Chang Lihao said again, "As for Junior Han Yi and Lu Clan, Senior Xiao doesn't need to worry." Before this junior left, the family head had already appointed a foundation establishment grandpa to guide Han Yi's cultivation. That's right, Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. That set of martial arts can directly cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment. If Mo Cloud Village doesn't pay attention to it, then this junior will be blind. That's right, Xiaohua nodded and said, "You guys have worked hard too." "Hee, it's not hard," Chang Limin at the side smiled and said, "Senior Zhao's flying talisman is really useful. This junior didn't use much spiritual power." Che, Xiaohua secretly laughed. This was clearly flattery. If it was a fireball talisman, then it was made by himself. This flying talisman was bought by him casually. It wasn't a high-level item, so it was nothing. But after Xiaohua finished laughing, his heart was moved. He clapped his hands and took out hundreds of fireball talismans. He handed them to Chang Limin and said, "You guys have worked hard. This fireball talisman was made by me personally. Take it to protect yourself." "Hee, thank you, Senior Brother Xiao." Without waiting for Chang Limin to take it, Chang Yulian smiled and said first, "Senior Brother Zhao's fire attribute magic is so powerful, and you have one of the thunder and fire attributes of the thunder-controlling sect. This fireball talisman must be very powerful." Chang Limin was still a little disappointed, but after hearing Chang Yulian's words, he immediately understood, and his face showed even more disappointment. "Yulian, how can you neglect Senior Xiao like this?" Chang Lihao heard, and his face became slightly gloomy as he scolded. "Hee, Brother Hao." Chang Yulian chuckled as if she was gossiping with her brother in Mo Yun Village. "I heard from Big Sister Xue that Senior Martial Brother Xiao is not much older than us. He is much younger than our foundation establishment grandfathers in Mo Yun Village. If we call him Senior Martial Brother Xiao, wouldn't he be called old by Senior Martial Brother Xiao? Sister Xue won't be happy." This. Not only was Chang Lihao speechless, but Xiaohua also smiled bitterly. He could only wave his hand and said, "Just call him Senior Brother." "It's convenient to go to Tianmen Mountain." "Yes, Senior Xiao? Senior brother Xiao. When Chang Lihao agreed, he was ecstatic. Xiao Hua had stepped into the foundation establishment realm at such a young age, and his strength was comparable to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Such a person, not to mention the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, even the disciples of small sects were worth making friends with. Moreover, Xiao Hua's temperament was simple and approachable. In the future, not to mention other things, just by casually giving some pointers, they would enjoy a lifetime of enjoyment. How could calling him senior brother be compared to calling him senior brother? Don't snatch it. Xiao Hua saw Chang Yulian put all the fireball talismans into the storage bag. Her playful look was somewhat similar to Xiao Xianrui's when she held the peacock fantasy in her hands in the early years. He said with a smile, "This thing is made by me. You can have as many as you want." As he spoke, he took out the remaining dozens of talismans and handed them to Chang Lihao. "Thank you, senior brother Xiao." Chang Lihao was overjoyed. "Darling Xiao, you know how to make yellow talismans?" Xue Xue didn't know that Xiao Hua had this skill and asked with a smile. Xiao Hua held his chin with his hand and said mysteriously, "This senior brother has many secret skills. Where did you learn them? You can slowly understand them in the future." Xiao Hua's words were very ambiguous. How could Xue Xue not hear it? It was the two's whispers. Now that Xiao Hua suddenly said it, while Xue Xue's face was slightly hot, her heart was sweet. Chang Yulian and the others didn't know. They immediately asked excitedly, "Senior brother Xiao, senior brother Xiao, did you learn how to make yellow talismans in the Imperial Thunder sect? Your Imperial Thunder sect is really good, they teach everything." Cough cough, Xue Xue charmingly swept a glance at Xiao Hua. "Your senior brother Xiao is a genius. He didn't even go to learn the Imperial Thunder School's talisman crafting techniques. I'm afraid he already knew this when he was a loose cultivator back then, right?" "Io, senior brother Xiao was a rogue cultivator? Tell me." Chang Yulian's eyes immediately showed curiosity. Even if Chang Xueme wanted to maintain a certain image in front of Xue Xue, she couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua curiously. "Cough cough, it's all the bitterness of the past," Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, this method of making fireball talismans and confinement talismans is really a method that rogue cultivators relied on to survive. If you are interested, this Xiao can teach you." "Really?" Chang Yulian jumped in the air. She was very happy. Other cultivators treasured their own techniques and hid all kinds of techniques. This Xiao Hua was good. After saying a few words, he wanted to teach them. This was a talisman-making technique. Mo Cloud Village spent who knows how many spirit stones to buy yellow talismans every year. Hee, Xiao Huaxian laughed. He had been a loose cultivator before, so he knew that it wasn't easy to obtain cultivation techniques. However, since he wouldn't be able to use yellow talismans in the future, and these siblings of the Chang family also seemed to be kind, what was wrong with teaching them a little? Of course, what Xiao Hua wanted to teach was their own understanding. He wouldn't teach what the Jinhua Mountain Fu family learned. Xiao Hua took out the small booklet of fireball talismans and icicle talismans and handed it to Xue Xue. Xue Xue understood. She first flipped through it and then handed it to Chang Xueme. She said with a smile, "This talisman-making technique will trouble little sister Xueme to write it down. I will learn it with my junior brothers and sisters. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask senior martial brother Xiao." Chang Xueme's hands were trembling. 2 yellow talisman-making techniques at once. After she took it, her heart calmed down. She said firmly, "Little sister will be careful. Let's go. Tianmen Mountain isn't far. Let's go to the Huang family first." Xiao Hua ordered and flew away first. Yes, Chang Lihao and the others answered and followed behind Xiao Hua in high spirits. Although Tianmen Mountain was already in sight, because the Chang siblings flew very slowly, Xiao Hua and the others still took half a day to reach it. They saw that Tianmen Mountain was on both sides of a big river. It was tall and straight, like an open door. On the side of Tianmen Mountain, several winding rivers surrounded the mountain ridge and finally flowed into the big river. In the middle of the several winding rivers, there were several connected mountains. On these mountains, flowers were splendid, trees were shady, and beautiful pavilions were hidden in the shade. It was like a paradise on earth. Moreover, at this time, it was sunny after the rain. The bright sunlight shone on it, and the raindrops were sparkling. Although there was no magic embellishment, how could the work of the heavens be made of rain? The green is strange, the embroidery is wrong, and the beauty of the bell covers the sky. But with such an outstanding place, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain can't be underestimated. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. In such a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed, it was too easy to produce a few talented disciples. Yes, only here like water can produce such an infatuated cabbage. Xue Xue's thoughts were obviously different from Xiaohua's. Chapter 1927. Chang Lihao looked behind him and whispered, "What a pity! The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is no longer the legendary Huang family." Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense. He knew that although there were many restrictions here, the flow of spiritual power in the restrictions was weak. There were many flaws that had not been fixed. It must have been abandoned for a long time. While they were talking, two people flew out from the center of the area and scanned the area with their divine senses. The two of them flew very fast and arrived in front of Xiaohua and the others in a moment. The first one was an old man who looked like he was in his 70s and wore yellow clothes. Behind him was another old man. The two of them stopped in the air and their gazes fell on Xiaohua. The old man in front cupped his hands and said, "I am Huang Tianle, the head of the Huang family from Tianmen Mountain. May I know where you are from?" Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiaohua. I'm here to accompany the little brother from Mo Yun village to take a look." Mo Yun village's Chang family? Huang Tianle was stunned. When did the Chang family have a foundation establishment guest? Junior Chang Lihao greets Senior Huang. Chang Lihao saw Xiaohua pushing him forward and quickly bowed. "Well, Nephew Chang, please get up." Huang Tianle helped Chang Lihao up and asked, "Nephew Chang, did you come here for a magic artifact?" "Yes, that's my intention," Chang Lihao answered awkwardly. "But from what I know, Mo Yun village doesn't seem to have any special medical skills, right?" Huang Tianle whispered. Chang Lihao smiled and said, "Of course, Mo Yun village doesn't have any. Senior brother Xiao is here, so we have the courage to come to Tianmen Mountain." "I see." Huang Tianle looked at Xiaohua and said with a wry smile, "I'll let fellow Daoist Xiao know that this old man's granddaughter has been ill for a long time. This old man had no choice but to do this, but many people came for no reason, but there were very few who could really help. This old man also had no choice but to do this." Hearing this, Chang Lihao's face became even redder. Didn't he come here to try his luck? Fortunately, he met Xiaohua this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter Tianmen Mountain. Xiaohua nodded. "I can understand fellow Daoist Huang's feelings, but since I've come here, I'll just take a look. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have dared to speak." "Well, I'm not talking about fellow Daoist Xiao. My Tianmen Mountain welcomes a cultivator like fellow Daoist Xiao." Huang Tianle squeezed out a smile on his face. "If it weren't for some family matters, we would definitely hold a banquet to welcome you. Under the heavenly Tao, there will always be changes. Fellow Daoist Huang's state of mind, I'm afraid." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Huang Tianle was shocked. Shock appeared on his face. He looked Xiaohua up and down, bowed and said, "Many thanks for fellow Daoist Xiao's reminder. Fellow Daoist Xiao really is a guest elder of Mo Cloud Village." Xiaohua took out Mo Cloud Village's token and said with a smile, "I'm Senior Marshal Brother Li Hao and the others. Fellow Daoist Huang doesn't need to doubt me." Looking at Mo Cloud Village's token in Xiaohua's hand, Huang Tianle was skeptical. However, since Xiaohua didn't say anything, Huang Tianle couldn't ask any more. He could only smile apologetically and say, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is my Tianmen Mountain's housekeeper. He's also my younger brother, Huang Tianming. Let him accompany fellow Daoist Xiao and take a look around Tianmen Mountain first. Right now, There are too many noisy people in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Someone like fellow Daoist should go later. Well said. Xiao Hua knew that there were definitely other foundation establishment cultivators in the Huang family. Huang Tianle couldn't possibly accompany him here. Instead of going to Vermilion Bird Palace Hall right now, he might as well take a look around here. Excuse me. Huang Tianle cupped his hands and flew away. The other old man came forward and smiled apologetically. I'm Huang Tianming. Greetings to fellow Daoist Xiao. I don't dare. Xiao Hua promptly returned the greeting. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Huang. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao coming to my Tianmen Mountain is already giving my Huang family face. Being able to bring fellow Daoist Xiao around Tianmen Mountain is also my honor. Please. Huang Tianming said with a smile, but there was clearly some worry in his eyes. How about this, fellow Daoist Huang? Since I'm here, why don't you bring me around Tianmen Mountain and let my junior brother and the others take a look? Tell them about the symptoms of your sex, female cultivator. Although Xiao Hua wasn't sure if he could cure her, he could at least comfort her. Thus, he said this in embarrassment. All right. Huang Tianming sighed and said, I can see that fellow Daoist Xiao is considerate. You're not like other cultivators. As soon as you see the master of my sect, you don't ask about Xiang or's illness, but first ask about the quality of the magic tool. True. Cough cough. Xiao Hua was also a bit embarrassed. He felt like he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. How could Huang Tianming know what Xiao Hua was thinking? He explained the whole sequence of events to Xiao Hua in detail, hoping that Xiao Hua would have some way to reverse the situation. It turned out that for some unknown reason, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain began to wither away since 10,000 years ago. Each generation was worse than the previous one. Originally, the master of the Huang family was a gold core cultivator, but it had declined until today. The master of the Huang family was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and his other aspects were even worse. The heirs of Tianmen Mountain were also mediocre, and the number of heirs from the branches had also decreased. In this generation, they finally managed to produce a female cultivator from the direct line with great difficulty. Her name was Huang Zixiang. This Huang Mingxiang had been intelligent since she was young. Although the Huang family had declined, their foundation was still there. Since they produced such a genius, they naturally nurtured her with all their might. That was why Huang Mingxiang was able to cultivate to the 9th layer of the aura refining realm before the age of 20. Moreover, based on her cultivation progress, she would probably be able to break through to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm within 3 years. However, last spring, when Huang Mingxiang was preparing to break through to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, something went wrong. She unexpectedly fainted in the quiet room she was cultivating in. Huang Tianle checked her meridians and other places, but they were all normal and there were no abnormalities. Afterwards, Huang Tianle used the power of the entire Huang family, but he was unable to find the reason for her fainting. As a result, Huang Tianle had no choice but to issue a magic tool as a reward. Hearing this, Xiao Hua frowned and said, Fellow Daoist Huang, in fact, with the foundation of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain, they could just casually find a gold core cultivator from a large sect like the Xuanyan school or the Qiqiao school. And even if it wasn't a large sect, wouldn't they be able to find a gold core cultivator from a cultivation sect like the Huangdao sect or the 5-element sect? With their remarkable abilities, they might be able to cure her. It's better than issuing a reward like this. AI, Huang Tianming sighed and said with a bitter smile, this is the cycle of the heavenly Dao karma. My Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was really too prominent tens of thousands of years ago. Although we couldn't compare to those large cultivation sects, we didn't put them in our eyes and offended many of them. Now that my Huang family has declined, how could they possibly put us in their eyes? As long as they don't hit us while we're down, that's good enough. Who would want to help us again? Moreover, if a gold core cultivator were to take action, the price isn't something my Huang family can bear. Now, the Huang family is different from before. We can only have. Now, only this Tianmen Mountain can provide for the reproduction of our descendants. We can't just hand it over to others. Chapter 1928. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua naturally knew the pain of having no money and could only smile apologetically. But after thinking for a moment, he asked, "Since so many cultivators have come, do you have any clues?" "What clues?" Huang Tianming said somewhat irritably. "Every one of them has their own reasons, but none of them can wake Xiang-er up. Moreover, Xiang-er is still a virgin. How can she be casually played around with? There is no reason." "AI, if that's the case, then I don't have any confidence," Xiaohua said calmly. "Looking at the situation, I don't need to go to the Huang family's Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It's better to return early." "Hee, as fellow Xiao said, you are a guest from afar. Although my Huang family has declined, we still welcome open and honest cultivators like fellow Xiao. Today is the last day of my Huang family welcoming guests. From tomorrow onwards, Xiang-er's illness will be left to fate. We have worked hard for her for more than a year, so it can be considered that we have not let her down," Huang Tianming said with a smile. "Moreover, our family head has also arranged a banquet tonight. Whether or not Xiang-er is cured, we can't treat you poorly. Actually, to be honest, fellow Xiao doesn't make a difference. Why don't you go and join in the fun?" "Fine, I'll nag you once." Xiaohua heard Huang Tianming's helpless tone and could only nod. "Senior Huang, this junior has a question to ask." Shui was done admiring the scenery. After looking around for a long time, she finally opened her mouth to ask. "Oh, this is my junior sister, Shui." Xiaohua smiled and held Shui's hand. Seeing Xiaohua and Shui being so intimate, how could Huang Tianming not know? He quickly smiled and said, "What does fellow Shui want to ask?" "There is no harm in asking." "Junior wants to ask." Shui hesitated for a moment and said, "Little Cabbage, is she from Tianmen Mountain's Huang family? What is her name?" Without waiting for Shui to finish, Huang Tianming's expression suddenly changed and he interrupted, "This is just a rumor, how can you believe it? Fellow Daoist Shui, you actually came to our Heavenly Gate Mountain to ask about the origin of a river fish. This is really blasphemous to our Huang clan." Shui, hearing Huang Tianming's words, Xiaohua knew that Shui was definitely not the first person to ask. Just as Huang Tianming said, if you take a river fish and ask if it was transformed from the Huang family's ancestor, isn't that blasphemy? It would be strange if Huang Tianming wasn't angry. "Yes, senior brother." Shui knew that it was inappropriate and hurriedly bowed and said, "This junior was curious and caused senior Huang to misunderstand." Huang Tianming flicked his sleeves, looked at the sky, and said, "It's getting late. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please." His tone was no longer as affectionate and familiar as before. Xiaohua forced a smile and raised his hand. "Fellow Daoist Huang, please." Chang Yulian and Chang Xueme, who were behind Shui, slightly pouted and gently stuck out their tongues. They rejoiced that it was Shui who asked. If it was them, they would have been expelled from the Heavenly Gate Mountain. At this time, it was dusk. The sky around the Heavenly Gate Mountain was filled with the glow of the setting sun. In the gradually darkening sky, countless dark clouds were slowly forming. Within the dark clouds, faint blue lightning was gradually forming. The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was built in the central region of the Heavenly Gate Mountain. It was a land surrounded by several streams. It was vermilion red and was very dazzling in the midst of the emerald green. It was like a ball of fire, and with a single glance, one could tell that the Huang clan of the Heavenly Gate Mountain had an extraordinary origin. Huang Tianming led Xiaohua and the others until they were a few dozen feet away from the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Then, he descended and stopped outside the vermilion red walls. He called over a Huang family disciple who was guarding the entrance and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. I still have other trivial matters to attend to. If I may be so bold, I can't accompany you." Xiaohua forced a smile and could only cup his hands. "Fellow Daoist Huang, please do your own things. I will bid farewell to your clan head and will leave in a while." "And there is no need for that." The banquet will begin in a while. It is also good for fellow Daoist Xiao to get to know a few more fellow Daoists. Huang Tenming cupped his hands and politely turned around to leave. Senior Xiao, please. The Huang clan disciple respectfully bowed and said. Xiaohua looked at Huang Tianming's back and knew that Shue's words had offended him. But why is he so wary of little cabbage? No matter what, it was something that happened 10,000 years ago. Is there a need to be like this? Xiaohua thought and followed the disciple into the courtyard. The courtyard was 100 feet wide and there were some strange rockery inside. There were also some rare tree species and a few spirit beasts. It was quite the style of a great clan. When Xiaohua entered the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The interior of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was a sea of vermilion red. The ground was covered in dilapidated scarlet lava. The four walls of the palace hall were engraved with countless runes. There were also too many paintings. The paintings were either scenes of ancient times, scenes of cultivators fighting, or scenes of hundreds of beasts fighting. The runes on the walls were like tadpoles that converged towards the top of the palace hall. As Xiaohua moved his gaze upwards, he saw that the tens of thousands of runes had actually converged into a picture of a vermilion bird. Oh my, Xiaohua was inwardly astonished. The Huang clan of Heavenly Gate Mountain probably has the bloodline of the vermilion bird true spirit. This extravagance isn't inferior to an ordinary cultivation sect. But looking at this Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it is just as Huang Tianming said. It should be coveted by other cultivation sections. I really can't accept their kindness so easily. Senior Xiao, this way please. Seeing Xiaohua's footsteps slightly stagnate, the Huang clan disciple's heart also rose with pride. However, his face was still respectful as he raised his hand and indicated for Xiaohua to sit inside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. After Xiaohua finished looking at the layout of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he once again looked at the entire hall. He shockingly discovered that within the enormous Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, there were already dozens of white jade tables placed there. Around each table, there were a few cultivators sitting. These cultivators were either foundation establishment or qi refinement cultivators. However, qi refinement cultivators were still the majority. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. In the depths of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Huang Tianle sat at the head seat. Near him, there were a few early-stage foundation establishment cultivators accompanying him. When he saw Xiaohua enter, he pointed to a place on his left that was slightly closer to him. Hearing Huang Tianle's greeting, all the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall looked toward Xiaohua. Dozens of divine senses also swept over. Their gazes were not without vigilance. The slightly noisy Vermilion Bird Palace Hall also became cold and silent. Xiaohua looked at the place Huang Tianle pointed to. He didn't show off too much, he just cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Huang clan head. This little one's cultivation is insufficient, it's better for me to casually sit." Hehe, this is Mo Cloud Stronghold's guest cultivator, his name is Xiaohua. Huang Tianle smiled and introduced him to the early-stage foundation establishment cultivators next to him. He really is young and promising. When everyone heard this, they all withdrew their divine senses and said uninterestedly, Mo Cloud Stronghold actually also has a foundation establishment guest cultivator, it's not easy. Xiaohua knew that these foundation-building cultivators were hostile towards him, and he wasn't interested in whatever magic tool they were looking for. He looked around and saw that there were a few empty spots at the end of the table where the foundation-building cultivators were seated. He then walked over to them. When everyone saw that Xiaohua was very tactful, they became even more enraptured. Once again talking about the previous topic, the atmosphere in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall slowly became lively again. Huang Tianle also retracted his attention and dealt with the nearby cultivators. When Xiaohua sat down, Shui and the others also sat around Xiaohua. Chang Lihao and the others also sat very upright. They were the representatives of Mo Cloud Stronghold. They couldn't lose face for the people of Mo Cloud Stronghold. So its fellow Daoist Xiao, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator sitting above Xiaohua, cupped his hands and said, I wonder when fellow Daoist Xiao became a guest cultivator of Mo Cloud Stronghold? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the stout-looking cultivator. He smiled and said, "What is fellow Daoist's name? Which sect do you belong to?" "Hehe, I am a guest cultivator of Luan Shi's Ma clan. My name is Moon Moat," the cultivator said with a bit of pride. "Luan Shi's Ma clan?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. He seemed to have some recollection. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood. When he entered Imperial Thunder Sect, there seemed to be an aura-refining disciple named Ma Miaoming who seemed to be from some Luan Shi's Ma clan. However, after so many years, Xiaohua basically forgot. Seeing that Xiaohua's face didn't have the respect he expected, Moon Moat unhappily asked, "So, could it be that the guest cultivator of Mo Cloud Stronghold has never heard of Luan Shi's Ma clan?" Moon Moat? Xiaohua smiled inwardly for no reason. This name was indeed similar to Moon Moat. However, looking at Moon Moat's serious appearance, he smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Daoist Moon Moat knows that this Xiao is ignorant and inexperienced. I was just invited as a guest cultivator by Mo Cloud Stronghold and my head was filled with happiness. I'm still not too familiar with the situation in the country of Xi. I've made fellow Daoist Moon Moat laugh." "The country of Xi?" Moon Moat stared blankly. His face contained a faint sneer as he said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you haven't been to the country of Lian and the country of Meng?" I'm really ashamed. It's exactly as fellow Daoist said. This time, this one brought the little junior brothers of Mo Cloud Stronghold to work because I wanted to travel more." Xiaohua's face was filled with fear, as if someone had seen through his thoughts. Seeing such a short-sighted fellow Daoist, Moon Moat's eyes unconsciously revealed pride. He pointed his finger and said, "Could it be? Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't even know the fellow Daoists sitting above?" Xiaohua's gaze swept over. Indeed, he really didn't know any of them. He could only smile bitterly and said, "This one really doesn't know any of them. Fellow Daoist Moon Moat, please teach me." "And, no problem." Moon Moat stroked the sparse beard on his chin and said like a teacher, "Look at the cultivator on the left of fellow Daoist Wang. That lean and tall one is our country of Shi's famous sect, Flowing Light Sect's Su Mingyu. This person is skilled in water magic. Then look at the one on fellow Daoist Wang's right. The one with a sallow face is also an extraordinary cultivator. He is fellow Daoist Xie Yujiang's fellow Daoist Xie Yujiang. Counting down from fellow Daoist Su Mingyu, there are fellow Daoist Chong Sikang of River Jade Sect, fellow Daoist Zhu Feng of Qi Ming Sect, fellow Daoist Lan Ping of Mulan Mountain. These are all from big sections. And, looking at fellow Daoist Xie Yujiang, fellow Daoist Qi Ming of Chu River Sect, fellow Daoist Zhu Huifeng of Shuiyu Mountain, fellow Daoist Li Mingzhu of Shuiyu Mountain. Soon after, he pointed to the cultivators behind him and said with a smile, "Behind them are the cultivators or guests of aristocratic families like yours and mine. The most famous ones are, of course, Xushan's Chu clan's Chu Yuchang, Yunhao's Yun Mo, Mingfeng's Zhang Wuxing, Yipu's Jing clan's Jing Lily and Xuanwei's Zhao clan's Zhao Fanling. As for the others, they're just general names. There's no need for this old man to talk about them." Chapter 1929. Then, Yuchuan waved his hand again and said, "The people from the other families are all nameless. I'm afraid I don't know either. I presume fellow Xiao doesn't have any interest in knowing." That's true." Xiaohua followed Yuchuan's finger and looked at the many cultivators with different appearances. He felt it was very novel. This kind of gathering of foundation establishment cultivators, to be honest, was his first time. Thinking that he would encounter many such things in the future, he listened very carefully. When Yuchuan waved his hand, Xiaohua immediately knew that Yuchuan was talking about all Qi refinement cultivators, not foundation establishment cultivators. When Chang Lihao and the others heard this, their faces turned slightly red. If it wasn't for Xiaohua, they would be nameless as Yuchuan said. But even so, Mo Cloud Village was really nameless in the country of Xi. It couldn't even compare to Misty Mountain. In this kind of occasion, It could only be nameless. Oh right, fellow you, Xiaohua thought for a moment and said in a low voice, I was also sent out by the family head at the last minute. There are many things I don't know. And let me tell fellow you something. This is my first time representing Mo Cloud Village. I just came to see and have no plans. So I want to ask fellow Daoist, what magic tool did Tianmen Mountain's Huang family take out? How did it attract the experts of a cultivation sect like Lumen sect? Then he looked around. And so many people from cultivation families came. It's really out of my expectations. Is that so? Yu Chuan glanced at Xiaohua with a, you want to deceive me? You want to pry for information? Expression and said with a smile, since fellow Daoist Xiao can come, how can you not have such thoughts? A handy magic tool for you and me is like adding wings to a tiger. Hee, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, there are many experts in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. I know my limits. Forget it, if fellow you doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. Fellow Daoist Huang will say it in a while. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao is wrong. Yu Chuan saw that Xiaohua didn't ask any more and lost interest. He chuckled and said, this kind of thing, everyone knows it in their hearts. How can fellow Daoist Huang say it on the spot? First, he will lose face. Second, it will embarrass the fellow who got the magic tool. But no matter what, Daoist you still knows. Xiaohua was bored, so he casually told Yu Chuan. That's natural. This you has met the Huang family's housekeeper, Huang Tianming. When I came here the other day, I heard him vaguely reveal some information. Yu Qian said proudly. Please teach me, fellow Daoist you. Xiaohua's face was filled with longing. Yu Qian transmitted his voice. This matter is rather secretive. I'll only tell fellow Daoist Xiao alone. Don't spread it out. Don't worry, this Xiao only knows fellow Daoist you in this hall. Who do you want this Xiao to tell? Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly. Oh well, who asked I to be fated with Daoist Xiao? Yu Qian smiled and said, I wonder if Daoist Xiao knows about the glory of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family? Xiaohua was stunned. He thought for a moment and could only smile bitterly. I really don't know. I've made a fool of myself in front of fellow Daoist you. You don't even know this? Yu Qian said in astonishment. But looking at Xiaohua's expression that didn't seem to be fake, he shook his head. Young man, you need to add more knowledge about Xiaoyu continent's cultivation. Don't just put your energy into cultivation. Yes, this one understands. Xiaohua nodded his head very sincerely. He also read a lot of books in Imperial Thunder sect. But there were very few records about aristocratic families and the like. These things could only be obtained by traveling on one's own. Do you know about spirit stones? Yu Qian suddenly asked. Spirit stones? Xiaohua was startled. This one naturally knows. No matter what, this one is still a foundation establishment cultivator. How could I not know about spirit stones? Hee, then fellow Daoist Xiao, have you ever thought about where spirit stones come from? Yu Qian looked at Xiaohua with a playful smile, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Xiaohua suddenly felt that what he knew was really too little. But some memories entered Xiaohua's mind. Spirit stone mine. Xiaohua blurted out. Yu Qian's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Soon after, he nodded and said, speaking of spirit stone mine, even if this one doesn't say anything, fellow Daoist Xiao will definitely remember something. This one understands. Xiaohua's heart surged with endless waves. That's right, why have I never thought about the origin of spirit stones? These spirit stones were naturally harvested from underground spirit stone veins. Naturally, there were also spirit stone veins on the Daybreak continent, which would inevitably be controlled by the big cultivation sections. Perhaps the Imperial Thunder sect had their own spirit stone veins. And Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan was so arrogant before. They didn't put cultivation sects in their eyes. What else could they rely on? Isn't it just a spirit stone mine? Just as fellow Daoist Xiao thought, several tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan was at their peak, they controlled this fire spirit stone mine. They were very rich. Yu Qian said with a sinister smile. This kind of rich clan, you say, even if they have declined, how can the magic tools that Huang Tianle took out for his own granddaughter be inferior? This one understands. Xiaohua was silent. Even if the quality is not good, it has already flowed out of the Huang clan these past few years. To be able to stay in the Huang clan's hands, it must be a good quality magic tool. Who knows, it might even be comparable to a low-grade magic tool. Indeed. Yu Qian nodded, listening to Huang Tianming's words, and Yu Qian still wanted to say it. But at this moment, Huang Tianming stood up, coughed twice, and said clearly, "Fellow Daoists, this one has been somewhat slow these past few days. Here, this one apologizes to everyone." As he spoke, he cupped his hands towards everyone. Fellow Daoist Huang is too courteous. Next to Huang Tianle, Limitless Sex Su Mingyu said with a smile. In these past few days, this one has been eating and sleeping in the Huang clan. Even my cultivation has improved. If it's an apology, this one has to apologize first. Fellow Daoist Su is right. On the other side, Chu River Sex Qiming also said with a smile, we haven't even done anything yet, and we've already received such hospitality from fellow Daoist Huang. What can we complain about? Everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace hall chimed in. This is all due to fellow Daoists giving this one face. Huang Tianle still said with a deadpan expression, how can this one not know? However, in the past year that my granddaughter has been ill, many capable people and crafty people have come, but no one has been able to cure Xiang's illness. This old man's mood is also extremely bad. Therefore, this old man made up his mind a month ago. This time, I've invited all the experts I know in the country of Xi. If any fellow Daoist is able to cure Xiang's illness, then that person will be the benefactor of my Huang clan and also Xiang's good fortune. If no fellow Daoist can see the clues, this one still has to thank fellow Daoists for coming all the way here and placing great importance on my Huang clan's matters. This is also Xiang's fate, and this one does not dare to force it. Chapter 1930. There are many capable people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Moreover, your granddaughter's fortune is profound. She will definitely have the ending that fellow Daoist Huang hopes for. Li Mingzhu of Shuiyu Mountain spoke with a voice like an oriole. Many thanks for fellow Daoist Li's good intentions. Huang Tianle smiled and waved his hand. The jade cup on the table flew up and Huang Tianle easily caught it. He raised it forward and said, Come, I, Huang Tianle, represent the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain to toast everyone with a cup of spirit wine. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Huang. Everyone stood up and raised their cups with a smile. Of course, Xiaohua also stood up and frowned as he looked at the sparkling clear wine in the cup. He didn't like spirit wine, and when he saw Huang Tianle's smile, it was clearly filled with bitterness. Under these circumstances, no matter how delicious the spirit wine was, Xiaohua didn't have the heart to drink it. Thus, he waved his hand and sent the wine cup into the space. Fortunately, everyone was savoring the taste of the Huang family's spirit wine, so no one paid attention to Xiaohua. Otherwise, this kind of situation where the wine cup disappeared after tasting the wine would be laughable. After everyone finished drinking, Huang Tianle pointed his finger again and a wisp of dark green spirit wine poured into the wine cup from the jug. Everyone, my Tianmen Mountain hasn't been so lively for a long time. Alas, unfortunately, it's not a happy occasion. However, since everyone came to my Huang clan, you are still my Huang clan's friends. In the future, if you need my Huang clan's help, please send a message. Come, for the sake of giving my Huang clan face, I thank everyone. While speaking, everyone drank the second cup in one gulp. Fellow Daoist Huang, Chu family's Chu Yuchang smiled and said, the spirit wine of the Huang clan is indeed delicious. Within the coldness, there is a trace of heat. It's something that our families can't compare to. Chu Yuchang is also very willing to drink a few more cups. However, if fellow Daoist Huang toasts left and right like this, I'm afraid Chu will be drunk in a while and won't have the chance to treat your granddaughter. Fellow Daoist Chu is joking. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Tianle's face. I already knew fellow Daoist Crooked Soul's alcohol tolerance, so how could he have gotten drunk? Come, let this Huang propose a third toast to fellow Daoists. I beg the heavens to protect our cultivation families. Don't let the disciples of other families, and the disciples of other sects, encounter such strange things again. Well, since Huang Tianle had said so, no one could not help but raise their glasses. Moreover, everyone could see that Huang Tianle was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Ha, fellow Daoist Huang is indeed in a good mood. You're still in the mood to drink wine with such a big family matter. A slightly hoarse voice rang out. It actually came from outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Which fellow Daoist? Huang Tianle exclaimed in surprise. However, when he saw the short, fat and pockmarked middle foundation establishment cultivator enter, his expression changed. What? Fellow Daoist Huang, do you not welcome me? The foundation establishment cultivator was wearing a suit of armor. Behind him, there were two other cultivators wearing the same suit of armor. Surprisingly, they were also early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. So it's fellow Daoist Xianxia from Haoming City. I wonder if fellow Daoist Xiang has come by himself or on behalf of Haoming City. Huang Tianle asked with an indescribable smile as he held the wine cup in his hand, unable to drink any more. He stared at the cultivator's footsteps and asked, "Is there a difference?" Xianxia did not directly answer. Instead, he walked to the front of the hall and swept his gaze across the hall. Finally, his gaze landed on a cultivation family's table not far from Huang Tianle's. He stared at the foundation establishment cultivator from that family and walked straight over. Under his gaze, a trace of fear flashed through the foundation establishment cultivator's eyes. He slowly stood up as Xianxia walked. "Fellow Daoist, you don't mind if I sit in your seat, do you?" Xianxia said coldly. Just as the foundation establishment cultivator hesitated, the two early-stage foundation establishment cultivators behind Xianxia took a step forward with a whoosh. There was no pressure, and the two of them didn't even look at the cultivator. However, the two cultivators exuded a murderous aura and a bloody aura. As a result, the cultivator trembled and involuntarily took half a step back. However, as soon as he took a step back, he came to his senses. Even so, he couldn't move forward even if he wanted to. "Fellow Daoist Lu Fan. Please sit here." Huang Tianle quickly smiled and pointed at a seat closer to him. That seat was occupied by a foundation establishment cultivator and two aura-refining disciples, so there was still room for them to sit next to the table. No need, Lu Fan's expression changed a few times. He was truly embarrassed. He swung his sleeves and turned to leave. The several aura-refining disciples beside him also stood up in a hurry and wanted to leave. "Lu family from Chanxi. What's wrong? Fellow Daoist Lu, do you have a problem with my arrival? Or, do you have a problem with me taking your seat?" Xianxia didn't sit down but said coldly to Lu Fan. "What? Fellow Daoist Xiang, this is Tianmen Mountain, not Haoming City. I don't need to tell you, the captain of the city guards, what do I want to do?" Although Lu Fan was timid, he couldn't help but retort. Of course I can only manage the order of Haoming City. The order of Tianmen Mountain definitely doesn't need me. Xianxia laughed. "However, you want to leave as soon as I arrive. Isn't that not giving me face?" Lu Fan gritted his teeth and looked at the people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. These people had different expressions in their eyes. Some were pitiful, some were lucky, and some were mocking. I suddenly remembered, there's still an important thing I haven't done. Lu Fan cupped his hands and smiled at Huang Tianle. "Therefore I have to leave first, fellow Daoists." But just as Lu Fan turned around and cupped his hands to gesture to the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, a cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He winked at the two city guards beside him. The cultivator on the left rubbed his hands, and a series of confinement spells were thrown at Lu Fan. "What are you doing?" Lu Fan certainly paid attention to the movements of Xianxia and the other two. Seeing that the opponent actually launched a sneak attack, he was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hands and wanted to cast a spell. However, just as he activated his dermic powers, the cultivator to the right of Xianxia slapped his hand, and a silver saber that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. He swung it, and there was a flash of light on the saber that was half a foot long as it sliced through Lu Fan's neck. Poor Lu Fan. He was already trembling with fear. Seeing that someone had launched a sneak attack on him, he hurriedly counterattacked. But he didn't expect that the second city guard would actually kill him. Moreover, these 2 city guards cooperated well. Even Xiao Hua in the distance was surprised, so how could he dodge? With a pu sound, a mouthful of hot blood spurted out from Lu Fan's decapitated neck and sprayed out over 2 feet for no reason. His head, which had died with his eyes wide open, also fell onto the crimson-red ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Fellow Daoist Shang, what are you doing? Huang Tianle was furious. He jumped out and asked, Fellow Daoist Lu Fan is an honored guest invited by my Tianmen Mountain. How can you casually kill him in front of me? 2 idiots, Xianxia ignored Huang Tianle and swung his hands. With 2 crisp pa-pa sounds, he slapped the faces of the 2 early-stage Foundation establishment city guards. Who told you to attack? Didn't you see that the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is filled with early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and qi refinement cultivators? Who can pose a threat to me? Your actions make me have to explain myself to fellow Daoist Huang? Yes, we know our mistake. The 2 city guards' expressions didn't change at all. They turned to Huang Tianle and said, Fellow Daoist Huang, we were eager to protect our master. We acted hastily and caused trouble. We will take responsibility for this matter. If fellow Daoist Huang wants to punish us, we are willing to accept our punishment. When Huang Tianle saw this, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, how could he punish these 2 city guards? Even if they killed people in Tianmen Mountain, he didn't have the right to kill the 2 city guards. Even if he could kill the 2 city guards, the mastermind wasn't these 2 people. He had offended Haoming City for no reason. Fellow Daoists, you are so reckless. You are really letting down the city guards. Although I don't have the right to punish you, but please give me your tokens. I will go to Haoming City in the future to see Daoist Master Yao Hong and ask him to uphold justice. Huang Tianle said helplessly. The 2 city guards said in unison, we can leave our lives behind, but we can't leave our tokens behind. Please forgive us, fellow Daoist Huang. Fellow Daoist Huang, the tokens of the city guards of Haoming City are proof of identity. If you take the tokens and do something evil, how can I explain it to the city lord? Xianxia said coldly, I can let you punish these 2 city guards, but I can't give you my tokens. Huang Tianle thought for a moment and sighed, forget it. Fellow Daoists are witnesses to this matter. I am not afraid that Haoming City will deny it. Alas, the Lu family of Xianxia will wait for this matter. I will personally go and explain it to them. Then, Huang Tianle waved his sleeves and returned to his seat. Several disciples of the Huang family came up and cleaned up Lu Fan's corpse. Then, they took the qi refinement disciples of the Lu family away and replaced the spirit wine and other things on the table. Come, fellow Daoist Huang, let me offer you a toast. Xianxia sat down and waved his hand naturally. The jade cup flew up and he said with a smile. The 2 early-stage Foundation establishment city guards stood behind Xianxia with their hands behind their backs. Fellow Daoist Shang, do you have anything else to say after drinking this wine? Huang Tianle looked at the wine cup in front of him and said with a fake smile. Of course, how can I not say anything when I am here? Xianxia didn't care and said with a smile. In that case, fellow Daoist Shang, please wait. I haven't finished my 3rd toast yet. Huang Tianle said. Is that so? Xianxia released his divine sense and quickly scanned everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. He didn't even let Xiao Hua go. However, since Xiao Hua was sitting far away and was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and the cultivators around him were all 10th-stage qi refinement disciples except for Xue Xue, why would Xianxia take him seriously? Chapter 1931. I haven't finished my toast yet. Who dares to disturb my mood? Xianxia said coldly. Huang Tianle's wine cup was raised in his hand awkwardly. He sighed and drank it in one gulp. I'll drink this cup myself. However, what I said earlier still stands. Ha, Xianxia laughed and said, I'm late. I wonder what fellow Daoist Huang is talking about? It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with fellow Daoist Xiang at all. Huang Tianle put down the wine cup and asked again, fellow Daoist Xiang seems to have not answered my question yet. What question? Is it more important than my toast? Xianxia asked curiously. Huang Tianle was not annoyed. He only chuckled and said, I'm just asking fellow Daoist Xiang. Are you here to represent Haoming City? Or are you here on your own? What's the difference? Xianxia stopped drinking the wine and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, haven't I already answered this question? Of course there's a difference. Huang Tianle said unrelentingly, please answer, fellow Daoist Xiang. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Xianxia still did not answer. If you're here to represent Haoming City, then please get up. Don't sit down. My answer is the same as before. I will definitely not agree to Haoming City's conditions. Huang Tianle said calmly, if fellow Daoist Xiang is not here to represent Haoming City, then sit down and listen to my arrangements like the other fellow Daoists. Xianxia did not get up or answer. He only raised his wine cup and tasted it carefully. All right, Huang Tianle clapped and said, since fellow Daoist Xiang is not getting up, it means that fellow Daoist Xiang is not here to represent Haoming City. I'm relieved. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xianxia, who was sitting steadily behind the table, and the two city guards who looked like clay sculptures, with interest. Fellow Daoists. Huang Tianle raised his voice and was about to speak when he heard Xianxia clapping his hands and said, fellow Daoist Huang, I have something to say. Oh, fellow Xiang, please go ahead. Huang Tianle was slightly taken aback, but he still replied with a smile. I heard that fellow Daoist Huang's granddaughter had some problems with her cultivation, and she still hasn't recovered after more than a year. That's why I'm here to see if I can help fellow Daoist Huang. Xianxia said with a smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Xiang. There are many fellow Daoists in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall who are as eager as fellow Xiang. Fellow Xiang, please wait for a moment. Huang Tianle quickly smiled apologetically. Really? These little aura refinement brats? Xianxia's gaze shifted as he sneered. If they can contribute, why would they need us foundation establishment cultivators? Furthermore, from what I've seen, all the fellow Daoists in the early stage of foundation establishment are present. I'm afraid none of them will be of any use. What do you mean, fellow Daoist Xiang? Huang Tianle frowned and asked. If I don't take a look first, who would dare to look? Xianxia's voice wasn't loud, but it shook the ears of every cultivator. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Huang Tianle stared at Xianxia. Xianxia calmly pointed his finger, and the wine in the jade pot poured into his mouth like a thin thread. He didn't take Huang Tianle's gaze seriously at all. Since fellow Daoist Xiang values Tianmen Mountain's reputation so much, fellow Daoist Huang, let fellow Daoist Xiang be the first to treat. We're just thinking the same as fellow Daoist Xiang. As long as fellow Daoist Xiang can cure the illness, we're more than happy to be treated here by fellow Daoist Huang. Su Mingyu from the Lumen sect quickly said with a smile when he saw the strange scene. That's right, that's right. Several cultivators from other cultivation sects also echoed. Their cultivation was not as good as Xianxia's, but they were not afraid of Xianxia because of their sections. However, when they saw Xianxia kill the chicken to scare the monkey as soon as he entered the door, they were also surprised. Seeing that Xianxia actually wanted to be the first to treat Huang Mingxiang's illness, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that Huang Mingxiang's illness was not as simple as they thought. In that case, who would be willing to take the lead? Fine, Huang Tianle said with a smile. Since fellow Daoist Xiang thinks so highly of me, what's wrong with letting fellow Daoist Xiang be the first to treat? Fellow Daoist Huang, Why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia stood up and clapped his hands. However, I'm a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The price for letting me do it is not small. Huang Tianle's expression changed slightly, but then he forced a smile and said, Why? Before fellow Daoist Shang came to my Tianmen Mountain, didn't you know about the reward offered by my Tianmen Mountain? Huh? Is the life of your female cultivator more important? Or is the magic weapon more important? Huang Tianle said with a smile, Since fellow Daoist Huang loves your granddaughter and can take out a precious magic weapon, then you must be able to take out other things as well. Huang Tianle flicked his sleeves and said, My Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has declined to this extent. If we can still take out other things, will the cultivators sitting here tolerate fellow Daoist Shang's wanton humiliation? Fellow Daoist Shang, don't say any more. I will definitely not agree to the conditions offered by your Haoming city. Fellow Daoist Huang, don't be anxious. Su Mingyu advised. Fellow Daoist Shang has already said that he doesn't represent Haoming city. Let's see what his conditions are like. If it's possible and Meng Xiang can be cured, why wouldn't fellow Daoist Huang do it? Huang Tianle did not seem to care about Su Mingyu's face. He snorted coldly and looked at the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Well said, fellow Daoist Su. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, What magic weapon did you take out? It's just to send these chi refinement brats away. How can I take a fancy to it? You take action. I hope fellow Daoist Huang will take out your sex Vermilion Bird Ring. What? Vermilion Bird Ring? Huang Tianle looked down from the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in surprise and looked at Xianxia with amusement. Fellow Daoist Shang's appetite is not ordinary. Although you didn't directly ask my Huang family to give up Tianmen Mountain like last time, you immediately set your eyes on my Huang family's ancestral magic weapon. Hee, this is really beyond my expectations. Hee, there are still many things beyond fellow Daoist Huang's expectations. Fellow Daoist Huang, don't be anxious. Take your time and watch. Xianxia has sneered and said, If fellow Daoist Huang doesn't want Huang Mingxiang to die young, take out the Vermilion Bird Ring. I guarantee that I will wake her up. Damn it, it's really this guy surnamed Shang's doing. At this point, even Xiao Hua, who had just arrived at Tianmen Mountain, understood what was going on. Fellow Daoist Shang. However, Huang Tianle still shook his head and said, It's not that I don't want to promise you. Fellow Daoist, don't you know? My Huang family's Vermilion Bird Ring has long been lost. Where do you want me to take it back? Lost? That's your Huang family's ancestral magic weapon. How could it be lost just like that? Xianxia has sneered and said, I received accurate information that the Vermilion Bird Ring is in your Huang family's possession. If fellow Daoist Huang has the heart, why don't you make a blood oath and take a look? Chapter 1932. Blood Oath. Huang Tianle laughed from extreme anger. If I were to make a blood oath here, how would I have the face to see fellow cultivators in the future? Since you don't dare to make a blood oath, then the Vermilion Bird Ring will belong to your Huang clan. Xianxia has said slowly. Fellow Daoist Shang, Huang Tianle waved his sleeve. Xiang is my granddaughter, whether I treat her or not is my business. Fellow Daoist Shang's conditions are too harsh, I can't agree, please do as you please. Xianxia laughed. I'm already here. You want me to leave just because you say so? How could it be so simple? What do you want? Huang Tianle pulled his face and asked coldly. If you want me to treat her, I'll treat her. If you don't want me to treat her, I'll treat her. Xianxia took a few steps forward and said, You just need to prepare the Vermilion Bird Ring. Fellow Daoist Shang, you're not here to treat her, right? You're here to take my life, right? Huang Tianle laughed. That's right. It's not just yours. The lives of dozens of cultivator sects and families in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall are in your hands. Even if you leave them alive, they won't. Tell me, can your Sky Gate Mountain still exist in the Dawn Rain continent? Xianxia sneered. Huang Tianle was so angry that his body trembled again. He pointed his finger at Xianxia and didn't know what to say. Many people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were shocked. Most of them stood up and looked at Xianxia in horror. The Chang siblings' faces were also ashen. They stood up while trembling. Xiaohua and Xue sat steadily. Fellow Daoists, Huang Tianle waved his sleeve and laughed. You are my Sky Gate Mountain's honored guests. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll guarantee your safety. Don't panic. Chang Lihao and the others saw Xiaohua's calmness at this moment. Then, they thought of everything that happened in the Cold River House and quickly sat down. However, they got closer to Xiaohua. Hee, I'd like to see how you'll protect their lives. Xianxia clapped his hand and a 3-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. However, this saber was emitting a faint golden brilliance. Don't force me, fellow Daoist Shang. Huang Tianle said through gritted teeth. Did I force you? I'm just here to help fellow Daoist Huang. Xianxia said innocently. Huang Tianle clapped his hands, and a small, lifelike vermilion bird statue appeared. He activated his mana, and the statue emitted a vermilion glow. In an instant, the glow was blinding. Go! Hearing Huang Tianle's soft reprimand, the vermilion bird within the brilliance began to flap its wings. Dozens of rays of brilliance flew out from the center and shot towards the 4 walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bang! A burst of fire sounded. From the 4 walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, clusters of flames appeared. Those flames quickly spread upwards along the walls that were engraved with runes. When they reached the top of the palace hall, all of the flames began to revolve around the top of the palace hall. The runes on the walls moved upwards layer by layer, and the vermilion bird formed by the runes seemed to be shaking its feathers. Following the emergence of the flames, the windows and doors of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall that were previously exposed were now sealed. The entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall became a cluster of flames. Squeak! Although it wasn't as clear as Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body, it was still soul-shaking. A vermilion bird formed by flames flew out from the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. An incomparably huge aura comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator was emitted from the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. However, the face of the vermilion bird formed by flames wasn't clear. Even its eyes were closed. Fellow Daoist Shang, you forced me to do this. Huang Tianle's face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling slightly. Xianxia didn't seem to care about the formation of the vermilion bird at all. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he sneered, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has always been struggling on the verge of death. Is it all because of the vermilion bird flame array of Tianmen Mountain? It's a pity that this formation, which is said to be able to kill even a nascent soul stage cultivator, has shocked the entire Dawn Rain continent. However, I know that this formation has long lost its effectiveness. What the Huang family's master can activate is merely a facade that lives up to its name. Is that so? Hearing Xianxia's words, all of the cultivators under the vermilion bird's aura were aghast. Xianxia was right. Even the city lord of Haoming City only came to negotiate terms. If the terms couldn't be reached, he would leave. He didn't want to be entangled with Tianmen Mountain at all. This vermilion bird flame array was a big key, and Xianxia was actually inside it. He was so relaxed that he didn't care about it at all. How did you know? Huang Tianle's face became even paler. His eyes flashed with determination as he asked coldly. You don't need to know how I know. Xianxia laughed loudly. Since I dared to enter the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and am not afraid of being sealed, I naturally have my own confidence. So, fellow Daoist Shang doesn't plan to retreat? Huang Tianle said again, if fellow Daoist Shang retreats now, I'll pretend that this never happened at all. As long as fellow Daoist Huang takes out the vermilion bird ring, I'll immediately turn around. Xianxia still didn't give in. Okay, then I'll let you have a taste of Tianmen Mountain's vermilion bird great array that has lost its effectiveness. Huang Tianle spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the vermilion bird statue in his hand. It shook with difficulty. The vermilion bird in the ball of light flapped its wings. The 100-foot-tall vermilion bird flame also flapped its wings and rushed toward Xianxia. The swaying flame rushed toward Xianxia's face with its monstrous aura, suppressing Xianxia's power. However, Xianxia patted his forehead and released the power of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He was actually able to barely resist it. Under the activation of his magic power, not only did the protective yellow talisman and other things shine, but a long faint shadow also appeared on the golden saber in his hand. The vermilion bird flame flew past Huang Tianle's head and was about to rush towards Xianxia. However, Huang Tianle let out a long roar and his entire body suddenly shook. A vermilion bird dharma body that was 3 feet in size rushed out from his body. Ah? Vermilion bird dharma body? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, and the cultivator families with sharp eyes all cried out in astonishment. The 3-foot-tall vermilion bird dharma body rushed into the vermilion bird flame that was flying down from above. As the vermilion bird dharma body submerged into it, the vermilion bird flame instantly shrank to about 10 feet. Its previously unclear face suddenly appeared, and a pair of cold eyes also suddenly appeared. These eyes were staring at Xianxia. Ouch! When Xianxia saw that the vermilion bird's eyes seemed to be able to see through him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, a string of phantoms flew out from the golden saber magic weapon and slashed into the air. At the same time, Xianxia cast several spells on himself, seemingly to strengthen his defense. Unfortunately, before the phantoms of the golden saber magic weapon could fly in front of the vermilion bird, they were fanned away by the vermilion bird's wings without a trace. Ignorant man, you misled me. Xianxia was awakened by the terrifying vermilion bird flame in front of him. He shouted loudly and wanted to fly away. Moreover, he seemed to want to take out a magic weapon from his storage bag. However, the vermilion bird flew extremely fast. Xianxia only flew half a foot, and the brilliance in his hand had not yet appeared. The vermilion bird passed through him and rushed to the 2 city guards in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm behind him without stopping at all. Boom, 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 boom. Red flames suddenly appeared on Xianxia and the 2 city guards behind him. In an instant, the 3 people's bodies were ignited. Without waiting for the 3 people to do anything, and without hearing the 3 people's screams, their bodies were turned into ashes. Then the exposed bones in the fire were also burned one by one, turning into ashes that fell to the ground. Squeak! There was another vermilion bird cry. The entire vermilion bird flame flew to the top of the vermilion bird palace hall and disappeared, but Huang Tianle's vermilion bird dharma body didn't come out. Of course, only Xiao Hua could see the vermilion bird flame fly to the top of the palace hall. The eyes of the others fell on the 3 flames. The 3 flames that instantly killed the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. This is a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Su Mingyu murmured, there are still 2 city guards in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They didn't have the power to fight back at all. Seeing the flames gradually dissipating, everyone's hearts were still beating fast. It seemed that they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Cough cough, Huang Tianle seemed to have aged a lot. He actually coughed twice and covered his mouth. He slowly walked to the side of the table and slowly sat down. When he raised the wine jug and poured himself a cup, he leisurely drank it. Only then did a faint blush appear on his face. Fellow Daoist Huang. Xie Yushi of Jingqi Peak sighed with emotion. The vermilion bird flame array is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is said that it can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. It is indeed possible. Alas, the captain of the city guards of Haoming City died here. I'm afraid it will be difficult for fellow Daoist Huang to explain. Chang Si of the Jiangyu Pai said worriedly. Didn't fellow Daoist Huang ask clearly earlier? Did you come here on behalf of Haoming City, or did you come here on your own? Su Mingyu smiled and said, since you came here on your own, don't blame others for your lack of skills. Besides, if you want to blame fellow Daoist Huang, you have to see if the vermilion bird flame array of Tianmen Mountain is willing. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoists. Huang Tianle smiled and said, "This bastard has evil intentions towards my Tianmen Mountain. As soon as he came, he killed our distinguished guest of Tianmen Mountain and forced me to take out my long-lost ancestral treasure. I killed him. Firstly, I can give an explanation to the Lu family of Xianxia. Secondly, I can also help Haoming City clean up the city. I think Daoist Yanhong will also understand this matter." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Huang Tianle let Shang Qinghe kill Lu Fan so easily just now. It turned out that Huang Tianle already had the intention to kill him. However, they never thought that Huang Tianle, who was in the early stage of Foundation establishment, could kill Shang Qinghe, who was in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, and 2 city guards who were in the early stage of Foundation establishment. This vermilion bird flame array was really terrifying. Chapter 1933. Therefore, everyone unconsciously looked at the flames around the Vermilion Bird Palace. Fellow cultivators, Huang Tianle seemed to understand everyone's thoughts and smiled apologetically. "I just activated the Vermilion Bird formation and consumed a lot of spiritual power. I can't open the formation at this time. Don't be afraid, you are my distinguished guests. After I recover my spiritual power, I will open the formation immediately." Su Mingzong laughed and said, "Fellow cultivator Huang, you are really treating us as outsiders. We have been staying in the Tianmen Mountain for more than 10 days. What evil intentions do you have? With the protection of this formation, we are safe, not to mention an evil guest like Shang Qinghe." That's right. All the cultivators laughed and felt relieved. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought to himself, in order to kill Shang Qinghe, Huang Tianle threw the vermilion bird celestial body into the vermilion bird flame formation. Looking at his weak appearance now, I'm afraid it's not just a simple consumption of spiritual power. If there is no accident, Huang Tianle's life is in danger. Moreover, what does Shang Qinghe mean by, "an ordinary man misleads me"? However, since the last sentence was heard by everyone, such as Su Mingzong and the others, Xiao Hua didn't want to be nosy. Fellow cultivators, please drink this 3rd cup of wine. I hope that good things are hard to come by. Today, we can find the cause of Xiang Er's illness." Huang Tianle waved his hand and let the disciples standing in the palace fill his wine cup. Good. Everyone finally finished the 3rd cup of wine and quietly waited for Huang Tianle's arrangement. Huang Tianle drank the spirit wine in the wine cup in his hand, then he clapped his hand. With a pa-pa sound, the disciple who was standing behind him took a few steps back and walked to a decoration on the left side of the hall. He took out a token and pasted it on it. With the activation of spiritual power, the decoration emitted a faint red brilliance. The brilliance spread out for about 10 meters in front of him, and then there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the space. It gradually faded like paint, revealing a crimson jade bed. On the jade bed, a young woman was sleeping soundly, and beside the woman was a middle-aged woman in tears. Another male cultivator who looked very similar to Huang Tianle was standing beside the jade bed with a sad face. Xiao Hua and the others' expressions changed when they saw the 2 cultivators around the 12th layer of qi refining appear. They'd all used their divine senses to scan the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, but none of them had discovered that there was actually still a restriction in that place. Furthermore, there were still people behind the restriction. Seeing the restriction open, the female cultivator wiped her tears and stood up from the bed, revealing her charming face. "I, Huang Liang, and I, Yang Yu, greet fellow Daoists." The male and female cultivators bowed to the other cultivators and said, "We thank everyone for coming from afar for the matter of my daughter." "Oh, so it's Huang Tianle's son and daughter-in-law." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't seen Huang Tianle's son. It turned out they were all hiding here. However, seeing that Huang Liang and Yang Yu were only at the peak of qi refining, everyone understood even more. "We don't dare." Thinking that Huang Liang might be the head of Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan in the future, no one dared to be negligent. Most of them cupped their hands and returned the greeting. "Liang, how is Xiang Er's condition?" Huang Tianle asked, I'll let father know. There's no change. Huang Liang whispered. But Huang Tianle turned to the crowd and said, my family's Xiang is here. I'm sure everyone can see it with their divine sense. Of course, everyone can come to the front and treat him carefully. However, everyone only has one chance, and the time is only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I hope everyone can understand. Then, with a wave of his hand, a crimson magic tool appeared in his hand. He said sorrowfully, this is Tianmen Mountain's magic tool, Sparrow Drink. If any fellow Daoist can wake Xiang, this magic tool will belong to that fellow Daoist. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he saw that in Huang Tianle's hand was a magic tool that looked like an ink stone. A faint crimson radiance flowed within it. It was obviously an exceptional fire-type magic tool. He then looked at the surrounding aura-refining cultivators, and their eyes all revealed greedy gazes. Fellow Daoist Huang, Su Mingyu said softly, from what Shangqing has said just now, it seems it has something to do with Xiang's coma. Fellow Daoist Huang was too careless just now. If it's a trick by that bastard, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to solve it. Huang Tianle waved his hand and the magic tool, Sparrow Drink, was placed on the table. He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I'm careless, but that bastard is too overbearing. If I only use this Sparrow Drink to counteract, how could I be so ruthless? That bastard not only covets my Tianmen Mountain's ancestral magic tool, but also wants to use everyone's lives to threaten us. It's not that I haven't thought of compromising and using this to exchange for Xiang's life, but is it that simple? Forget it. Su Mingyu sighed and said, it's useless to say more now. I'll be the first to take a look. I hope I can see something. Fellow Daoist Su, please. Huang Tianle stood up and accompanied Su Mingyu to the crimson jade bed. Huang Mingxiang's jade-like cheeks were extremely beautiful, and her thin and long eyebrows were enchanting. Although her eyes were slightly closed and her real expression could not be seen, her long eyelashes were trembling slightly as if she was having a wonderful dream. It was really pitiful. Su Mingyu had already checked with his divine sense and found nothing unusual. He walked to the window, cupped his hands and said to Huang Liang, fellow Daoist Huang, I'm sorry to offend you. Senior Su, please. Huang Liang bowed in return. Su Mingyu stretched out his hand and placed a finger between Huang Mingxiang's eyebrows, transferring a wisp of true energy. However, after nearly half a cup of tea's time, Su Mingyu frowned and opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He withdrew his hand and said with a wry smile, fellow Daoist Huang, I've embarrassed myself. This girl clearly looks like she's asleep. There's nothing unusual at all. Senior Su, you're right. That's the problem. Yang Yu smiled apologetically and said, Xiang has been in the 9th layer of qi refining for a long time. How could she sleep so much? Even if she's really asleep, why can't she be woken up? She's been sleeping for more than a year. Her cultivation hasn't improved but has regressed. Alas, forgive me for being powerless. Su Mingyu sighed. Although I've prepared some methods, it doesn't seem to be effective. Let's look at the other fellow Daoists. It's fine. Fellow Daoist Su, please take a seat. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically. When Su Mingyu returned to his seat, a few cultivators came over and asked in low voices. Su Mingyu answered them in full detail. Then, Jing Qifeng Xiaoyu came forward and took out a diamond-shaped jade pendant from his storage bag. He said with a smile, this is my Jing Qifeng's magic tool, Rain Dew. It's used to clear the heart and purify the spirit. I specially brought it here. I hope it'll be useful. Chapter 1934. Okay, Senior Xie, please help. Huang Liang looked at it and nodded in agreement. Xie Yujiang did not hesitate. He waved his hand and the raindrops flew on Huang Mingxiang's forehead. Then, Xie Yujiang cast a few spells on the raindrops. The raindrops emitted a light blue brilliance and turned into a palm-sized cloud. Then, like raindrops, a light blue liquid dripped from the cloud and fell on Huang Mingxiang's forehead. When the liquid fell on Huang Mingxiang's forehead, it immediately seeped into it and disappeared. However, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, Huang Mingxiang still did not move. During this time, he only frowned slightly and licked his lips with his light red tongue. Alas! Xie Yujiang put away the raindrops and shook his head. It seems that it still can't treat the illness. I can't do anything. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Huang Tianle's expression did not change. He raised his hand and asked Xie Yujiang to return to his seat. Then, more than a dozen cultivators in the early stage of foundation establishment used either magic tools or spells. There was even a cultivator who took out a smelly pill and wanted Huang Mingxiang to take it. Huang Tianle naturally refused. After the cultivator took a little of it, Huang Tianle took the pill and put it into Huang Mingxiang's mouth. Unfortunately, these cultivators could not wake Huang Mingxiang up. When it was Xiaohua's turn, Xiaohua simply didn't stand up and only waved his hand. That Huang Tianle also faintly nodded and indicated for the next cultivator to come up. 4 hours quickly passed. Not only had all the foundation establishment cultivators seen it, even 90% of the other qi condensation disciples had seen it. Only a few cultivators sitting near the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had yet to stand up. At this time, a strong young cultivator stood up and walked to Huang Tianle. He bowed and said, "Junior Zheng Ziho from Meng Country's Dengming Mountain greets Senior Huang." A disciple of Meng Country's Dengming Mountain? Huang Tianle was obviously stunned. Looking at Zheng Ziho's jade-like face and bright eyes, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect the matter of my Tianmen Mountain to spread to Meng Country. I'll let Senior Huang know that this junior has come to the country of Xi to gain experience. Coincidentally, this junior has come to broaden my horizons." Zheng Ziho replied politely, "Naturally, I hope that I can help Senior Huang to wake Miss Mingxiang from her coma." "Alright, go take a look." Huang Tianle nodded. This Huang's bounty didn't say that it was limited to the country of Xi. "If you can save Xiang, I can give you the sparrow drink." "Thank you for your generosity, Senior Huang." Zheng Ziho came before the jade bed and bowed respectfully to Huang Liang and Yang Yu. Only then did he reach into his bosom and pull out a small spirit storage bag. This little cultivator actually has a spirit storage pouch? Xiaohua was very sensitive to this kind of thing and immediately recognized it. The other foundation establishment cultivators soon recognized him as well. Their faces were either filled with realization or regret. In any case, there were many different expressions. Zheng Ziho opened the spirit storage bag and muttered something. Then, he pointed his finger and a hornet-like spirit insect flew out from the bag. As soon as the spirit insect flew out, it made a soft buzzing sound and circled Zheng Ziho twice before floating in front of him. "Senior Huang, this is a spirit insect, hummingbird. This junior has raised it to check on Miss Mingxiang's condition." Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked respectfully, "Hummingbird?" Before Huang Tianle could speak, Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of the records in the insect scripture. Of course, he was just casually looking at it. Now that he saw a real spirit insect, he naturally thought of the records. Hummingbird, sensitive to all kinds of spiritual energy and spiritual objects. It has no attack power and is ranked 22nd. This spirit insect itself has no value. It's just that it can sense all kinds of spiritual energy. That's why it's ranked so high. Xiaohua thought, this Zheng Ziho can raise this thing. It might be unexpected. Huang Tianle seemed to have heard of the hummingbird's name. He looked at it and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Senior Huang." Zheng Ziho smiled slightly, revealing his white jade-like teeth. He looked very graceful. "Go." Zheng Ziho muttered the incantation again. After a moment, he pointed his finger. The hummingbird circled in the air for a while and then flew down. It actually drilled into Huang Mingxiang's straight nose. Zheng Ziho immediately sat down with his eyes closed and his palms facing the sky. His hands formed an unknown seal. Zheng Ziho's expression was indifferent at first, then a little stunned, then a little surprised, then a little sleepy. In the end, his brows wrinkled tightly and then relaxed again. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Huang Tianle's heart seemed to change along with Jing Ziho's expression from time to time. When Jing Ziho opened his eyes, he immediately said, "Honorable nephew Jing." Jing Ziho was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he faintly smiled and pointed his finger at Huang Mengxiang. Then, as if there was a heavy object hanging from his fingertips, he slowly lifted it up. The hummingbird slowly crawled out of Huang Mengxiang's nose. The hummingbird appeared to be very tired. It barely flew half a foot in the air before suddenly falling down. However, Jing Ziho extended his hand and caught it. He immediately put it away in his spirit storage pouch. "Honorable nephew Zheng, you've worked hard." Huang Tianle knew that Jing Ziho had exhausted his mind. He unconsciously felt warm in his heart and smiled. "How is the situation?" "It's all right. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Jing Ziho's voice carried a trace of exhaustion as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Ah?" Not only was Huang Tianle shocked, all of the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were greatly shocked. They didn't think that Huang Mengxiang's condition would be diagnosed by a little cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. It was truly inconceivable. "Honorable nephew Zheng, please speak," Huang Tianle said happily. "I'll let Senior Huang know that Miss Meng Xiang was implanted with a dream mirage butterfly." Zheng Ziho seemed to want to shock people to death and said without hesitation, "What? Dream mirage butterfly? How is this possible?" Huang Tianle shook his head. "Although this old man doesn't know anything about spiritual insects, I still know a little about them. This dream mirage butterfly has long been extinct in my Xiaoyu continent. How could it appear in my Tianmen mountain? Besides, in ancient times, the dream mirage butterfly was good at creating illusions. It was usually used in the eye of an illusion array. How could it be implanted in Xiang Er's body?" "That's right." Su Mingyu also smiled. "Although Meng Xiang is unconscious, it is completely different from the dream mirage butterfly's dream. If the ancient dream mirage butterfly appeared in Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid the entire Tianmen Mountain would become an illusion and we would all be people in the illusion." "Hee, what the seniors said is reasonable." Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry and said, "Just now, this junior was also surprised. This junior didn't expect to encounter this ancient spiritual insect. However, this ancient spiritual insect seems to be a larva, just an egg. Therefore, it can only create a dream in Miss Meng Xiang's body and can't affect others. This junior used the wasp gang to perceive the power of the dream and quickly escaped. Because of this junior also suffered a little injury." "Dream mirage butterfly? Larva?" Xiao Hua frowned slightly. The insect scripture didn't say that the dream mirage butterfly was extinct, but it was listed as the first spiritual insect. But listening to Zheng Ziho's words, it was reasonable and didn't seem to be hiding anything. "Then, how can fellow Zheng wake up Xiang?" Huang Liang was overjoyed. He didn't care about the dream mirage butterfly, he just wanted to know how to wake up his daughter. This Zheng Ziho was a little embarrassed and hesitated, but he didn't answer. "Nephew Zheng, if you have any difficulties, just say it." Huang Tianle frowned and said, "As long as this Huang can bear it, I will definitely do it." Zheng Ziho sighed and said, "This junior doesn't know how to transmit sound, so I will say it now." "Just say it." Huang Tianle looked around and said calmly, "This junior is able to take out the eggs of the dream mirage butterfly, but this method is passed down from ancient times and has long been incomplete. This junior, because this method is too harmful to the harmony of the heavens, this junior has never used it. Nephew Zheng, is it because you are not sure?" Huang Tianle asked. "I am sure," Zheng Ziho said awkwardly. "The method is to interfere with Miss Meng Xiang's primordial yin." "Ah?" Huang Tianle was dumbfounded. "Of course, Senior Huang, this method is passed down from ancient times and will not affect Miss Meng Xiang's foundation establishment." Zheng Ziho quickly explained with a red face. But even if he explained, how could Huang Tianle's brows loosen? How could everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall not be stunned? Primordial yin? How could it be interfered with at will? A female cultivator's primordial yin could only be picked by her dual cultivation partner, others could not touch it. Of course, the primordial yin of a female cultivator of the immortal beauty sect was originally for sale and could not be generalized. But since Huang Mingxiang's primordial yin could not be touched at will, she could only sleep sweetly in the dream created by the dream mirage butterfly's larva until she finally died of old age. But if Huang Mingxiang's primordial yin was touched, she could only dual cultivate with that person, otherwise she could only guard it for the rest of her life. This junior has nothing else to say. If Senior Huang is willing, this junior will first report to the sect. This matter is really beyond this junior's expectations, so I ask Senior Huang to reconsider. Zheng Ziho's face was red as he cupped his hands to Huang Tianle, Huang Mang, and Yang Yu, then silently walked back to his seat. Jin, what do you think? Huang Tianle had no choice. After all, he was only a grandfather. If this matter really concerned Huang Mingxiang's life, he could only ask Huang Mingxiang's parents. When Yang Yu and Huang Mang heard Zheng Ziho's words, they had been communicating with each other for a long time. The two of them seemed to be somewhat willing, but also somewhat unwilling. After all, Zheng Ziho looked good, and Wind God Ryu was worthy of Huang Mingxiang. But on the other hand, Sky Gate Mountain did not know much about the Zheng family of Ascending Light Mountain, and Zheng Ziho was only at Qi Refinement Stage 8, which could not be compared to Huang Mingxiang, who was at the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 9. Hearing Huang Tianle's question, Huang Mang communicated with Yang Yu for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, "Father, since it's the dream mirage butterfly, unless it's an ancient secret technique, even if the spirit husbandry sect's disciples came personally, they would not be able to get rid of it. Furthermore, we can't try this method. If Heavenly Gate Mountain has made up our mind and the Zheng family is willing, we have no choice but to be cautious." Chapter 1935. Alas, how can I not be cautious? Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. Huang Mingxiang was his granddaughter, and Huang Mang had no children. If there was no accident, Huang Mingxiang's husband would be in charge of Tianmen Mountain. Even if the other branches would dispute, Huang Mingxiang's husband would get half of Tianmen Mountain's power. This was not something that could be decided casually. It involved the marriage between Xi country's Tianmen Mountain and Meng country's Dengming Mountain. Moreover, the cause of Huang Mingxiang's illness had been found, and the cure had been found, but who planted the eggs of the dream mirage butterfly? What if the instigator was Zheng Ziho? This had to be carefully considered. Of course, Huang Tianle was also very clear that with Zheng Ziho's cultivation, it was impossible for him to sneak into Tianmen Mountain and easily sneak attack Huang Mingxiang, who was close to 100% Qi refinement. Moreover, he had never received any news about Meng country's cultivators coming to Tianmen Mountain. "Father, there are still some cultivators behind. Why don't we take a look?" Huang Mang said fortunately. "Alas, since they're all here, how can we not give others a fair chance?" Huang Tianle waved his hand. However, as Huang Tianle expected, he also broke Huang Mang's delusion. Although the remaining Qi refinement disciples knew it was a dream mirage butterfly, no one could do anything about it. They even walked around the jade bed, as if they were admiring Huang Mingxiang's beautiful face, and then returned to their positions. Alas, when the last Qi refinement disciple bowed and returned, Huang Tianle waved his hand and said somewhat powerlessly, "Thank you for coming, fellow Daoists. Today can be considered a happy ending." But at this moment, Xiaohua's voice sounded again. "Fellow Daoist Huang, this little one is not talented. I didn't go forward just now, but now I suddenly thought of something, and I'm willing to go forward and try." Fellow Daoist Xiao? Huang Tianle was stunned. He looked at Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Mo Yun Village has an ancient method of controlling insects? Mo Yun Village?" Hearing Huang Tianle call out Mo Cloud Village's name, the cultivators from the surrounding sects and families were all shocked. Mo Cloud Village was too small. How could it have any ancient methods? Even Chang Lihao and the others blushed and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at the mocking eyes of the people around them. Oh, if that's the case, then I won't embarrass myself. Xiaohua smiled and sat down again, appearing very casual. Oh, fellow Daoist Xiao, Huang Tianle was a little anxious when he heard this. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, I didn't mean anything else, I just blurted it out. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't overthink it. Fellow Daoist Huang, don't be too careful. Xianxia smiled and said, I went to Mo Cloud Village a few years ago and drank with Dao friend Shang. I haven't heard of Mo Cloud Village having any guest elders, this Dao friend Xiao. When Xianxia talked about Dao friend Chang from Mo Cloud Village, although he said they drank together, his tone was filled with disdain. He didn't finish his evaluation of Xiaohua, but his words were very clear. Although the other cultivation families in the Vermilion Bird Temple were not satisfied with Xianxia's attitude toward Mo Cloud Village, they remembered that the dream dragonfly was an ancient beast. Almost all of them came here from legends. If they couldn't do anything about it, what could the disciples of Mo Cloud Village do? If they stood up now, it would be more like they were trying to please the crowd. Jing Ziho sat upright with his eyebrows lowered. He was incomparably respectful and gave off the feeling that he was unfazed by favor or humiliation. Most of the people around him looked at him, then looked at Xiaohua and whispered to each other. Huang Tianle was a bit annoyed as he looked at the people around him and let out a sigh in his heart. He knew that people's hearts were the most unpredictable. Among all the cultivators here, there might not be many who really came to help him. Most of them were here for the Sparrow Guide treasure, and even more were here to travel. To put it bluntly, they were here to watch the fun. Not only was there Heaven Gate Mountain, there was also Ascension Mountain, and there was also the topic of Primordial Yin. How could they not like it? Perhaps they would become the laughing stock of others in the future. As for Xiaohua standing up now, one reason was to ruin their mood and not let them see the fun in the future. 2. Xiaohua also had the intention of waiting until the end to get up after finding out it was the dream dragonfly, which made these people a bit angry. Naturally, the most important thing was that they didn't care about Huang Mingxiang's life or death at all. Ju Er. Huang Tianle naturally didn't like Xiaohua's attitude, but Huang Mingxiang was the hope of Heaven Gate Mountain and his heart, so he had to lower his attitude. Yes, father. Huang Liang understood very well. He quickly walked in front of Xiaohua, bowed respectfully, and said, Senior Xiao, my daughter has been plotted against by evil people for more than a year. Junior and Xiang's mother are burning with anxiety. Although fellow Daoist Zheng's treatment and methods are available now, if Senior has a better method, please give it a try. Junior and others will be very grateful. Xiaohua was the most soft-hearted. He just sat down because he wasn't satisfied with the attitude of Xianxia and others. How could he not help? Seeing Huang Liang bowing to him with a sad face and calling him senior, how could he sit still? He stood up and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Huang, this Xiao is very clear about the pains of parents. Since this Xiao came to Heaven Gate Mountain, although I didn't expect to be of any use, now that I can help a little, how could I not help? Besides, don't you have the Sparrow Guide treasure? My Mo Cloud Village is very envious. Senior Xiao, don't tease this junior please. Huang Liang said with a wry smile. Darling Xiao. Shui said in a low voice. She had heard of the mirage butterfly before. She knew that this ominous creature had been eradicated by powerful experts in ancient times because it was harmful to heaven and earth. Now that it had suddenly appeared, it was very strange. Moreover, it was a mirage butterfly. Even if it was an insect egg, it was absolutely not something that a foundation establishment cultivator could deal with. Xiaohua looked back and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Shui so worried, Huang Liang's heart sank a little, and he had a little more doubts about Xiaohua's methods. If Huang Liang was like this, there was no need to talk about the others. Zheng Ziho just raised his eyelids and looked down at the spirit wine on the table. The sparkling spirit wine was slightly overflowing, and it was very tempting and delicious. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was calm, and walked to the side of the jade bed with light steps. Thank you, Senior Xiao. Although Yang Yu didn't believe it in her heart, She didn't dare to neglect Xiaohua and respectfully saluted. Xiaohua looked at Yang Yu's flickering eyes and didn't care what she was thinking. He only looked at Huang Mingxiang's face that was like an ice sculpture. His heart was surging, and another scene unconsciously appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 1936. Even when Jing Ziho stepped forward just now, Xiaohua didn't feel like he could do anything. However, when Jing Ziho placed the wasp into Huang Mingxiang's nose, fragments of memories suddenly emerged in Xiaohua's mind. These fragments weren't too continuous, but within the fragments, there was also a woman as thin as a match, a woman who looked both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. She was quietly lying on a bed, and a left hand that emitted a silver brilliance was placed on her forehead. This woman looks very familiar, but I can't remember who she is. She seems to be a secular woman, not a cultivator. Xiaohua took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and released his divine sense, scanning Huang Mingxiang's Naiwen Palace. Huang Mingxiang was a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator, so his Naiwen Palace naturally had a defense. However, under Xiaohua's divine sense, which was comparable to a gold core cultivator, it was extremely easy to break through. However, it was obvious that there was nothing special inside. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He stretched out his left hand, seemingly to comb a strand of hair on Huang Mingxiang's forehead, but he opened his delusion-breaker eyes. Senior Xiao. Xiaohua's action was rather inappropriate. Although he was in the early stage of foundation establishment, his appearance was young, not much different from Huang Mingxiang's. Stroking a woman's hair like this naturally made Yang Yu feel uneasy, so he immediately reminded Xiaohua. Huang Tianla scolded in a low voice, displeased. Xiaohua had already seen through Huang Mingxiang's Naiwen Palace. It was exactly like the fragment in his memory. There was indeed a light brown dot in the Naiwen Palace. It was extremely small and could evade divine sense. It's okay, I've already seen through it. However, it seems different from what little friend Jing said. This should be a kind of spiritual puppet, right? Spiritual puppet? When Xiaohua said this, not only Huang Tianla, but the entire Vermilion Bird Palace hall burst into laughter. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you're not mistaken, right? I've never heard of any spiritual puppet. Are you talking about Gu? Gu is a mysterious existence in the deepest part of the Meng Mountains, similar to witchcraft. They are even more mysterious than soul cultivators. How could they come to Tianmen Mountain and plot against an innocent female cultivator? Xie Yuqi asked in disbelief. Qi Mingzong's Zhu Feng also shook his head slightly. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this Zhu also thought highly of you before, but your words are really unreliable. It's even scarier than the dream mirage butterfly. This Zhu once faintly heard from the seniors that some devil cultivators, because they failed to cultivate devil arts, used puppets instead. Perhaps they are the soul puppets that you mentioned, but they were also devoured by the soul puppets. This thing is even scarier than the dream mirage butterfly. Chu River Sect's Qiming also smiled. I share the same thoughts as fellow Daoist Zhu. If the dream mirage butterfly's condition is similar to Huang Mingxiang's, then this so-called Gu or soul puppet probably doesn't have the same symptoms. The others were all talking at once, making it seem like they were more knowledgeable than Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very indifferent, looking at Huang Tianla without saying anything. Huang Tianla hesitated slightly and asked, Fellow Daoist Xiao, if it's a soul puppet or Gu, are you sure you can cure it? Before it's cured, who dares to make a guarantee? Xiaohua didn't have full confidence in activating the silver brilliance of the illusion breaker eye. Huang Tianla thought for a moment and said loudly, Nephew Zheng, what do you think? Zheng Ziho stood up respectfully, his expression unchanged, and said with a smile, Senior Xiao naturally has his reasons for saying so. This junior has nothing to say, but this junior has a question. How did Senior Xiao determine if it's a soul puppet? Naturally I saw it with my divine sense. Xiaohua said with a smile. Huang Tianla didn't believe it himself. This Huang doesn't seem to have seen it. This Huang has also used divine sense many times. This junior doesn't have divine sense, so naturally I don't know if I can see it or not. Zheng Ziho said with a smile. However, since Senior Xiao can see it, can others also see it? This Xiao Hua was a little tongue-tied, shaking his head. This Xiao's secret method, I'm afraid others can't. Hehe, Jiang Yusek's Chang Si and the rest shook their heads again. If Xiao Hua directly said that he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, they might believe it a little. But at this time, Xiao Hua was a guest elder of Mo Cloud Stronghold. Who didn't know Mo Cloud Stronghold's foundation? Looks like I have to reveal my identity to the Huang family. Xiao Hua sighed and said in his heart. Just as Xiao Hua was about to transmit his voice, he heard Zheng Ziho cup his hands and say, Senior Xiao, since Senior also has a method to determine that Miss Mingxiang is under a soul puppet, and this junior determined that it's a dream mirage butterfly, of course, this junior doesn't have divine sense and can't examine, then, can Senior join forces with this junior once? If Senior's judgment is correct, and this junior is wrong, then wouldn't this junior save a lot of trouble? We all want to wake Miss Mingxiang up, don't we? Anyone can do it. Great. Nephew Zheng is right. Huang Tianle said with great joy. All right. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of any suitable reason, so he could only nod his head. Zheng Ziho didn't wait for Xiao Hua to hesitate. He immediately walked in front of Huang Mingxiang, patted his hand, and took out his spirit storage bag. However, he only took out the spirit storage bag and placed it in his hand without opening it. He said very respectfully, Senior Xiao, please make the first move. This junior will listen to Senior's instructions. Seeing Zheng Ziho like this, Xiao Hua's vigilance disappeared. However, he still didn't understand why he had to make the first move. However, how could Xiao Hua be afraid of Zheng Ziho? He nodded slightly and swept his divine sense inside. However, just as Xiao Hua's divine sense entered Huang Mingxiang's Naiwen palace, it swept across a light brown. It was a colorful and tiny insect egg. What's going on? Wasn't it just a moment ago? Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. However, it was only a slight shock. When his divine sense collided with the insect egg, his entire divine sense immediately began to spin. It was as if he had knocked open a majestic door. Xiao Hua felt a flash in front of his eyes. Everything changed. His entire body actually appeared at a ferry with biting cold winds. Where is this? How did I? Who am I? Xiao Hua stared blankly at a wooden stake that stretched straight into the river at the ferry. He looked around in a daze. Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua. A crisp voice sounded from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head. He saw a small, thin, weak and very pretty girl running over and shouting, Why did you come out again? Your injuries haven't completely healed yet? Is that so? When did I get injured? Just as Xiao Hua thought of this, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain in his body. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to support his waist. However, what he touched was actually not a Daoist robe, but a cyan robe. The style was somewhat strange. Xiao Hua felt that this girl was very familiar. It was so familiar that it was as if she was engraved in his heart. However, he just couldn't call out her name. Xiao Hua, let me help you back. The girl very carefully supported Xiao Hua's arm. Her figure was actually slightly taller than Xiao Hua's by a bit. When Xiao Hua turned around, he saw that there was actually an open thatched cottage beside the ferry. Following the girl's footsteps, Xiao Hua walked into the thatched cottage with some difficulty. When he sat on the withered grass on the ground of the thatched cottage, the girl said in a somewhat low voice, Xiao Hua, I will leave with Shirtai tomorrow. Your injuries haven't healed yet. My heart is very uneasy. Shirtai? Xiao Hua was even more at a loss. However, he still very naturally said, All right, Shirtai is a good person. If you go with her, you will definitely be able to find yourself. But the girl wanted to say something, but she was also a bit shy. After thinking for a long time, she took out an item from her bosom and extended it in front of his eyes. She said to him in a trembling voice, Brother Xiao Hua, after we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I found this in my own pouch. It is something that I always carry with me. I don't remember where it came from. However, it looks somewhat familiar to me. It must be something that belongs to me. Today, I will give it to you as a souvenir." When Xiaohua carefully looked at it, he saw that the jade-like girl was holding a pair of pearl hair clips. He couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He very naturally waved his hand and said, "How would I dare to accept such a precious thing?" The girl angrily said, "What's so precious about this? Is it because it is valuable? However, even if it is worth a lot of money, no one uses it. If it is casually thrown away, how much money would it be worth? However, even if it is worthless, if someone cherishes it, then wouldn't it be more precious than this thing that no one wants? If you don't want it, then I will just throw it into the river." Xianxia. The girl raised her eyebrows. She looked very much like fairy Xianxia. Xiaohua couldn't help but call out. When the girl heard Xiaohua actually call her Xianxia, her face became even more desolate. She said, You actually forgot the name that you gave me? You are. Xiaohua was very anxious. However, at this moment, the girl's face suddenly changed. She actually turned into the beautiful Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang was clearly startled. She looked around in amazement and shouted loudly, Where is this place? Are you this concubine's husband? Husband, save me." Soon after, she actually lost her head out of fear and threw herself into Xiaohua's arms. She tightly hugged Xiaohua. Meng. Xiang. Xiaohua suddenly felt a pain in his head. The god's guidance that he hadn't used for a long time was suddenly activated. Xiaohua's figure immediately rushed into the sky from where he was standing. He flew straight up into the sky, flying into an unknown number of clouds. Like a chain breaking, Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly appeared in Huang Mingxiang's Naiwen palace. Before this, his divine sense was still that multicolored insect egg. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. "You dare!" Xiaohua shouted loudly. His divine sense rushed out of Huang Mingxiang's Naiwen palace. He clapped his hands and a great confinement technique smashed toward Jingziho. However, the moment Xiaohua used the technique, the corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. The magic power on his body flickered, and he easily withdrew the technique. Jingziho, who was standing next to Xiaohua, had his spirit storage pouch raised in his hand just like Xiaohua's divine sense. However, at this time, Jingziho's eyes were slightly closed. His face was filled with happiness. Even his eyes were fiercely moving under his eyelids, as if he was having a dream that he had been drooling for a long time. Chapter 1937. Xiaohua immediately understood and sneered. Sure enough, unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. I haven't even made a move and I've already fallen into my own trap. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took Jingziho's spirit storage bag. Then, he unceremoniously took off the storage bag hanging on his waist and put it into his arms. Fellow Xiao, what's going on? Huang Tianle was stunned and hurriedly wanted to stop Xiaohua's actions. After all, Xiaohua's spirit sense swept in for a moment. When Xiaohua swept out with his spirit sense, he immediately took Jingziho's things. How could Huang Tianle not be shocked? Fellow Huang, didn't you see? Your so-called honorable nephew Zheng is the culprit who plotted against Huang Mengxiang. This Xiao was almost framed by him just now. However, it seems that this bastard's plan was flawless. I'm afraid that he didn't take into account this Xiao's cultivation level. He spun a cocoon around himself and suffered a backlash from his cultivation method. Xiaohua glanced at Huang Tianle and said with a smile, "Ah? Sure enough." Huang Tianle originally had some doubts, but when he saw that although Jingziho was standing motionless, he still had a sweet sleeping expression on his face, just short of lying down, just like Huang Mengxiang, he immediately understood. Any secret technique that was related to the Naiwen Palace was closely related to the divine sense. Presumably, This Xiaohua in front of him practiced a secret technique that strengthened the divine sense, exceeding the expectations of Zheng Ziho's secret technique. Therefore, he was able to break through Zheng Ziho's secret technique and injure Zheng Ziho. Fellow Xiao, can you wake Zheng Ziho up? I'm very curious. How did he plot against Xiang? Moreover, his purpose. Speaking until here, Huang Tianle didn't continue. Zheng Ziho had already made it clear that he wanted to dual cultivate and obtain primordial yin. He must be coveting Huang Mengxiang and Tianmen Mountain's inheritance. What else was there to ask? Sorry, fellow Huang. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. I don't know what cultivation method Zheng Ziho used. Naturally, I can't wake him up. However, Huang Tianle glanced at the storage bag that Xiaohua had just put away. Fellow Xiao, this is just your side of the story. Who knows if what you said is true or false? Or maybe Zheng Ziho is innocent and you are the culprit. Xie Yuji's voice rang out, while Chang Si, Su Mingyu, and the others also slightly spread out, surrounding Xiaohua in the middle. Xiaohua glanced at them and didn't seem to be afraid. He only said indifferently, even if I am the culprit, my goal is that sparrow drink, right? I didn't think about primordial yin or the inheritance of Tianmen Mountain. If I can save Huang Mengxiang, fellow Daoist Huang won't be stingy with that magic tool, right? Fellow Daoist Huang, you are the master of this place. I and the others will listen to you. If you are willing, I and the others will immediately take down Xiaohua and force him to cure Huang Mengxiang's illness. Zhu Huifeng of the Ward Cavalry said loudly with a sinister smile. Hehen, Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring them. He only looked at Xue Xue in the distance, hinting her to be at ease. Why would Xue Xue be worried? This was a fierce person who could casually kill a middle-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. In front of her were early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Why would she be worried? Huang Tianle hesitated for a moment, but in his heart he didn't care. After all, what Xie Yuji and the others said was reasonable, and he himself couldn't determine who was the culprit. However, the difference between Mo Cloud Village and Ascending Light Mountain was obvious. Huang Tianle hesitated again. Father. Seeing Huang Tianle hesitate, Huang Mang immediately said in a low voice, Xiang is still unconscious. Even if Xiaohua is the culprit, but he only wants the sparrow drink. My Tianmen Mountain's daughter can't compare to a magic tool? That's right. Huang Tianle quivered and came to his senses. He secretly gritted his teeth and waved his sleeves. Fellow Daoists, I understand your thoughts. I still have to thank you. However, under the Vermilion Bird Great Formation, how can I let the culprit escape? Even if fellow Daoist Xiao is the culprit, as long as you can save Xiang and give me this magic tool, what can I do? Then he changed his tone. In addition, fellow Daoist Xiao may be free, but fellow Daoist Chang of Mo Cloud Village, I know him very well. When I have time, Tianmen Mountain will pay a visit to Mo Cloud Village. Then I will welcome fellow Daoist Huang on behalf of fellow Daoist Chang. Xiaohua didn't care at all, and Chang Lihao and the others didn't care at all. Xiaohua was forced by them, so how could he make a move first? How could an upright cultivator who could challenge a middle-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator for a mortal be a person who would plot against a female cultivator? Very good. Huang Tianle nodded. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please make a move. We will wait and see. Of course I can make a move, but I ask fellow Daoist Huang and fellow Daoist Yang to immediately carve the jade bed, and I also ask fellow Daoist Huang to set up the restriction again. Xiaohua's request was somewhat difficult for Huang Tianle, but after all, this was Xiaohua's secret technique, so it was normal that he didn't want others to see through it. As for Xiaohua being alone with Huang Mengxiang, Xiaohua was a Foundation Establishment Realm senior. Although he looked young, he was much older than Huang Mengxiang, so it wasn't a big deal. Seeing that Yang Yu was a bit worried, Huang Tianle flicked his sleeve and said, Come out. Xiang'er's life is important. Let fellow Daoist Xiao go in. Yes, father. Yang Yu didn't dare to disobey and reluctantly walked to Huang Chang's side. Huang Chang reached out and held her hand to comfort her. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Huang Tianle raised his hand and waited for Xiao Hua to walk to the side of the jade bed. Huang Chang took the command medallion from the Huang family disciple beside him and set up the restriction. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace hall was filled with whispers. Everyone's gaze was on the people from Mo Cloud Village. When Xiao Hua saw the restriction form, he swept it with his divine sense and waved his hand. Dozens of spirit talismans appeared in his hand and were placed on different positions of the jade bed. As Xiao Hua activated his magic power, a rabbit formation was formed, isolating all probing. Outside the restriction, Huang Chang unconsciously frowned and transmitted his voice to Huang Tianle. Huang Tianle's expression didn't change, and he also looked at Xue Xue and the others. Xiao Hua walked to the front of the jade bed and looked at Huang Mingxiang, whose face was slightly flushed. He knew that this girl who was yearning for love was weaving her beautiful dreams. He couldn't help but smile. But when he reached out his hand, his expression became serious. After all, the delusion breaker Dharma Eye had only just awakened. All these years he had only looked at it. It was only on the night of Yi Yuan's sneak attack that he learned that the delusion breaker Dharma Eye might have the ability to emit silver light. As for the use of the silver light, Xiao Hua only knew a little today. Xiao Hua stretched out his left hand and pointed it at Huang Mingxiang's forehead. He saw the light brown dot quietly floating in his Naiwen palace and thought with all his might, "Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw." To be continued. Chapter 1938. Xiao Hua didn't know how many times he thought about it, but the silver light still didn't appear. Damn it, luckily there's no one here to watch me make a fool of myself. Xiao Hua looked around with a guilty conscience. Then he clenched his left hand and focused his mind on the Dharma Eye imprint between his eyebrows. Soul thread? Xiao Hua immediately remembered the soul-absorbing bell. His Dharma Eye could see through the soul thread and the location of the suspected soul in his mind. He had refined the soul thread before, so if he could activate the soul cultivation technique of the 9 heavens of the spirit origin, he should be able to activate the soul thread. If the soul thread moved, then the Dharma Eye imprint connected to the soul thread should also be able to move, right? After thinking it through, Xiao Hua bent down and aimed his forehead at Huang Mingxiang's forehead. He closed his eyes and activated the soul cultivation technique of the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Sure enough, in just a moment, the mysterious soul thread in Xiao Hua's mind gradually sent a mysterious black gas into the Dharma Eye imprint of the Buddha relic. As the black gas intensified, the Dharma Eye imprint gradually revealed itself. When the outline of the Dharma Eye imprint gradually formed, Xiao Hua felt a heat in between his eyebrows. A faint silver light shot out from the Dharma Eye imprint and directly shone into Huang Mingxiang's Naiwen palace. It firmly covered the light brown, but in fact, it was a multicolored. As the silver light shone, the light brown dot gradually rose until it flew out of Huang Mingxiang's forehead. The moment the light brown dot flew out, Huang Mingxiang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, he raised his arms above his head and stretched his body before he yelled, "Hey, hey, hey, hey." Xiao Hua saw Huang Mingxiang wake up and smiled in his heart, but he didn't dare to move. The dot had just come out of the silver light. However, what happened next made Xiao Hua very embarrassed. He saw Huang Mingxiang stretch her waist, her curves straightened, and then she opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Hua's face, Huang Mingxiang wasn't surprised at all. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Husband." Then, she reached out her hands and hugged Xiao Hua's neck. "Fellow Daoist Huang." Xiao Hua anxiously shouted. Seeing that Huang Mingxiang was ignoring him, Xiao Hua simply ignored him and concentrated on sucking the light brown dot to a place not far from his glabella. Then, not daring to use his divine sense, he swept his mind and sent the egg of the dream sea butterfly into his space. "Husband, why are you so cold to this lowly concubine?" Feeling that Xiao Hua didn't move, Huang Mingxiang said with extreme grievance, "Husband and concubine have been loving each other for more than 10 years. Could it be that you are already tired of this lowly concubine?" "Fellow Daoist Huang." Xiao Hua very gently pushed away Huang Mingxiang, who was sticking to his body. Looking at Huang Mingxiang's beautiful face that was about to cry, he smiled and said, "Those were all dreams. Now I have already rescued you from the dream. Right now, we are in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall of your Tianmen Mountain." Dreamland? Huang Mingxiang's beautiful eyes flickered as she covered her mouth and giggled. "Husband, you're really funny. How can I not know if it's a dream?" "Huh, then what is this Xiao's surname and name?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Naturally, your surname is Xiao and your name is Hua?" Huang Mingxiang smiled faintly and said, "This concubine has served you for more than 10 years. I even know every single hair on your body. How can I not know your name?" "Ah?" Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He didn't think that in the instant that the dream overlapped, Huang Mingxiang would know so much. Moreover, she had overlapped his image with all the beautiful dreams she had in the past year. "Darling Xiao." Huang Mingxiang smiled again and said, "You are the most adorable. You are already so old, yet you are still joking with this concubine." Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia had dual cultivated for a long time. How could he not know what Huang Mingxiang was thinking? Unfortunately, Huang Mingxiang was still a virgin. How could he take her innocence? "Ha, fellow Daoist Huang, then tell me, what cultivation level should you be at?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Naturally, I should be at the nascent soul stage." Huang Mingxiang had just said this when she suddenly realized. Her face was pale as she said, How did I reach the 9th level of the qi refining stage? This is what is going on." Alas. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart when he saw Huang Mingxiang so disappointed. Anyone who knew in their dream that they were already at the nascent soul stage, but when they woke up, they were only at the qi refining stage. How could they not be disappointed? "Husband, tell me." Huang Mingxiang began to cry. "Silly girl." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "You were originally at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. However, a year ago, when you were trying to break through to the 10th level of the qi refining stage, you were plotted against by someone. Because of that, you entered the dream. From the 10th level of the qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage, and everything that happened during that period were all your own thoughts in the dream. But in fact, you were lying on a jade bed and dreaming. Your parents were crying beside you, and your grandfather was trying everything for you. I just happened to come to Tianmen Mountain at the right time and woke you up. Of course, you have to ask Huang Mang and the others." "Darling Xiao," Huang Mingxiang said in a sorrowful voice, "I was extremely happy in my dream, so why did you have to wake me up?" "Fellow Daoist Huang, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Father, mother, grandfather." Huang Mingxiang nimbly jumped up from the jade bed and jumped in front of Yang Yu in an instant. She hugged Yang Yu tightly and kissed Yang Yu's face with a smack. Yang Yu saw that her lively daughter had returned. Although she was extremely happy in her heart, she still lightly reprimanded, "Don't be like this, why aren't you quickly thanking Senior Xiao?" "Hee, this boy already thanked Senior Xiao earlier," Huang Mingxiang said as she blinked her eyes at Xiao Hua. That's right." Xiao Hua saw that Huang Tianle was also trembling with excitement and said with a smile, "This Xiao has already saved little friend Huang. Can fellow Huang fulfill the promise?" Of course. Huang Tianle extended his hand and passed the sparrow drink on the table to Xiao Hua. Immediately after, he fished out a light red jade slip from his bosom. Chapter 1939. Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his divine thought. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Cultivator Huang." "Sigh, I don't dare." Huang Tianle sighed and said, "I didn't expect Cultivator Xiao to wake Xiang up. I was negligent earlier." What a coincidence. I didn't have any confidence at first. Thanks to this guy's reminder." Xiao Hua looked at Jing Ziho, who was still standing there, and smiled. Huang Tianle sneered. Although the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is declining, we can't be bullied. I will send people to Meng Kingdom to ask the Zheng family of Ascending Mountain why they came to Tianmen Mountain. Huang Mingxiang, who was not far away, had heard about the danger just now from Yang Yu. Her face was red. She waved her hand as if she was going to throw a yellow talisman at Zheng Ziho. Huang Tianle was so scared that he quickly waved his hand and said, "Xiang, don't move. This is evidence. Not only will we punish the Zheng family of Ascending Mountain, we will also interrogate them to find out who the mastermind is." This guy got lucky. Huang Mingxiang looked at Xiao Hua with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Hua quickly turned around and walked back to the table as if he didn't see anything. "Congratulations, senior brother. You helped the Huang family get rid of the big trouble." Xue Xue smiled and said charmingly. Huang Mingxiang, who was far away, was also looking at them from afar. "Congratulations, senior brother Xiao." Chang Lihao and the others were all red as they bowed and said, I was just lucky." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Who are you waiting for?" "Ah?" Chang Lihao and the others were stunned when they heard that. Then they were overjoyed. However, after that, they were disappointed. The four of them looked at Chang Xueme. "I have a fire attribute body." Chang Xueme was so excited that her face was shining. "You got lucky." Xiao Hua threw the sparrow drink and the jade bamboo slipped to her and said with a smile, "You really gave it to me?" Chang Xueme took the sparrow drink and asked unconfidently, "Actually, your cultivation is not high enough to refine this item. I intend to give it to Chang Lihao. Unfortunately, his body's property does not match. I'm afraid it's not appropriate," Xiao Hua said impolitely. A trace of envy and disappointment flashed in Chang Lihao's eyes. He quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for giving sister Xueme this celestial device. She is more suitable for this celestial device than I am. I dare not compete with her." "Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for bestowing me with the magic tool." Chang Xueme finally calmed down and bowed toward Xiao Hua. There's no need to be polite. Since you've followed me to Tianmen Mountain, it's fate. Take it." Xiao Hua waved his hand. In the distance, Xie Yuji and the others were dumbfounded. They had gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, thinking that Xiao Hua was the instigator and wanted to obtain this mystic instrument. But Xiao Hua didn't even look at it before throwing it to a 9th-layer qi refining female cultivator. This was really beyond their expectations. Could it be that Xiao Hua was just putting on a show? Everyone thought at the same time. On the other hand, Chang Lihao and the others puffed out their chests, their faces full of glory. Although they didn't get the celestial device, Chang Xueme did. She was also a disciple of Mo Yun Village. Mo Yun Village's strength was 1 level higher. Well, everyone, because fellow Daoist Xiao was 1 step ahead and exposed Zheng Ziho's plot. Xiang was also saved by him, which solved the big problem of our Tianmen Mountain. Come, let me propose a toast to fellow Daoist Xiao. Everyone, let's have a toast. Huang Tianle said with a smile on his face. Good, let's toast to fellow Daoist Xiao. Everyone suppressed their emotions and raised their cups. I don't dare. This is Miss Meng Xiang's fate. Even if I didn't come, someone else would. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, secretly putting the 3rd wine cup into his space. Alright, it's a bit noisy here. I'll open the array of the Vermilion Bird Palace and let Xiang and the others go out to rest. We'll continue the banquet here. Huang Tianle put down the wine cup and slapped his hand. He first took out a light red elixir and swallowed it, then took out the Vermilion Bird statue. However, when Huang Tianle activated his Fa Li and the Vermilion Bird's scarlet brilliance once again sprayed towards the surroundings of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the flames on the walls did not gradually subside as Huang Tianle had expected. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Ouch! Huang Tianle's face changed slightly. He rolled his eyes and smiled. I just activated the array and consumed a lot of my magic power. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Then he took 2 more elixirs and activated the statue again. Unfortunately, the situation was still the same as before. Fellow Daoist Huang, what's going on? Su Mingyu, who was the closest, had already seen that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, could it be that the array can't be opened? Fellow Daoist Huang. Fellow Daoist Huang. Everyone who had seen the vermilion bird flame array was shocked and hurriedly asked. This. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly and said awkwardly, really don't know why. I can't open the array. Quick, let Huang Mang open it. Xie Yuqi hurriedly urged. Huang Tianle shook his head. This vermilion bird flame array can only be opened by Foundation Establishment Huang family disciples. Xiang is only at the peak of qi refinement, so she can't open it for now. What should we do? Everyone stood up. Tonight was really not safe. Fellow Daoists, don't worry. Huang Tianle said with a smile, although I can't open the array, no one will come in from the outside. With this array protecting us, nothing will happen. As long as I recover my magic power, I'll naturally be able to let everyone out. I see. As soon as Huang Tianle's words came out, many of the panicked cultivators calmed down. Although they were still whispering, the panic on their faces had lessened. Senior brother Xiao. Chang Lihao and the others were a little surprised, but when they saw Xiaohua sitting there, they felt as if they had eaten a weight. They didn't panic at all and only asked in a low voice, it can't be something big happened again, right? How would I know? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Today's events were really full of ups and downs. First, it was Shang Qinghe, then it was Jing Ziho. Just as the situation was about to turn around and things were going to be perfect, they encountered the vermilion bird flame array that couldn't be opened. Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see first. Xiaohua said in a low voice, and these words were like a reassuring pill. Chang Limin and the others sat down very quietly. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you really don't show your true colors. You really let me see. Yu Qian, who was at the side, seemed to be a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, he came over and smiled apologetically. Hee, fellow Daoist you, didn't I say it was just a coincidence? It's really. Xiaohua spread his hands and said with a smile. How could Yu Qian believe him? He smiled apologetically and said, there seems to be something wrong today. Fellow Daoist Xiao, if there's anything, I hope you can hold back a little. Chapter 1940. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Yu Qian heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and brought the table closer to Xiaohua. His disciple also sat to the left of Chang Lihao and the others. Fellow Daoists, Huang Tianle still had a smile on his face. My Tianmen Mountain's disciples are to your left. If anything happens, we will definitely be in front of you. Just as Huang Tianle finished speaking, a cultivator's scream came from a corner of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. When everyone looked over, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They saw a young male cultivator around the 6th layer of qi, refining, holding his stomach and rolling on the ground in pain. His entire forehead was covered in sweat and his face was abnormally ferocious, as if he was in incomparable pain. Fellow Daoist. Just as the Tianmen Mountain's disciples were about to walk over, they heard the cultivator yell, "It's so painful that I want to die." He clenched his hand tightly on the ground. On his palm, there was an oval-shaped 9-colored spot, which looked very strange. The cultivator's fingernails were all broken by the hard crimson ground. The cultivator raised his head and spat out a mouthful of stinky black blood. He immediately lay on the ground, no longer moving. When the Tianmen Mountain's disciples turned over the cultivator's corpse, they saw that the cultivator's face was covered in black strands. Moreover, his entire face quickly withered and soon shrunk into a ball of poison. Suddenly, an unknown cultivator exclaimed in shock. This is the poison of the 9-headed dove. But before this cultivator's voice fell, a series of screams came from the other corners of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Another few cultivators around the 6th layer of qi refining were poisoned. Su Mingyu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were shocked when they saw this. They hurriedly checked their bodies and found that the poison had already entered their bodies. They couldn't help but be furious. Huang Tianle's face was pale and his eyes were dull. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, not to mention you, have also been poisoned." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Sure enough, on Huang Tianle's palm, a 9-colored spot appeared intermittently. It was the poison of the 9-headed dove. "Father, the boy is not poisoned." Huang Liang hurriedly said. "Grandfather, the boy didn't either." Huang Mingxiang also said in a low voice, but his gaze was slightly worried as he glanced at Xiaohua. "Father, your daughter-in-law doesn't have one either." Yang Yu hurriedly added. Huang Tianle rolled his eyes and raised his voice. "Which fellow Daoist hasn't been poisoned yet?" "Huang Tianle, this is all your fault. With the exception of your son, who else hasn't been poisoned?" Several cultivators swore, gnashing their teeth. Reporting to the patriarch, "We didn't." The Huang family's disciples standing nearby bowed and said, "That's strange." Huang Tianle scratched his head. It was as if yellow mud had fallen into his crotch. He couldn't explain it clearly. "And this Xiao hasn't been poisoned." Xiaohua's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully suppressed it. He coldly stood up and waved his hand. 3 wine cups filled with dark green spirit wine were lined up in a row. He asked, "This Xiao doesn't like spirit wine. I didn't drink these 3 cups of spirit wine. I presume that the 9-headed dove's poison was placed in these spirit wine. Fellow Daoist Huang, how do you explain this?" "Spirit wine?" Huang Tianle looked at the spirit wine on the table and was somewhat surprised. "Fellow Daoist Huang, if you don't give this Xiao an explanation and cure my junior sister's poison, don't blame this Xiao for being ruthless and washing Tianmen Mountain with blood." Xiaohua coldly said. When Huang Mingxiang heard that Xiaohua hadn't been poisoned, she was happy at first. However, after hearing Xiaohua's threat, her beautiful eyes looked at the unusually calm Shui. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't worry. This poison really wasn't done by this Huang. If it was done by this Huang, how could Xiang, Shui, and the others be here?" Huang Tianle explained. "This spirit wine is from your Tianmen Mountain. It's a banquet for us. Now that the wine is poisoned, how do you explain this?" Xie Yuqi sneered. At this moment, a Huang family's disciple said in shock, "Patriarch, look at Jing Ziho." When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Jing Ziho, who had almost been forgotten by everyone. They saw strands of black hair growing from Zheng Ziho's forehead. His sweet smile looked strange and terrifying as the black hair spread. Moreover, on his outstretched hands, 9 colored poison spots appeared. "Oh no," Huang Tianle said anxiously. He knew that Jing Ziho had died here. Everything would be hard to explain to the Ascending Mountains Zheng family. Moreover, "Grandfather, this Jing Ziho was Qi refining stage 8, right?" Huang Mingxiang said, "Qi refining stage 7 cultivators haven't been poisoned yet. How could he be poisoned? I'm afraid someone wanted him to die early." "Do you still need to say it? Someone must have done it." Su Mingyu sneered. "This person must be in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall." After speaking, he turned to look at Xiaohua. "That's right, fellow Daoist Xiao." Xie Yuqi walked 2 steps forward. Together with Su Mingyu, they stood on both sides of Xiaohua. He said, "In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, aside from the disciples of the Tianmen Mountains Huang family, you're the only one who hasn't been poisoned. He, and Huang Mingxiang was also awakened by you. I don't think I have such great abilities. I didn't think that an unknown guest of Mo Cloud Village would have such abilities." "Shut up for this young master," Xiaohua said angrily. "Don't think that just because this young master is more capable than you, this young master is heavily suspicious. If you annoy this young master, do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" When Xiaohua saw that Shui had been poisoned, he had already been annoyed. Unfortunately, even though he knew how to refine pills, he had never refined a detoxification pill before. He also didn't have a pill recipe for this kind of pill. He was at his wits' end regarding Xue's situation. Now that he saw that he was being suspected, how could he not be angry? Senior brother, Xue said softly, this is this lowly concubine's fate. Why take your anger out on others? Your anger is making this concubine scared. Xiaohua's eyes widened in anger. It seemed that he was really on the verge of exploding and killing people in an instant. However, when he heard Xue's words, the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. He forced a smile on his face and turned his head to say gently, Hee, senior brother is just scaring them. Don't worry, senior brother will definitely be able to detoxify you. After he finished speaking, his mind spun rapidly, trying to find a way to detoxify the poison. At the same time, he rummaged through his space for a jade slip. He had just killed Shang Cheng of the 10,000 Poisons sect and took his storage bag. However, there were many storage bags that didn't belong to him in his space, so he really didn't have time to look through them. Now that he needed to use them, he looked through them to see if there was any way to detoxify the poison. This Xie wants to see. Xie Yushi sneered. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Huang Tianla anxiously say, Fellow Daoist Xie, it's useless to say anything else. It's better to quickly think of a way to detoxify the 9-headed dove's poison. Fellow Daoist Xie. Su Mingyu saw that Xiaohua's anxiousness wasn't fake and hurriedly signaled to Xie Yushi with his eyes. Forget it, today's situation is urgent. This Xie won't lower himself to your level. Xie Yushi snorted and turned to walk towards Huang Tianla. Fellow Daoist Huang, at this point, we naturally have to find the culprit. Only he has the antidote to this poison. Li Mingzhu anxiously said, I don't believe it. Fellow Daoist Huang, don't you have any doubts in your heart right now? This Huang sighed, to be honest, really? I can't think of who would do such a thing. This is simply killing my Tianmen mountain. Huang Tianla also said bitterly. What about fellow Daoist Huang Tianming? Where did he go? Mu Lanshan and Lan Ping, who had been silently thinking, suddenly asked. That's right, what about Huang Tianming? He is the steward of Tianmen Mountain, a foundation establishment cultivator second only to fellow Daoist Huang. Everyone suddenly realized, only he could poison the spirit wine. No, it can't be Tianming. Huang Tianla said firmly, this kind of harmful thing to Tianmen Mountain is definitely not done by him. This Huang can guarantee with his life. But what about Huang Tianming? Where is he? Everyone was talking at once. Now that the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is sealed by the Great Formation, who can activate this formation other than people from Tianmen Mountain? Who else can do such a thing? Hee. A cold, owl-like voice sounded in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. I didn't expect a group of people who are about to die to be able to guess that this was done by this old man. Tuming. Huang Tianla shouted as if he had just woken up. What's going on? How can this be you? It's really Huang Tianming? Not only Xiaohua, but even Huang Mang and Yang Yu were stunned. Why can't it be me? Huang Tianming's familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. Huang Tianla, you must have suspected this old man when Shang Qinghe came out, right? At this time, Huang Tianla's face was indescribably bleak, and even a little distressed. He shook his head and said, that thought only flashed through my mind. I definitely didn't think much about you. The Vermilion Bird Flame Formation can't be used. Other than you, the head of the family, isn't this old man the only one who knows? Who else could have revealed it to Shang Qinghe? Huang Tianming said with a smile, but this old man didn't expect that in the end, you still hid it from this old man. You actually used the Vermilion Bird celestial body and your blood essence to activate the Great Formation. Presumably, the head of the Huang family, who has lost all his blood essence, will die in a few days, right? Father. Huang Mang was shocked. Huang Mingxiang was also shocked. Grandfather? Tianming. Huang Tianla looked like he had aged 10 years. He sat shakily on the chair and murmured, Tianming, Huang Mingxiang's matter was naturally done by this old man. It's a pity that Jing Ziho was too unlucky. He couldn't be the next head of the Huang family, and was actually taken care of by a little foundation establishment stage from Mo Cloud Village. He can only dream of his own great dreams. Huang Tianming was a little annoyed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made it so complicated. In the end, I still have to do it myself. Fellow Daoists, this old man's 9-headed dove poison doesn't have to be activated. If nothing unexpected happens, the antidote will be sent up in a while. If you want to blame someone, blame the little foundation establishment stage from Mo Cloud Village. This guy ruined my plan, so I had to poison you all. Men. Zhu Feng and several other foundation establishment stage cultivators scolded angrily. We came thousands of miles away to help Tianmen Mountain, and you treat us like this? Tianmen Mountain has its own internal conflicts. Why did you poison us? Even if we become ghosts, we won't forgive you. Chapter 1941. Become a ghost? Hee, this old man hasn't seen it yet, but today is the 15th day of the 7th month, the legendary Ghost Festival. If you are fated, then go and become a ghost. Wait until you become a ghost, then come find this old man. Huang Tianming said with a smile. Tianming, I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't understand why you did this. You have no reason. Huang Tianle said with a bitter smile. Hee, what's there to think about? Huang Tianming sneered. My cultivation is not worse than yours, and my ability to handle the affairs of Tianmen Mountain is 100 times better than yours. Haven't I been working hard for Tianmen Mountain for hundreds of years? What have you done? Where are my children? Why can't they take charge of Tianmen Mountain? You're not Tianming. Hearing this, Huang Tianle immediately stood up from his chair and said angrily, Who are you? Where's Tianming? What did you do to him? Ah? Everyone was stunned. Huang Tianming's voice also calmed down. After a while, he said, This is strange. How do you know that I'm not Huang Tianming? I've been by Huang Tianming's side for 20 years. I've seen all of his actions and remembered them in my heart. Even in the past 10 years, you haven't seen any flaws, have you? Why did you suddenly realize it when I was done today? You're Huang Jingming? Huang Tianle suddenly realized and shouted, 10 years ago. Sigh, I understand now. The one who was killed 10 years ago was my brother. You were the one who did it. That's right. You finally thought of this. Huang Tianming's voice sounded. Huang Jingming, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has treated you well. We trained you for decades and finally sent you to my brother. In the future, your children will be the children of the Huang family's concubines. Your cultivation seems to have been passed down by the Huang family, right? Why did you do such a thing to kill the children of the Huang family? Hee, do you think this old man will say such things? Huang Jingming's voice was filled with pride. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man wanted to personally witness your deaths and the feast that this old man had designed, this old man wouldn't even have shown himself. Not only was the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain exterminated by this old man, but they were also hunted down by other cultivation families or sections. Not even a blade of grass was left. Hiss, Huang Tianle sucked in a breath of cold air and bitterly smiled. Huang Jingming, from the tone of your voice, I'm afraid you have a great enmity with my Huang clan. However, this old man has never provoked anyone like this in his entire life. How could this old man? It's true that you haven't offended anyone in this lifetime, but what about the previous generation of your Huang family? What about the previous generation? What about the generation before that? Have they always been good people in the country of Xi? Huang Jingming sneered and said, Look at the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Which one of them doesn't have blood on their hands? This old man will kill all of you to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Don't use your divine sense to search for me. I wasn't even in the array. Huang Jingming scolded coldly. Xiaohua and the others could only helplessly withdraw their divine sense. Xiaohua had a lot of jade slips in his hands, but he didn't have any pill recipes. He also didn't have any traces of the detoxification pill. As for the 9-headed dove, there was no record of it. Xiaohua had so many spiritual herbs in his space, but he didn't know which ones were effective. Continuous screams came from a corner not far away. Presumably, they were from low-level qi refining cultivators. Senior martial brother. Seeing Xiaohua's gloomy face and the jade slips he kept taking out, Shui took a step forward and reached out to hold Xiaohua's hand. She calmly said, "Meeting you is the greatest happiness of this concubine. Being able to accompany you for so long, even at death's door, this concubine is already satisfied. You don't need to worry. Everything is fated, this concubine." Shui. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and looked at the vermilion bird great array. This great array was very strict and imposing. Xiaohua just swept it with his divine sense and knew that this array, which was said to be able to kill nascent soul cultivators, absolutely lived up to its name. With his cultivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break it. There are too many people who can become enemies with my Tianmen Mountains Huang clan. This Huang really can't guess who you are. Huang Tianla sighed and said, "However, there are so many fellow Daoists here. They are all innocent and didn't participate in the grievances between our two clans. Why do you have to drag them into the water?" This old man originally didn't plan to do so. Huang Jingming laughed and said, "But by a freak combination of factors, they came here. Moreover, their deaths can be exchanged for the destruction of your Huang clan, so why not? Besides, back then when my family was destroyed by your Huang clan, which cultivator in the state of Shi stood up? Now let them be buried with my ancestor. Isn't that what my ancestor did in the underworld?" Then he seemed to ponder for a moment and said, "Huang Tianla, this old man won't let you die unjustly. Tell me, how do you know that this old man is not Huang Tianming? If you can tell me the reason, this old man can consider telling you who I am." Obviously, Huang Jingming was very conceited about his decades of planning, but he didn't expect that Huang Tianla could still see through the flaw, which made him very puzzled. Alas, this was originally the secret of my Tianmen Mountains Huang clan. No one will know it in Xiao-Er's generation. Huang Tianla smiled bitterly. Since it has come to this, it's not a big deal to say it. Otherwise, Xiao-Er won't know his identity in the end. Father? Huang Liang was surprised. In fact, as early as when this old man took over Tianmen Mountain, my father originally wanted Tianming. Huang Tianla ignored Huang Liang, but said tirelessly, "Tianming is meticulous, and his cultivation is higher than mine. If Tianmen Mountain is in his hands, it will be much stronger than before." However, Tianming grew up with me and was very attached to me. He felt that Tianmen Mountain was mine, and if he took over Tianmen Mountain, he would be taking away my things. Therefore, he threatened my father with his life, insisting that he didn't want my father to abolish his position. My father had no choice but to change his mind and hand over Tianmen Mountain to me. Tianming also swore that day that he would assist me, his elder brother, for the rest of his life, and would never betray me. Tell me, Tianming didn't want the things that were sent to him back then, so why does he want them now? Maybe he's not satisfied when he sees that your power is monstrous and you control everything. This old man has to discuss everything with Tianmen Mountain with Tianming. Huang Tianla sneered, "Don't you think that this old man has asked you a lot of things over the years?" This is indeed. Moreover, this old man's child died early, and I had no children. Xiao-Er was adopted by Tianming, so Tianmen Mountain will belong to Xiao-Er from now on. Tianmen Mountain will belong to Xiao, and Tianming will be the heir. How could he take away his son's family business and hand it over to an outsider? Huang Tianla hesitated for a moment, then said, "Therefore, this old man has never doubted Tianming." Chapter 1942. Father! Huang Liang exclaimed, Why didn't you tell this boy? What's the difference between telling you and not telling you? I loved you as much as your second uncle did, and Xiang and the others grew up in front of me. If it weren't for today's incident, I would have never told you. You evil thief, where is my father's corpse? Huang Liang raised his head and shouted angrily. Haha, I didn't promise to tell you this. Well, it's fine if you don't tell me. Huang Tianla nodded and said, Tell me, who are you? How did your Huang clan start? Where did your Huang clan spirit stone veins come from? Huang Jingming's voice became colder and colder. Don't tell me you don't know these things? Spirit stone veins? Huang Tianla pondered. After a moment, he said in astonishment, Your surname is Lan? You're the descendant of Lan clan? It's been so many years. Huh? You old ghost, you still remember my Lan clan? I really underestimated you. The cultivator called Lan Jingming said in a strange manner. Alas, since you're the descendant of Lan clan, I have nothing to say. Huang Tianla sighed and said, This old man has checked the ancient records of the clan. For tens of thousands of years, my Huang Tianming Huang clan has done many evil things. However, the thing that this old man despises the most is your Lan clan. Lan Jingming laughed wildly and said, Unfortunately, my Lan clan was annihilated by your Huang clan, and only a child is left. It's hard to survive on this Xiaoyu continent, and I don't know how many natural and man-made disasters have happened, but my Lan clan hasn't been completely wiped out. Alas, the heavens are unfair. Why did your Huang clan decline until now? Why can't my Lan clan produce a cultivation genius? It was only at this point that he could kill his enemies with his own hands. All the glory of your Tianmen Mountains Huang clan should belong to my Lan clan. How can you deny it? Of course, it was your Lan clan's ancestor who discovered the spirit stone veins. If it weren't for my Huang clan's ancestor, I'm afraid this place would be the foundation of your Lan clan. Huang Tianla admitted without hesitation, but, since you've already tasted the hardships of the world and been haunted by hatred, why do you have the heart to inflict this pain on others? The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain will bear your wrath and release all the other fellow Daoists. How about that? How is that possible? Lan Jingming smiled and said, You can all die in there. This old man has already explained the whole story clearly. This old man wants to see how many of you can turn into evil spirits and cause trouble for this Lan. After that, there was no more sound from the array. Sigh, fellow Daoists. I've implicated all of you. Huang Tianla sighed and cupped his hands. At this time, no one cared about the enmity between the Huang and Lan clans. All they wanted was to get rid of their poison. However, the nine-headed dove's poison was famous in the Xiaoyu continent and was extremely rare. Many cultivators had brought along antidotes, but none of their antidotes were effective. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and the jade slip in his hand stopped. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a pink jade bottle. He opened it and sniffed it with his nose before handing it to Shui. He transmitted his voice. This is the antidote of the 10,000 poison sect. It is said to be able to cure all poisons. Sigh, this 10,000 poison sect doesn't live up to its name. They don't even have an antidote for the nine-headed dove. They only have some poison techniques and poison methods. Thank you, husband. Shui took the jade bottle and looked at it. She frowned and said, Husband, there are only 3 pills inside, but there are 6 of us. Take it first and see if it is effective. If it is effective, let the 2 female cultivators of the Chang clan take it first. I will think of a way. Xiaohua said very decisively. Shui poured out a pill from the jade bottle. She frowned as she looked at the dark and smelly pill. She swallowed it and a bitter and indescribable taste came from her mouth. Xiaohua looked at her with concern. After waiting for a moment, Shui's eyes flashed with joy. She raised her hand and transmitted her voice. The 10,000 poison sect is really powerful. Although it can't completely cure the nine-headed dove's poison, my life should be safe. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, The remaining poison can be refined with magic power. Give the pills to Chang Yulian and the others. Yes, husband. Shui smiled and said, But this antidote is really bitter and smelly. If you didn't look at the jade slip, I would have thought it was poison. Oh, Xiaohua's face was filled with joy. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out another jade slip. Shui Shui handed the jade bottle to Chang Xueme and transmitted her voice to her. Naturally, Chang Xueme and Chang Yulian were overjoyed. They reached out to take it. At the same time, Shui Shui transmitted this matter to Chang Lihao and the others. Sure enough, Chang Lihao and the others didn't hesitate at all. They immediately nodded and agreed with Xiao Hua's opinion. Although Xiao Hua didn't particularly care, he was secretly happy when he saw that Chang Lihao and the others were very affectionate. He didn't help the Chang family for nothing. Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and looked at it for a moment. He transmitted his voice to Shui Shui and said, "Wife, I found a way, but I don't know if it will be effective. Tell me." Although Shui Shui had already cured the poison, she was still happy when she heard that there was a way. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. If we use another kind of poison to cure the nine-headed dove's poison, it should be effective, right? Ah. Really? Shui Shui nodded, but then she frowned. However, we have to consider the details. Otherwise, if one poison doesn't work, we'll add another. Won't he die faster? Hee, we don't need to try. Xiao Hua looked at Chang Lihao and the others. Although their cultivation was shallow, they were still above the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. For the time being, they didn't show any signs of being poisoned. He got up and walked towards Huang Tianle. Huang Tianle seemed to have given up. He just sat on a chair with Huang Mang, Yang Yu, and Huang Mingxiang beside him. His face was slightly sad, and Huang Mang's face was extremely gloomy. Xie Yujiang and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators from Cultivation sects and Chu Yuchang and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators from Cultivation families were divided into two groups. They sat together and discussed something in low voices. However, everyone was frowning. Obviously, they didn't have any useful ideas. When Huang Tianle saw Xiao Hua coming, he quickly stood up and cupped his hands. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, thank you for saving Xiang. Unfortunately, because of my Huang family's matter, I'm afraid you'll be implicated." Then he turned around and said, "Oh right, Xiang, come and thank fellow Daoist Xiao for his kindness. I wanted to wait until tomorrow morning to thank you, but it seems I won't have the chance." Huang Mingxiang stared at Xiao Hua and walked over with light steps. He bowed and said, "This servant thanks Xiao Senior for his kindness." This servant made Yang Yu frown. Huang Mingxiang bowed and winked at Xiao Hua, making Xiao Hua feel quite embarrassed. "Hee, get up, little friend Huang. You didn't forget to thank me in the restriction just now." Xiao Hua waved his hand and didn't let Huang Mingxiang kneel. Huang Mingxiang took the opportunity to straighten up and naughtily stuck out his tongue. He turned around and walked to Yang Yu's side, acting like an innocent and lively girl. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, what's the matter?" Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, "This Huang has already given my most powerful magic tool to fellow Daoist. There's nothing else that can satisfy fellow Daoist." Fellow Daoist Huang doesn't have it, but this Xiao has it." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Huang Tianle. "What's this?" Huang Tianle took it with a puzzled expression. He opened the jade bottle and a faint fishy smell spread out from the jade bottle. Huang Tianle stared at it and scanned it with his divine sense. He still didn't understand and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. "This is the poison of the azure python," Xiao Hua said indifferently. "Azure python? Poison?" Huang Tianle frowned at first, but then he came to a realization. He was pleasantly surprised and said anxiously, "The azure python is a famous poisonous creature in my country of Xi. The poison that an adult azure python spits out is something that even Foundation Establishment cultivators can't resist. Although it's inferior to the nine-headed dove, but it can be used to fight poison with poison. Unfortunately, this Xiao is not a doctor nor an alchemist, so I can't use it to make an antidote. I also don't know how to use poison to fight poison, so I'll give it to fellow Daoist Huang," Xiao Hua said with regret. He didn't finish reading the jade slip of the 10,000 poison sect, so he really couldn't find a way to use poison to fight poison, so he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Xiao Hua walk over, Xie Yuji and Chu Yuchang's groups naturally paid attention. By the time Huang Tianle's words reached their ears, a few people had already separated themselves from the two groups and walked over. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this Huang has some experience in using it in his early years. If fellow Daoist is not worried, you can let this Huang test it. Huang Tianle held the jade bottle in his hand and said to Xiao Hua with a smile on his face, "If this succeeds, this Huang will immediately detoxify the disciples of Mo Yun village." Good. Xiao Hua clapped and said, "Fellow Daoist Huang, using your own body to test the poison can make up for your negligence." Huang Tianle understood and bowed. He was extremely grateful and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, thank you for giving me this opportunity. However, this is fellow Daoist Zhao's merit, so I don't dare to take it all for myself." Fellow Daoist Huang, what is this? Xie Yuji and the others came forward and wanted to take the jade bottle from Huang Tianle's hand. Xiao Hua knew that Huang Tianle's Dharma body had used up all of his essence blood and didn't have much magic power left. He snorted and rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together. A ray of magic power shot out and blocked Xie Yuji and Huang Tianle. "Fellow Daoist Xie, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Hua said coldly, "You want to steal my item in front of me?" "Why would I want to steal your item?" Xie Yuji was a bit scared, but he looked at the other Foundation establishment cultivators who came with him and said, "Mo Yun village and our cultivation sects all have people who are poisoned. Since you have a detoxification method, you should share it with us and see if it works." Chapter 1943. Hearing Xie Yuji's soft words, Xiao Hua was too lazy to argue with him and only said, "This is something I gave to fellow Huang. Don't have any other thoughts or else I won't be polite." "So what if you're not polite?" A cultivator from a big family scolded, "A little Foundation establishment, what are you being arrogant for in front of us? Aren't you afraid we'll kill you?" Xiao Hua looked at that guy with disdain and ignored him. Sure enough, someone next to that cultivator immediately persuaded, "We're all on the same boat, why bother?" That cultivator snorted and sat down, watching coldly. Huang Tianle looked at everyone, thought for a bit and said, "This is fellow Zhao's jade bottle, it contains the poison of the green python." Without waiting for Huang Tianle to finish, everyone understood. Their faces showed joy as they shouted, "Good, the heavens never bars one's way. I'm willing to use my body to test the poison and see if I can cure the poison of the nine-headed dove." Huang Tianle and the others stopped cheering and said with a smile, "Fellow Huang, don't worry." In the distance, a 10th layer qi refining middle-aged cultivator shouted, "Junior is Mudu, here is an ancient recipe, it's a secret method to make poison, but I've never used it before. Junior has been thinking about it, but I can't find a poison that matches the nine-headed dove. Now that we have the poison of the green python, Junior is willing to offer this recipe." Good, everyone is collecting firewood, the fire is really strong. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Since there was a secret method, it was much better than Huang Tianle's trial and error. Sure enough, Mudu handed over a silk-like item to Huang Tianle. Looking at the small jade bottle in Huang Tianle's hand, he smiled and said, "If it works, Senior Huang, Senior Xiao, please cure Junior's poison first." Of course, Huang Tianle didn't discuss with Xiao Hua and nodded. Seeing that there was a highly toxic poison and a secret formula to detoxify it, everyone's hopes soared. Subconsciously, they all rushed over. As for the cultivator who had just reprimanded Xiao Hua, he became somewhat restless and kept looking over. "Disciples of the Huang family, please come and maintain order." Huang Liang shouted when he saw that the situation was getting out of control. Yes, many of the Huang family's disciples who weren't poisoned answered and stood in various places of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Although they were very scattered, it was clear that they had practiced this many times. The cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were separated by the disciples of the Huang family. Their emotions were calm, but they didn't sit down. Instead, they quietly watched. At this moment, a few more low-level qi refinement cultivators were poisoned to death. Their painful cries echoed throughout the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Tianle opened the silk cloth, squinted his eyes, and carefully read the words on it word by word. After a while, just when everyone was getting impatient, Huang Tianle closed his eyes again and seemed to be thinking carefully. Alas, it really is an ancient technique. It's really strange. If I didn't look at the silk, I absolutely wouldn't have been able to think of such a method. When Huang Tianle opened his eyes, a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Sighing, he casually, unintentionally, handed the silk to Xiaohua. Then, with a stretch of his hand, a drop of transparent liquid with traces of blood flew out from the jade bottle. Xiaohua took the silk cloth and was clearly stunned. Mudu was on the other side of Huang Tianle. When Mudu saw that Huang Tianle had mistakenly handed the silk cloth to Xiaohua, he raised his eyebrows and reached out as if he wanted to take it. How could Xiaohua let go of the secret method that was delivered to his door? Xiaohua glanced at Mudu and unfolded the silk cloth without any hesitation and read it word by word. Mudu's hand reached out, but his fingers were slightly trembling and he couldn't say a word. Huang Tianle took out a drop of the green python's venom and flicked his hand. The venom did not enter his mouth, but instead floated in midair. Huang Tianle reluctantly mobilized his spiritual power, and several strange-looking spells hit the venom. The venom was gradually divided into 10 portions. Then, with a point of his hand, one portion flew to Huang Tianle's forehead. The moment the venom touched Huang Tianle's wrinkled forehead, it immediately seeped into it. In an instant, several black threads flowed down his forehead, and it really looked like he was bitten by the green python. But when the black strands reached Huang Tianle's neck, several strands of 9 colored stripes appeared under his neck and rushed towards the black strands and quickly tangled together. Just as everyone expected, the pitch-black black lines and the 9 colored stripes gradually disappeared. When the black lines disappeared, the 9 colored stripes rushed up again. They saw Huang Tianle pointing at the venom in front of him again, and another portion flew into his forehead. It wasn't until Huang Tianle used 8 portions of the green python's poison that the 9 colored stripes on his chin disappeared completely. Great kindness. Huang Tianle clapped his hands and said, "I've neutralized most of the poison in my body. The rest is nothing to worry about." However, using poison to neutralize poison is an unconventional method. I have to use this secret method. Otherwise, the 2 poisons won't be able to neutralize each other. It will only be poison on poison. Senior Huang, Junior can use the green python's poison to neutralize the poison? Mudu asked urgently. Of course. Huang Tianle pointed his finger and a drop of green python's poison flew in front of Mudu. Mudu didn't dare to hesitate and cast a seal. The situation was very similar to Huang Tianle's, but he only used 7 portions to neutralize the poison in his body. Thank you, fellow Daoist Huang. Mudu bowed in front of everyone. No need to thank me. This green python's poison belongs to fellow Daoist Xiao. Huang Tianle pointed at Xiaohua. Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Mudu bowed again. Xiaohua smiled and put the silk in his hand. No need, your secret method is not bad. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in making a deal with me? What deal? Mudu was surprised. Fellow Daoist, just wait a bit. Xiaohua smiled. At this time, seeing that Huang Tianle and the nameless cultivator had neutralized the poison, the crowd became noisy again. Fellow Daoist Huang, quickly give us the poison. Senior Huang, quickly tell us how to neutralize poison with poison. Huang Tianle was about to speak when Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Fellow Daoists, don't worry. Fellow Daoist Huang's jade bottle only has 4 or 5 drops of green python's poison. It can save 6 people at most. What? Only a little bit? Xie Yusin was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why should I say so earlier? Xiaohua was surprised. This is my own poison. Why should I tell you how much there is? Xiaohua originally wanted to take out the venom to help everyone detoxify the poison, but after hearing what that cultivator said, he changed his mind. In this world, no matter how precious something was, as long as it was obtained without paying a price, who would cherish it? You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's journey, YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.